Good morning, Illumineers, and welcome back. I'm Rebecca, your host, and we are here for the day 2 of Disney Lorcana Challenge Seattle. We have our top 64 players who are just 3 wins away from earning their invite to the North American Championships. We also have 8 golden Mickeys to give away, and of course, crown our champion. We also have a few preview cards coming from Azurite Sea, so be sure to stick around. We have a lot to cover, so let's go on down to the booth.
Welcome, Illumineers, to day 2 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Seattle. Yesterday, almost 1,900 Illumineers came and competed to try to make top 64 of day 2 here. There's tons of people here playing Disney Lorcana all weekend long. It's very exciting. Sam, how are you doing?
It's really amazing to see. You walk out there, there's 1,000 people playing Disney Lorcana, a game that I make every day. It's so exciting. It's really great for me to see, and it warms my heart, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it's so awesome. I've been to 5 of these so far. All of them are getting better than the last. It's super exciting, but Sam and I are not going to be the only people here today to bring coverage to you for Disney Lorcana. Let's take a look at the broadcast team that will be with us for day 2. You can see, of course, myself, Brandon Bolin, and Sam Johansson. We have Rebecca on interviews again, which you saw yesterday. And then, of course, we have Brendan Patrick and Etienne Bonin, both bringing you coverage as well for the other rounds that Sam and I won't be casting.
That's right. Etienne and I are Ravensburger game developers for Disney Lorcana. We work directly on the cards that you play with every day. And it truly is an honor here to be casting with Brandon on this wonderful game.
Yeah, it's awesome to have some Ravensburger employees here casting with us, especially game developers for this game. You guys get to work on this game. We get to hear some interesting stuff about the cards that we love so much, but it's taken a long time for us to get here. Seattle's the last Disney Lorcana Challenge of the season, and so we can sort of take a look at where we've come from. Over in Europe, we've had 4 Disney Lorcana Challenge events. The first one was in Lille, won by Frank Carson all the way back in May, same weekend as Atlanta, and then after that, we had the Bochum Disney Lorcana Challenge. After that, we had Bologna, I believe, and then just last month, Birmingham as well.
Very exciting to see across the water over there. And it looks like we have our North American championships here. Brandon, can you run us through these?
Yeah, so we started all the way back in May with Atlanta. Joshua Palter coming in with I remember this game very clearly, coming in with an amber amethyst deck, sort of came out of nowhere. It was a very fun time over there. After that, we moved on to Chicago, won by Brian Cortad. It was sort of the start of an Emerald Steel reign with Bucky and the meta that came from that. Soon after that, we had Edmund Chu come in for Fort Worth, winning with, I believe it was Ruby Amethyst, coming in and sort of stopping Bucky in his tracks. After that, we were able to go to Toronto, where Diego Saz won as well. And then last month, we finished up with Zan Syed winning Las Vegas with Emerald Steel again. And so here we are in Seattle a couple months later. And that's the challenge. I feel like these are things that the players were wanting. I remember during the Disney Lorcana release, sitting in line at Gen Con, wondering if we were going to get a competitive circuit like this. It's so exciting to see how far this has come, how far the DLCs have come since Atlanta. It's a super exciting time for the community and for the players.
It is so exciting to see so many different decks win these Disney Lorcana challenges. We saw so many different representations, a few of the same, but all around you have a wide variety of decks that are winning these challenges all around the globe. It's really cool.
And for anybody at home that may not know what goes on at these Disney Lorcana challenges, let's look at the tournament formats for what these players went through yesterday. On day 1, they played 9 rounds of 2-game format. They were 45 minutes each, and the ranking points are based on the number of game wins. So if you didn't win any games, you didn't get any points. If you only won 1 out of the 2 games, you got 3 points. If you won 2 out of your 2 games, if you won all of them, you got 7 points. There's a little bit of an extra bonus point there for winning both games. Then moving on to day 2, what we're going to be covering today, we've got the top 64 players out of the, like I said, almost 1,900 players that were here yesterday. They're playing in a best-of-3 single elimination bracket. They've got 70 minutes for a time limit until the quarterfinals, and then it's going to be untimed.
We've really seen this large group of players be narrowed down here to 64, and the stakes are high. Best of 3, single elimination. That means as soon as you lose a match, you are out of the tournament. So these players are playing the best they've ever played. They are knowing exactly what's at stake, and let's actually take a look at what's at stake for these players.
Yeah, so yesterday, all of the players that came in and participated in the Disney Lorcana Challenge, as long as they played 3 rounds, got this beautiful Dragonfire promo just for participating. The foiling on these promos are beautiful. You can kind of see the swirls on the graphics here, and I can tell you folks that in person, it's even prettier than you see on screen. And then the players throughout the day have incentive to keep playing. It's one of the things that I think is really cool about the way that these tournaments are organized. If you get 10 to 19 points, you manage to get 6 prize tickets, 20 to 29, 14. And then if you get 30 plus points, you get 20 prize tickets. I believe the cutoff for top 64 yesterday was roughly 45 points. So you can see sort of the gap there. Even if you get to a point in the tournament where it's going to be difficult or impossible to reach the expected cutoff point threshold, you still have a ton of stuff to play for through these prize tickets.
And the top 128, plus all players with the same ranking did get a copy of Let It Go. the same foiling that you see on this Dragonfire here. The pictures don't really do it justice. You would want to hold one in your hands and really just turn it back and forth. You can see that foiling. It's so beautiful. It really is.
Yeah, the team did a great job with the foiling on these. So let's take a look at what the players who have made it to day 2 have won. The top 64, everybody that made it to today won a Cinderella Stout-Hearted with that foiling as well. Very beautiful card, very relevant card. You know, a card that we see played a lot in Amber Steel specifically. I love the princesses and knights. It's one of the things in Disney Lorcana, sort of the different takes on Disney characters and princesses. One of my favorite ones from Disney Lorcana. So I was very happy to see this get. It's not an enchanted, but sort of an enchanted treatment. You know, the full art with the foil and stuff. Those are beautiful as well.
And for our top 32, we see Rapunzel gifted with healing. This full art treatment, same thing as the Cinderella, Dragonfire, Let It Go. It's amazing. Any Amber deck would be amiss without having a Rapunzel gifted with healing. Now, this is a card that is normally available in the game as a legendary card from the first chapter, but you can get it here in a special foil version only at the Disney Lorcana challenges.
Yeah, a staple in many Amber decks for sure. If Stitch Rockstar was in Amber, this Rapunzel might be my favorite card, to be honest. So I was very happy to see Rapunzel get an enchanted as well, because she didn't get an enchanted in the first chapter. You know, she needed that full art card. So I'm happy that we see that here. And then the players that move on to the top 16 get their invite to the North American Championship coming later in January, along with a foiled Rapunzel gifted with healing playmat that we see down there. The foiling on these playmats are beautiful, and of course the art of Rapunzel here is beautiful as well.
And let's take a look at what we get farther on.
So we move on to top 8, and these players are playing for their golden Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor serialized, which means you see that little number on the bottom. There's 500 of these. They'll get a random number out of those. Beautiful card. Definitely something that these players are playing for and worth playing for, in my opinion.
Definitely something that any player that attended this Disney Lorcana Challenge in Seattle, Washington is looking to get. This Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor. It's just amazing. It really is.
So moving on from that, we are going to go to the top 4 prizes as well. If a player makes it this far, they get 2 boxes of Shimmering Skies, which is 48 total packs, and 100 prize tickets. They can go and use the prize wall to get some goodies that we'll see later. If they move on to the top 2, they get another 2 boxes of Shimmering Skies and another 100 prize tickets. Then, of course, somebody has to be king undisputed. They have to leave the Disney Lorcana Challenge as champion, and that player will get a trophy, Disney Lorcana Challenge trophy, along with a complete foil set of Shimmering Skies, including the enchanted cards that come in the set.
Wow. Now, that is amazing, because if you haven't seen the enchanted cards from Shimmering Skies, they're beautiful. So colorful, so amazing.
Yeah, the Enchanted are certainly the chase cards of the set, the things that all the players look for, the thing you want to see when you open those booster packs for sure. So really cool to sort of commemorate your successful run at one of these Disney Lorcana challenges, having a binder full of the set that you were playing in. But moving on past that, you know, there's a lot of things that these players can play for that didn't make day 2. There's still tons of things that the Illumineers here can do. There's a plethora of side events that were happening on Friday, Saturday as well, and then Sunday are one of the busier days for side events because everybody's not playing in the typical constructed event. They're playing for prize tickets so they can get some of these prize wall items.
And that's right. If we look at these prize wall items here, you'll notice that some of them are very exclusive to this prize wall. We have a t-shirt and hat, which are exclusive to the prize wall. And if you use your tickets there to get these, you can wear your Lorcana swag wherever you go. And it's pretty cool, you know, to walk into the venue first day of the event wearing this, because everybody knows, I mean, you kind of won your prizes last event, because how'd you get them already?
Yeah, and moving on with that, we also have the Rapunzel and Cinderella non-foil versions of the card. If you're anything like me, you saw the Rapunzel and Cinderella as the top prizes for the competitive event and thought, oh my gosh, I would love to have one of those, but Man, that would be hard to top
Right.
one of these events. I wish I could get my hands on some of these cards, and you can. You can get your hands on the non-foil versions at the prize wall for different ticket amounts. Beautiful cards, even as the non-foils. I have a couple myself. I like to use them in decks, and they're very pretty. And then I think one of the things that Illumineers love to shoot for at these DLCs is the Cinderella foil playmat. It's the Cinderella stout-hearted artwork on the playmat. Kind of thematic or festive right now. You know, we've got pumpkins on there. That we're in the fall season, heading towards Halloween this weekend. So you can build up your prize tickets for that, bring it back to your local game store, and pull it out, show everybody how well you did in the side events.
That's right. You might have seen the Rapunzel Gifted with Healing playmat on the last slide and thought, well, where's my Cinderella playmat? Well, here you go. It's actually at the prize wall waiting for you, so we'll see you there.
There she is. And like we said, Seattle is the last DLC of this season, and it's all of this is leading to our Disney Lorcana challenges. We have the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Europe at Disneyland Paris Resort this coming December 6th through 8th, so be on the lookout for that. All of the players that qualified in the EU Disney Lorcana Challenges have an invite for there. There should be a last chance qualifier as well for the people who haven't qualified. They can go there, try their luck, see if they can make it into the tournament. And then after that, we have the Disney Lorcana Challenge North American Championship at the Disneyland Resort Anaheim later in January 10th through 12th. And the same thing goes there. There's going to be a last chance qualifier. Any of the players that made top 16 at the past Disney Lorcana Challenges in North America already have their invite, but you still have a chance to go in and participate and potentially get your way into the North American Championship as well. And this all leads to the thing we've all been waiting for, Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship at Walt Disney World. What better place to have the Disney Lorcana World Championship?
That's right. Having the World Championship at Walt Disney World is truly a dream. I remember we would almost joke that, oh, well, maybe we'll have Disney Lorcana Worlds at Walt Disney World. And, well, thanks to you guys, it's actually happening. And we are so excited to host it. It's going to be a fantastic time. I hope everyone is either there or watching from home or however you want to enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be there. If anything, to go to Disney World, hang out, play some Lorcana with some friends. But that's what all of you have to look forward to, Illumineers. We're going to come back. We're going to pull it back a little bit. And we're going to take a look at the Seattle metagame real quick based on what we saw on day one and what has made it here on day two as well. There's been some things that have been kind of expected, things that have been unexpected. When we take a look here at the Seattle Day 1 metagame, we can see Ruby Sapphire came out heavy, just like it was at Vegas. Honestly, not anything that, or it was something that I was expecting. Emerald Steel made waves in Disney Lorcana Vegas. Ruby Sapphire is one of the decks that has a better matchup into Emerald Steel, so not surprised at all that Ruby Sapphire came in on day one. A lot of people wanted to play it. It's been a popular deck for a long time. And then, surprising to some people, Emerald Steel coming in second, the second most represented deck of Seattle. It wasn't even on the fifth most represented deck in Vegas, but Zayan, Syed, and a couple other notable Disney Lorcana Illumineers came in with Emerald Steel, almost came out of nowhere. There were 3 Emerald Steel in the top 4 of Disney Lorcana Vegas as well. So I think a lot of players saw that, saw how strong and powerful the deck is in this format, wanted to bring it today. So second most represented. And then, I like to reference this deck as the hey of Lorcana, Amethyst Ruby. It just never seems to go away. Doesn't matter what the metagame looks like. It's always showing up in the top 3, top 4 most represented decks. It is a consistent deck, one that's been around since set 1, so not surprised at all by those.
And it's really great to see all 6 ink colors showed in the top 4 here. You see every single one of them in at least one deck, and in the top 5 you have another amber. So it's really great to know that no matter which ink color is your favorite, you always have an option for that.
And so now that we've taken a look at the day 1 metagame, I think we should see how well these decks did going into day 2. So as we take a look here at the Seattle Day 2 metagame, these are the top 64 decks. Ruby Sapphire converting really well, being 21% of the metagame on day 1, increasing the top 25%, 16 Illumineers playing Ruby Sapphire here in the top 64. Emerald Steel also keeping that second spot, converting really well, going from 18 to 22%, almost another fourth of the field being Emerald Steel, a deck that came out explosive in Vegas, like I said. And same thing with Ruby Amethyst. These top 4 decks all converted well and stayed in their order, in the top 4 order, between Ruby Amethyst and Amber Steel here.
Yeah, very cool to see that that our Lumineers kind of predicted the field pretty well here, it looks like. So I'm excited to see which deck can come out on top here.
Yeah, and then we have Sapphire Steel, one that I think what people were expecting expecting a rise in representation. Sapphire Steel tends to have a pretty decent matchup into Emerald Steel, and I think Emerald Steel was the deck to beat coming into Disney Lorcana Challenge Seattle. We knew Ruby Sapphire was going to be well represented, but Emerald Steel with Diablos and the morphs and the shifts line there, you have to be able to beat that deck because of how powerful it is. So Sapphire Steel being well represented, again, converting really well compared to day 1, going from 6% to 8%. Then we have Amethyst Emerald coming in and converting well. Wasn't even on the day 1 metagame chart. Amethyst Emerald not being there, which is kind of surprising. Amethyst Emerald has been a relatively popular deck. I believe it was number 5 in Vegas as the most represented for day 1, and so interested to see what these players have brought with the Amethyst Emerald. Then we have a single deck each of these next 3: Amber Emerald, Amber Amethyst, and Amethyst Steel. I'm happy to see that Amethyst and Amber are both getting some representation here. We saw a couple different variations of Amber Emerald in Vegas, some more aggressive, some being the more song package with Under the Sea and Ketas and Aerials. Amber Amethyst is typically hyper aggressive, did not convert very well this time around, was around 7% of the field for Disney Lorcana Challenge in Seattle, and only got 1 deck through. And then Amethyst Steel, a deck that we've kind of covered a lot this weekend, and one that's been pretty interesting, and its ways to be a bit more aggressive and sort of relying on draw through cards like Doc, maybe Rabbit, different variations that these decks have. So eager to see what version of each of these 3 decks we see coming into day 2.
Yeah, very, very interested to see here which one comes out on top. It is cool to see the Amethyst Emerald converting so well. It has a pretty solid matchup here into the Ruby decks, but it does kind of struggle when it sees these Steel decks up against it.
Yeah, and there is a decent amount of Steel here in the top 5 decks of the top 64. So these players are going to have to fight through some of this. Almost half of the field being Ruby Sapphire and Emerald Steel. We will see which deck ends up on top. But with that being said, we do have the top 64 to get to. We've got some exciting matches coming for you guys today, specifically on this weekend. I know that the audience is very eager to see what players have made it, how they're doing so far. These are going to be some tight games. Some of the best Disney Lorcana players in the world playing here. I know we had a couple people from Europe flying over just to have another shot at a Disney Lorcana Challenge invite for one of the international championships. So I'm eager to get into these games and see what's going on.
Yeah, let's get into it.
All right, let's get into the top 64 match 1. All right, we've got a very familiar face here on the left, Syed. You will recognize him from Vegas as he took the first place in Vegas playing Emerald Steel. Zan also has a very great track record here at the Disney Lorcana Challenges. Took 4th place in Atlanta playing Amber Steel and 39th place in Toronto playing Ruby Amethyst. So could be playing a lot of things. I do see Emerald Steel here in his hand. And so it's a deck that he did well with in Vegas, one that he's sort of been pioneering. And, I've listened to Zan talk about how powerful the deck can be. I believe he thinks it's the strongest deck in the format. We also have Homero here on the right, having taken 33rd in Atlanta, so not having his invite yet to one of the Continentals, playing, he took 33rd playing Amethyst Steel and is playing Amethyst Steel today as well.
That's right. We do see Homero on the right playing Amethyst Steel. And we do know here that Zan Syed got 18th place after Swiss, and Homero's in 47th, which means that Zan will be choosing who goes first, and it looks like he has chosen himself for game number 1. And for a reminder to the audience, this is no longer 2-game format, so we will be doing a best of 3 games here. So potentially still 2 games, but our our Lumineers will be playing until one of them has 2 wins in the match.
We're going to see Zayn starting out with just inking a card, doesn't have the turn 1 Diablo to play, and Homero's going to follow that up with a Mickey Mouse Food Fight Defender. A pretty decent 1-drop here, having that 2 willpower, then resist +1 makes it a little bit difficult for Zayn to use some of the steel removal available to him through cards like the Storm Rage on, Strength of Raging Fire, because you need sort of that extra damage to banish the 1-drop character. I'm eager to see how Homero plays this. Amethyst Steel is typically a bit more aggressive, can lean a little bit more mid-range of a deck. So Zayn Syed playing another steel deck as well. Those steel decks lend themselves to do pretty well against a more aggressive deck, but Zayn going first here, that's already a good start. You're playing into a more aggressive deck. We're going to see Zayn playing the stock Bold Knight. If you wanted to, he could have discarded his hand and drawn 2 cards when playing Doc, but with probably 5 or 6 cards in hand, I don't think that's something that you want to do.
Probably not. I think that would signal to your opponent that your hand is very bad, and they would see it too. So it looks like we're going to go for a turn 2 Prince John here. Now, if you're Homero, you'll probably notice that the Doc on turn 2 is definitely not ideal for Zayn here. And that is spotting kind of a weaker hand from Zayn. So we have seen Homero start with his Mickey, who has effectively 3 willpower with his 2 willpower and resist 1, and Mr. Smee with his 3 willpower. So it seems that Homero is very familiar with this matchup, knowing that 3 willpower is a very key number to hit when you're playing against a opposing steel deck.
And we see Homero playing a Lawrence there as well. The card shows 0-4 as the stats, but as long as Lawrence does not have any damage, that he actually gets an extra 4 strength, so effectively being a 4-4 with 2 lore. A very, very well statted and aggressive questing card for Homero there. Interesting stat line, but a good body here to challenge. Make good challenges and trades, or if we quest with Lawrence, anything that has to challenge into him is going to hit back pretty hard. But I do really love seeing the Muses being played here by Zayn. I think this is going to be a very important card in this matchup, specifically with the Muses in play. When Zayn sings a song, he can choose a character that has 2 strength or less and return that character to the player's hand. So this is a card you really want to see when you're up against a more aggressive deck, because usually those characters don't have a lot of strength. It's a way to keep characters off of the board against an aggressive player, essentially meaning that they have to replay their cards. They're not getting the opportunity to quest. It's a great way to slow those players down, and we see Zayn do that here by singing Sudden Chill with Doc, forcing Homero to discard a card, and then using the Muse's ability to bounce that Mickey back to Homero's hand. Also getting a draw off of the Prince John, we've established as well, drawing a card when Homero has to discard a card.
Now, both Prince John and the Muses have the ability Ward, which says they cannot be chosen except for a challenge. And it looks like Zayn is going to leave them both ready here. Well, the Prince John ready. Of course, the Muses could not quest or challenge this turn. But he's going to leave this Prince John ready, which is going to make it very hard for Homero to use his steel actions and songs to deal damage to them. However, Homero is going to, looks like, just throw both his characters into the quest and get some lore. He's already at 8, so definitely a bit scary for Zayn here.
Yeah, Homero certainly has his foot on the gas. I feel like that's what you have to do in a matchup like this. We're going to see him play a Madam Fox. You have to bounce one of your characters back to your hand, or else the Fox is banished. But the Fox also has Rush, so Homero's able to challenge into the dock here, making that trade. One thing that I'd really like to see out of Zayn, this just goes to show how great of a Lorcana player he is. He's had a Diablo in his hand for a while, a 3-cost Diablo. He just drew into another one, which is a card that a lot of Emerald Steel players like to see. It's one of their draw engines that they want to use. But knowing that you're playing against another Steel player, you don't want to play your Diablo out and then immediately have your Diablo banished to the likes of Fire the Cannons or Boom, let the Storm Rage on. There's a lot of cards in Steel that can get rid of this Diablo, and is instead deciding to play these warded characters like Prince John and the Muses that can't be chosen by Homero, and choosing to gain value and move his game plan towards those.
And we do see here that Zayn has used Hypnotize, which is going to have Homero discard a card, Zayn draw a card, and then Zayn will draw another card off Prince John. Now we do see the card that Homero discarded is Smash, which might be signifying to Zayn 2 things. He could be thinking, okay, so he had an extra copy of a Steel action, or he's discarding his only Steel action here because both my characters have ward.
Yeah, exactly. Homero knowing that, okay, with Prince John and Muses having ward, I can't use this smash. It's not very useful in my hand outside of potentially being ink. We are going to see Zan seeing Strength of a Raging Fire with Prince John to banish the Mickey, and then we're going to use the Muses bounce the Mickey back to hand. We're going to use Strength of Raging Fire on Lawrence, I believe, to banish that, and then using Baboom to finish off this Madam Mim Fox, dealing 2 damage to it and banishing it.
Very solid playline here from Zan, leaving Homero with no characters in play. Homero still has a full hand, though, and can refill the board this turn, but it does leave his Prince John safe from challenges.
And one of the things about using the Muses to bounce characters back to your opponent's hand is it stops them from questing. They have to replay them. We see this Mickey Mouse and Smee being played that we know Homero already had. He's going to ink the library, it looks like, playing the dock, discarding his non-existent hand, and drawing 2 cards off of the dock's ability. But the Muses can only bounce characters for as many songs as you have in your hand. And as we see Zan's hand right now only having 2 Diablos and an Ursula, Deceiver of All, it can delay the game, but it can only delay the game so long. Once these aggressive decks get to a point where they're building up their inkwell and they can sort of play out their whole hand, utilize cards like Doc, your board starts to become really wide, and Zan either needs to find a lot of actions that he can play to, or songs that he can play to start bouncing even more characters, or else he has to start building some sort of board so that we can start dealing with the aggression that Homero's putting on through characters and lore.
So Zan did play 2 Diablos last turn. They do start ready, though, as they were not shifted. So for this turn, he won't be able to get draws for every card his opponent draws. And let's see. We see in Homero's hand that he has Merlin Goat and a 1-drop character. I couldn't see which 1-drop character, but I do know it has 1 cost on it. I wonder if he'll choose to play both this turn, or if he'll use the Madam Mim Fox that's in his hand.
Madam Mim Fox can be a great tool to pick up one of your characters and then potentially replay it, making it so that it's no longer exerted. You can play it readied, which means it is much more difficult to deal with. You can't challenge it since it would be readied. Would be a good play line here. Looks like Homero's considering playing the Madam Mim Fox out of hand after questing for 4, putting his foot on the gas all the way up to 12 lore already. We're going to see the Merlin Goat go into the Inkwell. A Magic Broom being played as well for 1 ink after having pick up that dock. We're going to replay that dock now that we don't have any cards in hand again, and we see Homero getting tons of value out of this dock here, having played it this turn and last turn, I believe, being able to use it twice from bouncing it with Madam Mim Fox, refilling some cards into his hand.
That's right. It looks like Zan has drawn a song here, so this is going to be really good for him. He does have the Muses. That's going to provide an additional layer of interruption for this song. And I think the song, I saw it was We Don't Talk About Bruno, which is a card that discards. So we are going to get a draw off of Prince John as well.
Yeah, pretty decent card here because it's a song, so you'll be able to trigger your Muses if you want to, but it also acts as a form of removal. It's going to put a character back into Homero's hand. He gets to, and then gets randomly discarded out of that. And once that character's discarded, then we're going to trigger our Prince John, which means we get to draw another card as well. So it looks like a Maleficent biding her time is going to be discarded. Zane will draw for turn. Or sorry, not for turn. Draw from the Prince John.
All right, and now he is choosing a card here for his Muses. Whenever you play a song, return a character with strength 2 or less back to their player's hand. And we see both Diablos getting ready to be exerted here. And it looks like we're going to challenge one at a time into the Mickey Mouse. And because Mickey Mouse has resist 1, he'll take 1 damage each time, taking his willpower or putting damage on him until it exceeds his willpower. And we'll see the Muses actually challenging Mr. Smee here, getting a good trade on that. So our Muses stays in play, but the Mr. Smee is going to go to the discard.
This is an interesting thing here. You know, you're having to challenge or exert characters that you don't particularly want to. Your Muses play such an important role into this matchup, but you have to slow Homero down a little bit. And unless Homero has something like a Madam Mim Fox, which I do see in the hand that he could use, Homero otherwise would have to potentially challenge with the dock. And I think in that point, Zan says, you know what? I don't want to lose my muses, but if Homero's gonna spend a turn challenging rather than questing, I think I'm pretty okay with delaying the game in that way as well. Of course, we see at least 2 Madame M Foxes in Homero's hand right now, so could potentially play one of those to pick up the dock and replay it later to gain some lore. We know that the Illuminary Keeper, the broom, was put back in the hand as well. So we are going to use dock to trade into the muses here. The dock won't be banished. We'll only take the 2 damage because muses has 2 strength. Dock, of course, has 3 willpower. We'll see if we're going to pick this dock back up.
Looks like we are exerting 3 to play Madame M Fox here. Madame M Fox has the ability, Chasing the Rabbit. When you play this character, return a character to your hand or banish her. So we're going to go ahead and return that dock back to the hand. We haven't inked this turn, which is important here, because we might be looking to play a bunch of characters, maybe including this dock. But it looks to me like we actually don't have enough ink to play everything in the dock.
Now, a card that I'm eyeing in Homero's hand right now looks like a library, a location card that has 8 willpower, 1 cost to move, and says that when you have a character here, if that character is banished, you get to draw a card. It can be very synergistic with cards like Magic Broom, Illuminary Keeper. Also, locations historically are a little bit difficult for Emerald Steel to deal with. You know, we look at 2 Diablos on board in the Prince John. That's only 5 stats worth of strength for these characters right here. A lot of the characters that Emerald Steel plays outside of maybe a potential Tinkerbell, Giant Fairy, or Robin Hood, Champion of Sherwood, you know, they don't have a whole lot of strength. I see a Pete in hand for Zan. You know, that would be good to get down. But the point I'm trying to make here is that these locations can be difficult for Emerald Steel players to deal with. They don't have the stats on board to challenge and banish them. So it's a way for Homero to get incremental lore as the turns go on, and Zan has to try to answer the library. It's also ways for Homero to draw cards if we can put characters there and quest with them as they get banished or banish themselves through cards like Magic Room.
And we did see Homero leave the last card in hand as the dock, which was an easy choice for Zan to make, to go ahead and discard that dock, because he did know it was the last card in hand. It is uninkable. It can't end up in the inkwell, and it was returned to the hand, and there was only 1 card in hand. So easy analysis to make there. Discarded from the hand, so no 2 cards are coming off the top of Homero's deck next turn. Very good play. It looks like we're going to play Pete as well, further locking Homero out of cards off the top of his deck. Hopefully for Homero, the cards are going his way next turn. He doesn't end up with an action.
Yeah, Pete's ability, Blow the Whistle, says that when you play this character, your opponent can't play any actions until the start of your next turn, so effectively turning off any potential actions that could be pulled by Homero. I believe he's playing a couple actions that could be relevant here. We see a Fire the Cannons. We saw a Smash earlier in the deck list that we have here. You know, things you might want to use to banish some of these Diablos, or even the Pete, just so that Zan can't put as much damage onto your library. Does look like we're going to challenge with everything into the library, putting 5 on it, or just with the... Looks like we're just challenging with the Diablos right now to put 4 onto the library total.
And it looks like we're finally going to quest with our Prince John here. Seeing Homero with no cards left in hand, Zan is comfortable with Homero taking a turn off to go ahead and challenge that Prince John, because he feels it's no longer necessary.
Yeah, there comes a point in the Emerald Steel matchup where you spend the beginning and sort of the mid part of the game trying to disrupt your opponent, whether that's through discarding cards from their hand or drawing a bunch of cards through your Diablos. And once you starve your opponent of resources, that's when you sort of have to turn the gas on yourself. You have to start questing with the characters that you've been using to utilize, like Prince John, and start catching up on lore, because Zan hasn't gained any lore this turn outside of the Prince John that just quested. And we see Homero, you know, is getting closer and closer to 20. Playing an Amethyst deck, there's a lot of Amethyst cards that he could use to gain lore immediately through cards like Goat. He's playing 2 Gathering Knowledge and Wisdoms, which would gain 2 lore as soon as it was played. So you don't want Homero to get too close to 20. Zan's realizing that this game, you know, it's not over, but it doesn't have much time left in it before Homero's just going to find the cards that he needs to push himself over the edge.
So not only is Homero playing 4 copies of Merlin Goat, like Brandon said, he's also playing the Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, which is very scary, but he's also playing a very interesting card that not a lot of Illumineers are playing this weekend. He's playing The Boss is on a Roll, which is a song card that lets you organize the top 5 cards of your deck in any way you want, and you gain 1 lore. a very valuable card because you can also take those 5 cards, any of them, and put them to the bottom of your deck. So if you look at the top of your deck, you see another boss is on a roll, you can go ahead and put that to the top. If you don't want the other cards, you can put them to the bottom. And you can slowly gain lore that way in a way that Zan has no way of interacting with, which is very scary for Zan.
Looks like Homero here is doing really well at using his characters to gain that incremental lore, getting closer to 20, having quested with his Madam M Fox, then bouncing that Fox with another so that we can put that into the ink and then play a Pascal. Pushing himself to 15 lore. Like we mentioned, Homero has plenty of cards in the deck that can gain lore instantaneously. You only need a couple more characters to survive on board to get you there. And the library's been gaining a lore at the start of every turn as well. We're going to move on over to Zan, and he's going to draw a card. He's got a handful of cards getting to draw every time Homero draws when those Diablos are exerted on Homero's turn. So Zan has a lot of options here. Needs to answer both the location and the characters that are on board, because right now Homero does have game on board between the 5 lore he's presenting.
So I think Homero had a very interesting decision last turn. He had this Madam M Fox on the board that was just played this turn, but Madam M Fox does have the ability Rush, and there was an exerted Prince John. He had the opportunity to challenge this Prince John and take it out, but the downside to that would be exerting his Madam M Fox, which leaves him in an awkward state where Zan could use his characters plus some steal actions, maybe a We Don't Talk About Bruno, to take out the rest of his board. So I think it's a very heads-up play here from Homero to leave that Fox ready, so that way Zan has to work even harder to remove all the characters from his board, making his actions that gain him lore even more scary.
Yeah, Homero certainly looks like he's played this matchup quite a few times. We see Zan do some great plays here, banishing the location of the library with the Diablos before then singing Let the Storm Rage On to banish the Pascal that was there so that Homero doesn't get an extra draw off of it. Then we do see that We Don't Talk About Bruno being played to force Homero to put the card in the hand, discard a random card. Of course, Homero didn't have any cards in hand, so it was just that one. And then we see a Strength of Raging Fire being played to banish the Madam M Fox as well. Seeing that with Peak, clearing Homero's board entirely last turn. Homero finds a great card off the top of his deck.
Wow, amazing. This is going to let Zan draw 4 cards off the top of his deck. Yes. But
Still, it gives Homero cards that he can draw to sort of get back into the game, build a little bit of presence. He needs only a couple more lore. Also needs to dig for some of those immediate lore gain cards. But that does give Zan a bunch of extra card advantage. He's got probably 15 cards in his hand right now available to him, and plenty singers. We have seen a Ursula Deceiver of All that's in play that can sing a song twice. So we see cards like Let the Storm Rage On, Strength of a Raging Fire. Looks like we're going to go ahead and sing Strength of a Raging Fire with Ursula Deceiver of All, meaning it gets to be sung twice, banishing both characters that Homero played last turn between the dock and the Chernobog's followers, clearing the board again. And now we just kind of have an open field to play what we want to. We can start questing with our Diablo and our Prince Johns and Pete's, start trying to catch back up to Homero that has a big lore lead.
Zan looking at organizing his hand here, really figuring out, what do I need for these next few turns? This is definitely not a time in a tournament where you want to make any mistakes when it comes to inking a card that you might need later. So organizing your hand, even when it's this big, any card could matter. So you definitely want to take the time to make sure that you are making the absolute correct decision.
We see Zan start out by playing a Pete Games Referee. Great card for Zan right now, ensuring that if Homero draws an action off the top of his deck next turn, it can't be played. Following that up with a Prince John having Ward, just another character that's difficult to interact with, along with the Diablo that will gain some advantage after knowing that that Diablo is going to survive the turn because of the Pete that was played. Homero finding a Pete of his own, playing that, saying, you've been using these songs to banish my board, so it's the only card we have in hand. We're going to play it. You can't banish this Pete at least for one turn, essentially meaning that anything that gets exerted this turn by Zan, could be susceptible to a challenge from Pete on the turn after.
Looks like Zan is organizing his board, so that way we all know which characters can do what this turn. Like Brandon said, we are not using any actions this turn because of Pete. So this Pete is likely going to stay in play for the whole turn cycle, which means that that's a guaranteed 1 lore for Homero here.
And this is how Emerald Steel comes back from lore deficits like this. You just build up a super wide board like this, and I believe Zane just quested for 9 total lore, catching himself all the way back up to 15 with the 2 Prince Seans having 2 lore, everything else having 1. And then Zane's going to play a Pete of his own, saying that Homero can't play any actions that he draws as well. We're going to follow that up with a couple more characters just to ensure that we can get there on the next turn. Homero finds a Pete, and that's not going to do it. Zan is going to take game 1 of this best of 3 for the top 64.
That was a great game between our 2 Illumineers here. 2 steel decks playing against each other is definitely an interesting matchup. You have a lot of 2 damage actions. You have a lot of certain thresholds that you're trying to hit with the characters you want to play, and I think our Illuminators played that really well.
Yeah, and I mean, we see the value and the importance of cards like Pete, you know, basically ensuring that the cards that you play aren't going to be banished by actions on the next turn. You can keep some of those characters readied so that you can save them for the next turn. It's almost guaranteed lore in a way, just because you know that there's not that interaction, and we see how Emerald Steel manages to come back from being so behind. You know, their game plan being to disrupt the opponent as much as you can. Especially aggressive decks can be difficult for these Emerald Steel decks because of the characters that have lower stat lines, making it a little bit more difficult to interact with them, especially if you don't draw as many early songs. But Zan did a great job there of slowing down Homero as much as he needed to and coming back from a deficit. So I'm eager to see if Homero can swing this back around in game 2 and make this a best of 3, or if Zan is going to take this all the way.
Yep. We're definitely going to see what happens when Homero goes first here in game 2. Let's watch.
Let's get into it.
We see our 2 Illuminators laughing as they're drawing their hands. Even in a heated game like this, in the top 64, high-stakes situation, you still want to have fun and have a good time with your fellow Illuminators. It's great to see, honestly, just the sportsmanship going around this weekend as players are just happy to play against one another, happy to sit down and have a good game, shake hands at the end no matter who wins.
Yeah, I mean, we heard from some different Illumineers yesterday that Rebecca was interviewing, and one of the things that kept coming up is how awesome the community was, and I couldn't agree more. You know, it always feels like a fun time sitting across the table from Saudi playing Disney Lorcana. We all know that we're here for the passion of the game, and for most of these challenges, it's been interesting to watch, especially these high-level players, you know, playing for heavy stakes. We're not moving into something like a Nationals invite yet, but you know, you only have to win 2 rounds in a day 2 in this top 64 to get there, and so very fun to see that both Homero and Zan, you know, being good sports about everything while still being competitive and, you know, playing at their best. Yep.
Players shuffling up after their altar here. I think I did notice something interesting about Zan's altar. So he started out with no 2-cost or less characters in hand, only mulligan 2, and ended up with none in hand after the altar. Now, I might have missed something, but I think that we are not going to see a play from Zan here for a few turns.
That's definitely not something you want to, that's not a position you want to be in if you're Zan. I do see a morph that Zan has in place that could be a potential 2-cost character that gets played, but you know, knowing that Homero is playing a more aggressive deck, you definitely want to have characters in play that you can use early on to slow them down a little bit, especially when Homero opens with a card like Maleficent Biding Her Time, that it's not a very well-statted character, but it has 2 lore on it. And, you know, we saw how close Homero got to 20 on the last game, going second. Going first, you get a little bit of initiative in the sense that, you know, you get to quest with your characters first. You get to do a lot of your things first because you're playing your characters first. And Zan not being able to open a card like Diablo that he can use on the next turn to challenge the Maleficent means that Maleficent's going to get a free quest here for 2 lore, and probably is going to get to quest on the next turn as well.
I do see that morph that you were talking about. So it looks like we are going to have a turn 2 play here. We do have a second morph that we just drew into as well. I do find it interesting. So Zan on turn 1 inked his 1-cost location, Hidden Cove. Not a great card to play on turn 1, so fair enough. Just interesting that we're not committing a card every turn.
Yeah, I think Zan is looking to get some characters on board here, especially after Homero opens up with a very aggressive play line of turn 2, playing the Maleficent, biding their time, and then a Mickey Mouse, putting 3 characters on board. And then Homero's going to have a perfect response here with Fire the Cannons, banishing this morph by dealing 2 damage to it, meaning that Zan is going to go yet another turn where he can't challenge with any of his characters on board. And so Homero's going to ink Box followers, play out a Doc Bold Knight after playing the Fire the Cannons, questing for 5 on turn 3, all the way up to 7 lore already.
If you're Zan here, this is pretty scary to look at. I mean, this is representing another 6 lore going into next turn, which will get Homero all the way to 13. And as we talked about in the last match, when you're at 13 lore by turn 4 and the rest of your deck is full of cards like Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, Merlin Goat, you know, it's definitely a scary position for Zan to be in.
Yeah, and I think Zan still has the possibility to come back. The card that I think he really wants to look for in this position is Ursula, Deceiver of All. Playing that to the board means that if it survives until the next turn, you're able to double sing a song. So if we have a removable song like Strength of a Raging Fire or Let the Storm Rage On, and I believe we do have Strength of a Raging Fire at least in hand, we do, and you can combo that with a Muses on turn 4 that can bounce characters back to hand. You know, you can double sing a song, and for both of those triggers with the Muses, you can bounce 2 characters. So with all the characters we see on Homero's side of the field, Zan is really setting up for a very strong turn 4 coming into this, essentially being able to wipe Homero's entire board coming up. We are going to see Homero playing that Bosses on a Roll that we talked about earlier, looking at the top 5 cards of the deck, putting them in any order that they want, and then any of them that they don't want on the top of the deck they can put on the bottom, and also gaining a lore in the process. So Homero really pushing his way to 20, already at 14 lore, while Zan is still just trying to catch up, not really being able to establish anything.
We do see Zan's hand here, and we see the Muses plus the Strength of a Raging Fire. And we did see this combo from Zan in Game 1. We saw it with a Prince John in Game 1, but it is going to be almost, well, definitely more powerful with Ursula, Deceiver of All, singing that song. So we're going to deal 2 damage to 2 characters and return a character to the hand that has 2 strength or less.
And that's something Zan certainly needs here. We see a 3rd Maleficent biding her time in play. We have a total of 8 lore for Homero right now, presenting a win on board next turn if Zan can't answer. Of course, we know that he does have the tools available to answer at least 4 of these characters on board, which is going to slow Homero down a lot. You can see why a card like the Muses could be so impactful on this game. If we have to put all of those cards back in Homero's hand, he's got to replay them on the next turn. That means that's a turn they're not questing. The Muses is still in play, and Zan has another song that can be sung. You know, you can do that again. Do you see the Muses come down? Looks like Ursula is getting ready to sing.
She's prepping her voice.
Doing some warm-ups. We do see Ursula singing Strength of a Raging Fire. It's going to deal damage equal to the number of characters on your side of the board, so 2 damage each. Gets to sing that song twice. Looks like we're going to target both Maleficent biding their times. The Strength of the Raging Fire is going to go to the bottom of Zan's deck, and then the Muses is going to trigger twice because 2 songs were played, bouncing the Maleficent and the Mickey back to hand, leaving only the Doc in play currently with only 1 lore.
Suddenly, it went from Homero looking in a very dominating position to half of his board gone with just 2 cards, Strength of a Raging Fire, Ursula, and I guess a 3rd card of the Muses, of course, was very important in that. So we're going to draw Madam Mim Snake here. Actually very good for Homero because we're going to get that Doc back to hand that Zan so nicely left on the board for him. And we're going to play the Maleficent and replay the Doc. When Doc is played, of course, we're going to draw 2 cards because we have no cards in hand, and discarding our hands is easy if we have no cards.
That's it. You're exactly right about that. We're going to push on over to Zan. We do know that he has another Strength of Raging Fire in play. If we can get a 3rd character in play, which we do have the ability to do so with a card like Diablo. We also drew a Beast Tragic Hero, or we have that available to play if we... Well, no, we don't have an equal card, so it would have to be just the Prince Sean or the Diablo played this turn. Then we can double sing Strength again, deal 3 damage to 2 characters, potentially the Doc and the Madam Mim Snake, and then use one of the Muses triggers to bounce the Maleficent biding her time back to Homero's hand, slowing him down yet another turn where he doesn't get to quest for any lore.
Zan definitely playing this very well here. and really thinking out his play before doing it. You definitely, like we said before, you don't want to make a mistake at this stage in the game. You want to make sure every play is exactly how you see it in your head. So we are going to play the Diablo. We're going to sing Strength of a Raging Fire, just like you said, Brandon, on the dock and the Madam Mim Snake. That Strength of a Raging Fire is going to go to the bottom of the deck, and the Maleficent is going to go to the hand from the Muses.
I mean, we see the power that the combo of Ursula and Muses can create here when facing an aggressive deck, just essentially stalling Homero out so that Zan can build up a board, gain a little bit, or stabilize a little bit from how aggressive Homero came out earlier in the game. I think we have some one-cost characters in the location in Homero's hand right now. One of those being the Maleficent we saw. We also have a dock in hand. We're looking at inking this Mickey potentially. We'd have enough ink at that point to play the Maleficent, play out the location, and then play the dock that's in hand, refilling our hand with 2 cards again.
The decision Homero is having here, do I want to play this Mickey, or do I want to... do I want to see those 2 cards and maybe play them? Or do I want to just play the library, have a solid statted location in play, plus just have my 2 characters? And it looks like that's what he's going for. That solid statted location going to be very valuable for him here. We are seeing the Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom come into Homero's hand here. Very scary.
This is getting very scary for Zan because that 8 willpower on the library is going to be really difficult to deal with. We only have 6 willpower worth of, or sorry, 6 strength worth of characters on board for Zan right now. I don't think we have a card in hand that can buff our characters. We're going to see Zan challenge for 6 into the library, but that means that the library is going to gain 1 lore on the next turn, pushing Homero to 16. And then we know that he has the Gathering Knowledge. If we can't get rid of this Maleficent in the dock, then that would spell game for Homero here. Gonna see him quest for 3.
And Homero sees that. He quests for 3 immediately, goes to 19, makes sure that's noted, and he plays the Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, and that is the game. Our Illuminators pack up their cards, and we move to game 3.
Homero takes game 2, pushing on into a game 3. You know, I'm sure that the players would wouldn't like to play a best of 3. I'm sure one of them would just like to win both and move on. But I don't know about you, Sam. I get excited when we get to the 3rd game because everything's on the wire now. You know, whenever player wins this next game is going to move on to the top 32. Like I mentioned earlier, you know, Homero hasn't gotten his invite yet to a DLC. Zan has performed extremely well at past DLCs. So both of these players, you know, having something to play for. Interested to see what happens on this 3rd game.
Definitely interesting to see what happens. We've seen both decks do their thing. We've seen Emerald Steel, you know, take control of that game 1, really eliminate all the characters, send them back to the hand, discard the hands, and then slowly win through lore. And then we've also seen Homero in game 2 take it all the way basically from 0 to 20 as fast as he could. And Zan did his best to stop him, but got so close, but Homero had the Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the difference between when Homero gets to go first, be the aggressor, when Zan misses an early opening, you know, didn't find a 1-cost Diablo in either game, only had the Morph to play on turn 2, it immediately got fired the cannon, so Homero was able to push himself to 20 so that he could play those instant lore gaining cards in his deck and make it there. Zan's going to get to go first on this next game, so I'm eager to see if Zan can find what he needs on this one and finish it out, or if Homero's going to take it and move on to top 32.
Yeah, let's see what they got for us. All right, here we see game 3 here, and we know both of our Lumineers have 1 game win, and Zan did choose to go first in game 1, so I think he's probably going to choose to go first in game 3 as well.
It's definitely advantageous for Zan to go first here. Looking to see if Zan has already altered or not. There's not a 1-cost character. I think he is looking to alter here, putting 3 cards down. Looks like he might be keeping a Strength of Raging Fire, Let the Storm Rage On, and a Morph. Looks like we're going to put back that Let the Storm Rage On, keeping only a Morph and a Strength of a Raging Fire. Very likely just looking for a 1-cost Diablo, looking for a shift line for that Morph. Maybe an Ursula Deceiver of All that we can use to sing these songs. We saw the power of that card in the last game. Or Muses, we know how impactful that card can be as well. We haven't had the ideal opening for Emerald Steel in the past 2 games either, of having a 1-cost Diablo, you know, shifting into the other one. Although we do know that Homero was playing cards like Fire the Cannons that can answer a Diablo. Zain would need something like a Hidden Cove that he could move to give Diablo +1 strength and +1 willpower if he wanted to go that route.
We have seen 2 games already, and now a third one of these players altering their hands, and you can really tell with players of this caliber what cards they're looking for in their opening hands. We saw Zan keep only 1 card there. He kept just the strength of a Raging Fire. And we saw Homero keep Fire the Cannons and Mr. Smee. So both players choosing to keep a steal action that does an amount of damage. For Fire the Cannons, it's just 2 damage straight up, but for Strength of a Raging Fire, of course, it's incremental based on the number of cards. And then Homero obviously taking his 3 willpower, Mr. Smee, a great card into any steel deck, which makes a lot of sense.
And we see with Zan's cards that he found from his altar, he does not have a 1-cost character, namely that 1-cost Diablo, but does have some 2-cost characters that can be played. There's a Morph and an Ursula Deceiver of All. And Ursula Deceiver of All might be able to do some work. Has 3 willpower, which means it's not going to fall to Fire the Cannons. Zan also has a hand full of removal, having 2 Strength of Raging Fires. See 1 go into the Inkwell, a Let the Storm Rage On, and a Baboom. Baboom basically being Fire the Cannons, but inkable and 1-cost extra. So we have cards that we can use to answer some of the aggressive, high lore questing characters that we expect Homero to play. See Homero playing that Mickey Food Fight Defender on turn 1. Going to be especially difficult to deal with, especially with the actions, because Mickey has that resist +1. He has 2 willpower, but the Baboom and the Let the Storm Rage On, only does 2 damage. Mickey would only take 1 damage, so Zan, even if we play the Ursula Deceiver of All here, she only has 1 strength. That's not going to deal any damage to Mickey. Do we risk playing a Morph and getting it banished by Fire the Cannons if we really want to deal with it? I think we're looking at inking it instead. We could play this Ursula, take a peek at Homero's hand, potentially discard a song card if there is one. We don't find any songs, but Zan is getting information here, which can be vital in a matchup, especially like this. Zan being able to map out what Homero's next couple turns may look like.
Zan, at this point in the tournament, I'm sure, has figured out a good way in his head. There's no note-taking in Lorcana, except for lore. But, of course, if you remember your opponent's entire hand, surely you can map out exactly what their plan is every turn if you just remember what cards they have. So Zan, I'm sure, has gotten very good at looking at his opponent's hand and thinking, okay, so they want to do this and they want to do this.
We're going to see Homero inking a Magic Broom here, playing a Mr. Smee. Another pretty decent card in this matchup, given that Mr. Smee is well statted and can quest for 2, so can start building up lore for Homero, but also take challenges and challenge himself for...
We do see a bit of an awkward hand here from Zan. We have a lot of damaged songs. We're missing the Ursula Deceiver. We have a Prince John, but we're missing the discard. We're kind of just missing a lot of the different pieces you want for each of the combos you have within your deck. So it looks like we're just going to go with a Pete. I'm assuming that we're playing Pete here, not for the action part of the ability, but more for the 3/3 on his strength and willpower. This will make it so Zan can make a favorable trade maybe into the Mickey next turn, or if he is wanting to, he can have it challenge the Mr. Smee to take it out completely.
I think you're totally right. Another thing that Pete is really great for is, it keeps your opponent from playing any actions, especially like removal actions. But then also when it comes back to your turn, Pete's a 3-cost character, so Pete can sing songs as well. Knowing that we have a Prince John in hand, we could potentially play the Prince John and start singing some of these songs like Strength of Raging Fire or Let the Storm Rage On, and start removing some of these characters that Homero was putting out on board. We see him playing another Mr. Smee and a Magic Broom, Luminary Keeper onto the board, just going wide. And Mr. Smee is going to take a damage at the end of Homero's turn because there's no captain in play, and Smee ends the turn exerted. We're going to pass right back to Zan.
So I didn't see what Zan drew for turn, but when we saw his hand last, he had a lot of steal actions that do damage. So I think we're going to probably see one of those at one point here. Looks like we're starting off with a song.
We start off with the Let the Storm Rage On, putting 2 damage on that Mr. Smee, drawing a card, giving us some options, another card to draw before we commit to anything on spending our ink.
Zand hand is definitely still not ideal. We're missing that ideal. We're missing that that targeted discard. Actually, sorry, we do have a targeted discard, but we're missing that generic discard to work with our Prince John here. And we do have the steel, the strength of a raging fires, like we said, but we are still missing the Ursula Deceiver. We have the other Ursula. We have regular Deceiver, but we are missing Deceiver of all.
Yeah, and these both these players are playing with open deck lists in day 2, so I'm sure Zan has studied what Homero's deck looks like and likely knows that Homero doesn't play very many songs. I think the only 2 songs in his deck are the Bosses on a Roll, so there's a bunch of actions in there. That essentially means that these Ursula Deceivers likely aren't going to hit anything. It's likely much better to just play this Pete because it can stop actions entirely. Homero's playing much more actions than that, playing a total of 10 actions and 2 songs. And so we're establishing a character with lots of stats, but then also keeping Homero from playing any of those. We're going to see Homero playing the library for the turn. We've talked about the importance of locations against Emerald Steel matchup, but with Zan having 2 Petes on board that both have 3 strength, one being traded with a Mr. Smee here after being moved to the library so that Homero can draw a card. Those Petes can challenge for a lot, making the locations slightly easier to deal with if we can continue to put characters on board. I think the issue here is that now that one Pete's been banished, we can still play character on board this turn, like a Prince John is one that we have in hand. We drew another action, that being Baboom, but Pete's our only singer right now, our only 3-cost character that can sing Strength of a Raging Fire, so if we want to use our songs to banish some of these characters like Magic Broom or Mickey Mouse, Pete can't challenge this location. The location with that 1 lore is just going to gain a lore at the start of every turn, inching Homero closer to 20.
Homero questing with his Mickey Mouse here does signal that he's looking to distract Zan almost from attacking his location. He probably doesn't want Zan to get a free 3 damage into that location, so he says, go ahead and choose. Do you want 3 damage on my location, or do you want to take out my Mickey Mouse? Because you can only do 1 with this current setup you have of characters. We do see that because Zan drew another steel action here, he can actually sing Strength for 3 damage if he plays this Prince John, and then he can also play the Baboom. He might not want to sing Strength, though. Maybe just play the Baboom.
Yeah, we have an interesting hand here because we haven't inked for the turn. If we want to play the Baboom, we have to ink a card, and we have, I believe, 2 strengths in our hands, so we'd have to ink one of them. I think we may have already seen one being played or inked earlier in the game as well. So that would be a strength going into the inkwell. It can be a particularly strong card in that if you can build yourself a wide board, you can do a lot of damage. So I'm eager to see if we decide to sing Strength here with Pete, or if we value challenging the library. Looks like we are going to sing Strength, hitting that Mickey. So the library will be relatively safe this turn. We are still going to ink a Strength here, playing the Baboom, banishing the Illuminary Keeper and putting 1 damage on the library, taking it down to 7. But even at 7, next turn we can only deal 5 to it, so
I find it very interesting here that Pete did not challenge the Mickey and instead sang a song, using a card out of hand to take out the Mickey instead of just challenging with his Strength. Now, this is obviously because Zan knows that there's still a Fire of the Cannons waiting for him, but it just goes to show that Zan is thinking about that even 6 turns later, after seeing that hand, he still has it memorized. Very impressive.
Yeah, one thing that Zan probably didn't know is that there were 2 Fire the Cannons in hand. And we see Homero valuing this library a lot, choosing to banish the Pete, having the most strength so that you can only deal 2 damage to the library this turn with Ursula and Prince John, and then immediately playing these Maleficent Biding Their Times, each questing for 2. We are going to find a Beast Tragic Hero that we're going to play for this turn. Pretty decent card if we're being honest. Beast Tragic Hero, if it is left undamaged, lets you draw an extra card at the start of your turn, but if it is damaged, gains +4 strength, giving on your turn, giving Beast 7 strength. Can be really great for challenging locations if Beast ever does get damaged, but also providing Zan an extra card draw for turn, giving him potentially more options to answer this wide board and scary board that Homero is building.
And it looks like Homero has drawn Doc for turn. Very good draw for Homero, giving him 2 extra cards, 2 fresh cards from the top of the deck. And it looks like we have drawn a Fire the Cannons, unless I am missing that. Let's see. Let's see what we have.
Having a tough time seeing what Homero has in hand.
Is that a Befuddle? Okay, we're going to Ink Lawrence.
It is
And-
a Befuddle. We're going to pick our dock back up with Befuddle,
Wow.
replay the dock,
Look at
drawing
that.
2 more cards. Very interesting interaction there.
He said, let me do that again.
And then we're going to pass on that. Zan gets to draw 2 cards, 1 for turn, 1 for beast. We do find a Muses and a Diablo. Muses would be pretty good right now if we had a song. Fortunately, we don't. And even worse than that, we can't play both of these characters this turn. And
Currently, Zan has just enough strength. If he challenged all his characters into that library, he would take it out. However, this does put Beast in a situation where he is vulnerable, which means that Homero might be able to challenge in. It would also mean that he's not dealing with either of the Maleficents that are staring at him exerted right there. So it looks like he's going to choose the Maleficents. Strong choice, I think.
Yeah, this is where we can really see the power of locations in that, you know, locations can't be your top priority, especially when you're playing other threatening characters like Maleficent biding their times. You know, they're gaining 2 lore each. You're forced to challenge both of those with Prince John and Ursula here, meaning that you can't challenge the library. It's going to gain another lore at the start of Homero's turn. You know, I've lost track of how much lore it's gained since it's been played, but it's been a lot. It's been very difficult for Zan to deal with. We are going to see a Diablo being played for Zan at his turn, and then passing after that. Homero having 3 cards in hand, I believe, after the dock from last turn. One of them, I think, is a Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, and then a Pascal. Looks like another 1-drop character.
Probably a Broom.
Magic Broom here works really well with the library. If we can move the Broom to the library when we play a character, we can banish the Broom and draw a card. And once it's banished at the library, we get to draw an extra card for that. Looks like that's what Homero's going to do. I think right now he's just trying to dig further into his deck, find some more of those gain lore cards. We do find a Bosses on a roll. And if Homero can just get close enough to 20 where we can play some of these, and we gain the extra lore from Bosses on a roll, we can gain 2 lore from Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, 2 cards that Zan can't interact with outside of potentially discarding them. But right now, Zan doesn't have any options in his hand for discard, just is holding on to a Muses.
So Homero does have an interesting option here. He can quest with this dock, or he can challenge it into the Beast Tragic Hero. Of course, challenging here means he loses out on 1 lore, and, you know, every lore counts when you're at this stage in the game, so.
I think Homero's considering here if we want to ink the Broom so that we can play Bosses on a roll, essentially stack the top 5 of our cards in our deck, or if we're going to ink this and then play out the Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom and the Broom. Looks like we're choosing to ink the Bosses on a roll, playing Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, gaining 2 lore immediately, and then playing our Magic Broom. Questing with Doc, gaining 3 lore for the turn. Should push us up to 15, I believe. And now we're getting dangerously close for Homero here on 20. We have 4 lore on board, including the location, which Zan, after multiple turns of challenging, is finally able to challenge it with one of its characters and banish it.
Zan, unfortunately, seeing a lot of those steal actions that he wants right now in the early turns of the game. So he's ended up with not as many in his deck as he would have liked, and he's unfortunately not drawing into them here. They'd be very good here to take out that Broom and Pascal. We did notice that he drew an Anna Diplomatic Queen, very powerful card. I don't think it's going to be very helpful here. And I think he had a Muses in hand, right? So
Yeah, I had a Muses in hand on a usually very flexible card, being able to give characters extra strength, or force your opponent to discard a card, or banish a chosen damaged character if you paid the extra ink requirement. But I don't think many of those are going to be too helpful right now.
looks like we are eyeing up a challenge maybe with these 2 characters to take out the dock, and then a challenge with the Beast to take out the location. If you're Zan here, you definitely just want to keep Homero off of any lore that he has. So any of the lore on board that you can take out, you probably just want to take out. And the Beast, of course, taking out the library makes the most sense as it keeps him undamaged and will make it so you will still have a extra draw coming in every turn.
Syed trying to figure out which characters he wants to use to challenge for what. You know, we do have an Ana and a Hidden Cove in hand that we could use to boost some of these characters' stats if we wanted to. But we also may be looking to play the Muses this turn, hoping that we draw a song on the next turn to prevent some of these readied characters from staying in play. It looks like we are going to challenge the dock with Ursula Deceiver and Diablo to banish it and use the Beast to challenge the library, finally banishing that after multiple turns.
The library getting us multiple draws and multiple lore. Just a very great card in this game.
And finally getting on the board, questing with Prince John, gaining 2 lore. We are going to establish that Muses. That way, if we can find a song next turn, any extra characters that Homero is able to play that has 2 strength or less, we can put back into his hand, preventing him from gaining lore. Then we're going to pass it on over to Homero. And Xana's going to draw a card when Homero draws a card because of Diablo being exerted. Diablo's ability.
We do have the Pascal and the Magic Broom in play for Homero. To start the turn, we're of course going to quest with Magic Broom. And looks like we drew a character. We did. That's great. The Magic Broom is going to be able to banish itself to draw an extra card.
Oh my gosh.
And Zen is going to be so sad to see this. It's Doc.
Yeah, we do find Doc. Stan making sure that he gets his draw off of the Magic Broom from Diablo. He's going to also get 2 cards off of Doc, but Doc is one of the better cards we could have found from Homero here. Right after drawing with that Magic Broom, letting us discard no cards in hand and draw 2 cards. We're finding a Madam M Snake as well, another great card.
And if we haven't inked yet, we can ink this Mickey, play a Snake, play a Doc again, as we've seen Homero do a few times already just this match. You have to wonder how many times Homero has played Doc this weekend. Very powerful card.
Very strong card, especially paired up with this Amethyst Ink, where you can use the Madam Mim cards to bounce him back to hand and replay him. You're low. When you have low cards in hand as well. And Homero trying to decide what we want to bounce here with the Madam Mim Snake. If we want to bounce the Doc, we could bounce the Pascal, replay it so that it's readied and can't be challenged by Diablo. Pascal does have evasive when there's other characters in play. Diablo being the only evasive character on Zan's side of the board.
Just like we've said, this is not a situation, if you're Homero, where we want to make mistakes. So we want to think through every play, make sure that we have everything that we want in play or coming into play. So we're going to play this Madam Mim Snake. We're debating here on what we want to choose to return to our hands. It looks like we're pointing at a few characters.
I think players are just making sure that Homero had enough ink for what he was playing. We are going to bounce the Pascal. We're going to play this Mickey instead of the Pascal, inking the Pascal for turn, then passing over to Zan. Zan has a lot to do to get rid of these characters because Homero only needs 3 lore on the next turn, and there's currently 5 lore in play for Homero, so we need to take care of 3 of these characters at least. We do draw an action, or a song, excuse me, through We Don't Talk About Bruno, which means we will be able to use the Muses. We could even sing it with Beast if we need to. We Don't Talk About Bruno. We'll bounce a character back to Homero's hand, force him to discard it. We'll get a draw for Prince John. We can also bounce a character back with the Muses, taking care of 2 characters, but outside of that, I don't think we have a removal action in hand. You know, we'd still need to get rid of 1 character on board. I'm not sure we have a way to do so currently with the cards Zan has. Could find it, though, off of a discard if we can draw with Prince John.
All right, so we do see the Beast Tragic Hero going ahead and singing We Don't Talk About Bruno. We're going to return Madam Mim Snake to the hands. We don't talk about Bruno, then discarding a random card from hand, but of course, that random card is just going to be the Madam Mim Snake. Now we're going to get a Prince John trigger. Whenever a card is discarded, we draw a card, followed by a Muses trigger. Whenever we sing a song, We return a character, and now we're at an open game state here where Zan can play cards yet again.
And I think the sequencing by Zan here is extremely important because we don't talk about Bruno resolves first before the muses get bounces. I believe we drew another we don't talk about Bruno for Zan here. And so now before Zan resolves the muses, we know that we could potentially be playing another we don't talk about Bruno, deciding to put dock back in hand. We can discard that dock with sudden chill. We're going to draw a card from Prince John. And then we can put one more card back into Humero's hand, force him to discard it, bouncing it with the muses as well. If we can play this, we don't talk about. If we want to play this, we don't talk about Bruno this turn. Of course, we need to get at least one of these characters off of the board so that Humero doesn't win next turn. Even if, okay, we are going to bounce the Maleficent back to hand after playing the sudden chill, it being a song, resolving the muses. I think Zan. Wondering if we want to play this, we don't talk about Bruno. We could play the Hypnotize, forcing Humero to discard that card, drawing 2 cards, one from the discard and one for Hypnotize.
Such a close game from both players here.
Yeah, because you have to think, you know that Humero's playing some of those gain lore instantly cards. Is Humero playing any Merlin Goats?
He is. He's playing 4 copies of Merlin Ghost. We have yet to see it at all over the course of this match, but he is playing it. It is there somewhere.
Merlin Goats, Boss is on a roll. I think we've seen one Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom already, but any of those cards off the top, you know, can be just enough to push Humero over.
Humero probably thinking the same thing to himself. Why haven't I seen a Merlin Goat at all this match?
We are going to play that we don't talk about Bruno, pushing Mickey back into the hand. Humero gets to randomly discard a card. It's either going to be the Mickey or the Maleficent that was put back there, I believe. We are going to see the Maleficent being discarded. We're going to draw a card from that discard.
And we see a Pete. So we definitely wanted to see some kind of sudden chill or something like that to maybe take the last card out of Humero's hand here. But I think we will definitely settle for a Pete. A Pete is a very good card for next turn when we have enough ink to play him. Potentially locking Humero out of drawing cards like Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom and Bosses on a Roll. Cards that are very important for Humero to draw.
This game has me at the edge of my seat, Sam, because if Humero finds another character, you know, we can play some characters. All he needs is a couple lore to win. Of course, we find a smash. We're going to use the smash to damage the beast so that Zan doesn't get an extra draw. We're going to replay this Mickey, but we've seen Zan do this in game 1 where he finally stabilizes, catches back up, builds a ginormous board here, and then can use this board to quest, gaining a bunch of lore in one turn. We have 8 lore on board right now, so if Zan can just find a way to delay the game 1 or 2 more turns and get quests off of these characters, he can catch up to Humero and steal the game away.
So surely we see a Pete come down on the Emerald Steel side here, locking out Humero from the option of drawing something like Doc and then drawing, you know, Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, something like that. It is unlikely, but it can happen. So you definitely want to cover all your bases in a moment like this. When you have the option, you might as well. So we are going to see that Pete come down, blowing his whistle, saying no actions for you.
Zan understands that he is racing at this point, playing that Let the Storm Rage on, damaging the Mickey, but more importantly, just pushing it back to Humero's hand with the Muses trigger, then discarding it with Hypnotize, drawing some cards. Like you mentioned, Sam, playing the Pete so that Humero can't play any of those actions. They could steal the game away, and then just playing the characters that he can to get extra lore on board. We're going to quest out completely with our characters, pushing us up much closer to Humero. Humero is going to find a Pete to play that's going to keep Zan from playing any actions on this turn. And Humero's going to see that Zan has game next turn. Can't take it. He's going to take game 3, moving on to the top 32 of DLC Seattle.
Zan Syed, definitely a star player at this DLC. So amazing to see him win, and great job to Humero for pushing so hard and almost getting there in game 3, almost at 20 lore. amazing.
I mean, that was a nail biter of a match for sure on a couple of those games, but especially that last one. We can see just how powerful of a deck Emerald Steel can be when you finally grind your opponent out of resources, when you can stabilize the game. You've built up a giant board of warded characters and characters that are gaining value like Beast Tragic Hero and Diablo, so that you can find all of those answers that you need to catch back up and finally quest out and steal the game away. Very good games from both of those players. We do have an interview with the winner from that last match, so I'm eager to hear what Zan has to say.
Well, I am here with Zan, fresh off his win in Top 64, but that was not an easy win. We went all the way to game 3. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, I honestly can't believe I pulled that off.
Yeah, now I know that before you've talked about how key that one-drop Diablo is, and you didn't see that card in any of these 3 games. How did that affect the gameplay?
I mean, they got to 17, 18, 21. So, I mean, the games become a lot closer. And the Maleficent becomes a lot more dangerous when you don't have anything to deal with it.
Yeah, but you did get the win here. If there was any card in your deck that you could say was MVP for you this round, what would it be?
The Muses.
Yeah, they did work.
Yeah, they just keep showing up, especially on camera.
They did, yes. Well, congratulations. How you feel going into your next round?
I have no idea what I'm playing against.
Okay, well, go take a look, and good luck to you the rest of today.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Of course, and back to you.
Welcome back, Illumineers. We are still in the top 64 of DLC Seattle. A very exciting match that we just showcased there between Zan and Homero. Just shows you the caliber of players we have. Best in the world playing against each other. Some elite gameplay for sure. We have a very interesting match coming up as well, and a deck that I think that the audience is going to enjoy. I know there's an Amber Steel in one of these players, but it's a little bit of a different variation, so I'm kind of excited to get into this one.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see this Amber Steel deck. We know it is playing Mufasa, the Betrayed leader, and that card, of course, is a fan favorite. Being able to flip over the top card of your deck whenever he's banished leaves the game up to anything.
Yeah, it could be anything, so I'm excited to see what we have in store. Let's go on to our next match of the top 64. All right, on the left here we have Aubrey Perry, who placed 4th in Swiss, which means he will very likely choose to go first. He gets the option to choose if he wants to go first or second. He is playing Amethyst Emerald, and then we have Alvin Hernandez here, having placed 61st, playing that Amber Steel Mufasa deck that we mentioned. You know, Amber Steel has many variations of decks, and Mufasa is I would say, in the minor leagues of Amber Steel, maybe not minor leagues, but one that you don't see as often for Amber Steel. You know, Amber Steel typically is a song deck, wants to focus on songs, but when playing Mufasa, you don't want to be playing many cards that aren't characters in your deck, so that you can guarantee play something when Mufasa gets banished and you can flip off of it. Now, one thing that is fun to talk about with Aubrey's deck is Amethyst Emerald. One thing that they're very good at doing is bouncing cards from play. You know, we have cards like Kick Cloud Kicker that can bounce characters as well. I'm going to take a look at the deck list real here and see what other bounce things we have. I know that Aubrey is playing an Emerald Chromicon, which is a way that you can bounce characters to hand again. And the reason I bring this up is because that can sort of negate the power that Mufasa can bring, because Mufasa has to be banished in order for that trigger to happen. So if you find a way to get rid of Mufasa outside of just banishing it, that can sort of be the way to go. Otherwise, Aubrey's deck looks pretty standard as an Amethyst Emerald deck.
Now, one very interesting thing about Alvin's deck here is that normally in these Mufasa strategies, you tend to use a very low number of song cards. So we do see in Alvin's deck that he's playing the 1-cost Cinderella, the Ballroom Sensation, and along with her shift, Cinderella Stout-Hearted that we've seen from the prize wall. Oh, and we see right here, actually. But along with this Cinderella Ballroom Sensation, he's also playing 6 song cards, those being 4 copies of Let the Storm Rage On and 2 copies of Strength of a Raging Fire to have those turn 1 plays against stuff like Diablo.
Yeah, and Alvin may need that here because Aubrey's Amethyst Emerald deck looks to be a very aggressive version. We see him open up with Cursed Merfolk on turn 1, followed by a Bonsai on turn 2. Both characters that can quest for 2. Cursed Merfolk, if you challenge into it, forces you to discard a card. Bonsai, no effects, but a 3/2, a very strong body for a 2-cost character. And so when you're faced with cards like Cursed Merfolk, you're usually looking to banish them outside of ways of challenging so you don't have to discard. But Alvin only playing 6 songs means I haven't gotten a decent look at his hand. I'm not sure if he has any songs in there. You may be forced to just challenge this Cursed Merfolk, take that hit, because you certainly can't let it stay on board after Aubrey on turn 3 plays another Bonsai and Cursed Merfolk. Total of 8 lore on board currently.
So it looks like he is going to take that hit, discarding the Tinkerbell Generous Fairy. And we do know that Alvin has the Shift Tinkerbell in his strategy, the Giant Fairy, that he can go straight from a Generous Fairy to Giant Fairy to kind of deal with decks like this. We don't see the Giant Fairy in his hand here, but it definitely could come up in this matchup, seeing these 1 and 2 willpower characters that Aubrey is providing on the board.
Aubrey is putting on so much aggression here, having the Bonsais and Cursed Merfolks, following that up with a Queen's Castle. We've talked about locations and the strength they can have, specifically in scenarios like this, where you're sort of forced to divide your attention across different cards in play. You need to banish these characters so that they can't quest for more lore. But with all of that willpower on the Queen's Castle, it might take a turn or 2 to finally get it banished. It has 2 lore on it, which means at the start of Aubrey's turn, it's an extra 2 lore that Aubrey gets. Not even to mention the Queen's Castle ability. If Aubrey can move any characters to the Queen's Castle and gets back to the start of his turn, he gets to draw extra cards off of that. Alvin's hand right now looking to play Rapunzel, drawing a card after healing Smee for 1. Rapunzel great for finding extra card draw, but doesn't have great strength to be challenging things. We are going to see Pete trading into one of those Bonsais. We can see the value of Bonsai having that 3 strength. Banishing the Pete in the challenge.
Definitely Bonsai, a fantastic card out of Shimmering Skies for these aggressive Emerald decks. Being able to put a 3-strength character in play against decks that want you to put these lower strength characters in play with their, as we've talked about, 3 willpower is such an important number to be hitting when you're playing these more mid-rangey decks. So Bonsai trades up very well when you play into them with his 3 strength, because when they challenge, they will be banished as well.
Aubrey playing a fantastic card in this situation as well. Elsa the 5th Spirit, when played, has rush and evasive, when played, can exert a chosen character, but Elsa having that 5 willpower can banish this Mr. Smee that had 1 damage on it, ensuring that Alvin has as little strength as possible to challenge this Queen's Castle that's going to continue to gain lore. And I mean, Aubrey came out running in this game already at 16 lore. Alvin is in a place where we really need an answer. We're going to play a Mufasa Betrayed Leader just so that we can sing a Strength of a Raging Fire, dealing 2 damage to the Bonsai. Saving ourselves 1 more turn. Aubrey's going to gain 2 lore off of the Queen's Castle. Can quest with 1 for Elsa. Elsa is evasive as well, so we don't have any characters that could challenge her on the next turn. And none in hand. We just have a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, but it might be too late at that point to utilize her effectively.
Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, definitely a card that is amazing against these aggressive decks, but when your opponent is staring at you with a Queen's Castle like this, it is definitely not the time for Tinkerbell to be in your hands.
Yeah, and just like that, Aubrey takes game 1. I feel like the game just started.
Yeah. Congratulations to Aubrey. Really got off to the races there fast. Really knew what he was doing. He played out his high lore characters first, realizing that his opponent's deck might be a little bit slower, might want to take him to the late game, and he said, I'm not going to let you get there, and I'm going to get to 20.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the power of cards like Bonsai, being able to trade with characters that you're forced to use to challenge into those aggressive Amethyst Emerald decks because they come out so quickly. And then especially, the Cursed Merfolks getting that value of forcing Alvin to discard cards from the hand because Alvin's playing a Mufasa deck, doesn't have access to a lot of those steel songs. We're playing 6 of them, but couldn't find any of them to banish the Curse of Merfolk through that way. Was able to just steamroll that game and take game one very quickly.
Yeah, the lack of the Cinderella Ballroom sensation on turn one with those steel songs, I think, really made the difference for him. But let's see what happens here in game two.
All right, going in on game two, Alvin having lost the last game means that he gets to decide who goes first, and I have to assume that he will choose to go first here. Definitely be advantageous for him too. One of the things that Alvin's deck is looking to do is establish some characters early himself, have some pretty aggressive characters like Daisy Duck and Piglet, but as you mentioned, Sam, Cinderella along with a song, sort of knowing what Aubrey's playing here certainly would be good as well.
So we do see an interesting card in Alvin's mulligan that he's going to choose not to keep here, but is a very interesting card in the metagame. Chien Po. Chien Po is a bodyguard character, which means as long as he's exerted, your other characters can't be challenged until he is defeated or until he becomes readied. And with his 4 strength and 7 willpower, he hits a lot of really important numbers in the metagame, especially against Ruby strategies. Ruby strategies often rely on their strength-based removal, like Madame Medusa, and that caps out at 3. So his 4 strength hits that perfectly. Their other way of removing characters, especially exerted characters, is Maui. Maui has 6 strength and Chien Po has 7 willpower. So on multiple fronts, Chien Po is a great counter to the Ruby Sapphire strategies. When you really want to lock in a board of high lore characters, you can just throw a Chien Po in front of them, and the Ruby character can get caught without much to do.
Yeah, just to deal with a Chien Po and that 7 willpower, Aubrey would need something like a Merlin Crab and a Madame M. Fox, which is available, but you have to have both to deal with it. One of the things I like about Chien Po is all of that strength, which means that anything that's challenging into it is likely going to be banished. We are going to open with a Cinderella Ballroom Sensation. I don't believe we have any songs in hand, though, but it does put Aubrey in a position where he has to consider, okay, do I play out a character and hope that Alvin doesn't have any songs to punish me for it, or do I not do so in fear? But it looks like we're going to play this Curse Merfolk. Alvin drawing for turn, still not finding a song. Doesn't even have a 2-drop character to play. So this might just be ink a card, quest with Cinderella, and pass.
Now, Aubrey might be thinking here, he saw Mufasa come down in game 1, and now he's seeing Cinderella come down in game 2. Now, he probably knows the deck list, and especially if he's looked at the deck list closely, he'll know that 6 songs is not incredibly likely to be seen in the top 7 cards of your deck, even the top 14. So he might be saying, okay, it's unlikely that you have it, and this Curse Merfolk is uninkable anyway, so I might as well take the chance, bring him out, and see what happens.
We are going to see Alvin challenge that Curse Merfolk with Cinderella, discarding a Piglet, following up with a Lawrence. Pretty good card here for Alvin, being a 4/4 when it's not damaged with 2 lore. Of course, when it is damaged, it will lose that strength, but having that 4 willpower and 4 strength means that a lot of things that Aubrey can play here is likely going to be banished, and Lawrence would survive that challenge. Makes for a great character to follow up with, follow Rapunzel up with. Healing that damage off of Lawrence, drawing a bunch of extra cards, bringing that strength back to him. We do see 2 Rapunzel in hand. Of course, Aubrey doesn't have any characters exerted to challenge. We saw Aubrey play a Merlin Crab. When it enters and leaves play, you can give a character challenger +3. He can choose himself, so Merlin Crab probably got challenger +3 there, but of course can't challenge on the turn that it's played.
It's a very interesting scenario for Alvin. You almost, even though you have 2 4-cost characters in hand, you almost don't want to play them, because playing them would essentially lose out on the value that Rapunzel provides from her ability. However, we do see him playing a Rapunzel here. That 1/5 with 2 lore stat line is still valuable, even when you don't get any draws of her ability.
Yeah, the 2 lore is certainly valuable here, especially when you know you're playing against a deck that can go very wide, quest very aggressively. Also could bait Aubrey into thinking that, maybe we don't have another Rapunzel, we don't have another great 4-drop to play, so we're just going to play this one out even without the value. And by exerting this Lawrence, I think we're tempting Aubrey to challenge it with the Merlin just to or no, I guess it would be banished at that point. Requesting with Lawrence, knowing that if we do challenge with anything, it will be banished with something like a Madam M Fox, just to banish it.
So looking at Aubrey's hand here, we have a few options for a 4-cost turn. We have Goat and we have Rabbit. I assume if I'm Aubrey, I'm probably going with a Rabbit here just to get even more options for the next turns, the coming turns. And we do draw into a Queen's Castle, which is a great option for turn 5. It is a 4-cost with a 4-cost location with a 1 move cost, meaning that 5 ink is perfect for playing the card and then moving a character there.
We have an interesting decision here from Alvin as well. We drew Daisy Duck for turn, which is an uninkable card, and we're holding on to a Rapunzel and a Mufasa. So none of our characters are damaged right now, just like it was last turn, so we can't get value out of this Rapunzel if we want to play it. But if we wanted to play Mufasa this turn, we would have to ink the Rapunzel, and I think Alvin's trying to hold on to this Rapunzel here to get value out of it in some way. Decides that we're going to go ahead and play the Daisy. Daisy, a new card from Shimmering Skies that came out swinging with a 1 strength and 4 willpower as a 1-drop and 2 lore. Makes it for a great aggressive card, being able to quest early on in the game, and very difficult to banish early on in the game as well. But when Daisy quests, the opponent gets to look at the top card of their deck. If it's a character, they can draw it.
Very interesting to me that Alvin quested with the Cinderella here. I think if I was Aubrey in this situation, I saw the ready Cinderella and was assuming that there might be a shift Cinderella coming from the hand at some point. So I think having the option to challenge the Cinderella now with my Rabbit would be great. Just to take it off the board, make it so that option is no longer available if it comes down, or if it comes down to it.
Yeah, because moving into a turn where we could ink, ship Cinderella for 5, that would be a very strong play for Alvin. Aubrey's going to ink the Queen's Castle. Starting with 3, we're going to play that Emerald Chromicon. We only have 1 of those in the deck. It's a card that says during your opponent's turns, when one of your characters is banished, you can return a chosen character to their player's hand.
Emerald Chromicon creates a lot of very interesting game states for players. It's a card that people often forget about when they're banishing cards on the board. Oftentimes many characters will not have an on-banish trigger that interrupts your own board. So giving all of your characters that ability it can be very awkward for your opponent, because now you can, let's say this Sir Hiss gets banished by a Storm Rage on, well, you could go, okay, well, I want to return that to your hand and make sure that that's not an option for you anymore.
I bet Alvin is happy here that Aubrey did not choose to challenge that Exerted Cinderella, because off the top of the deck, Alvin drew the Cinderella Stout-Hearted, which means this turn we can ink a card, shift the Cinderella Stout-Hearted, and that character having resist +2, 5 willpower, and 3 lore makes it extremely difficult for certain decks to banish, just because every time you deal damage to Cinderella, 2 of that damage is going to be removed. Aubrey doesn't have many ways outside of a Merlin Crab to increase damage for his characters either. Of course, there's 1 on board. There might be 1 in hand. And so it's going to be very difficult to banish the Cinderella Stout-Hearted with characters on board. You're going to have to build up the strength of one of your characters by a lot in order to do so. And we talked about how important Emerald Chromicon can be in bouncing characters, but unfortunately for Aubrey, that is only on your opponent's turn, not on your turn. So if you challenge with one of your characters and banish it, it does not get that trigger.
Something that could be very helpful for Aubrey here is once you get the challenge with your Merlin Crab here, you could return it to hand with the Madam M Fox that we see edging on the side there. And that will give that, and when Merlin Crab leaves play, he can give any character Challenger +3. So we can give our Madam M Fox Challenger +3, which will let us challenge for 7 damage on the resist to 5 willpower Cinderella, which will take it out exactly.
Looks like we're going to start with dealing 2 damage to this Rapunzel with Merlin Rabbit. Makes me wonder if we're going to bounce the Rabbit with the Fox so we can draw a card. It looks like we are. Aubrey's going to draw a card, and of course we still have enough ink to play the other crab that we have in hand, Merlin Crab. we can still give Madam Mim that Challenger +3, which will be just enough to banish the Cinderella Stouthearted. Or we could even challenge into, well, if we banish our own crab, we could still give it, but I doubt we want to do that. We are going to see the Merlin Crab being played, giving Madam Mim Challenger +3. Fox is going to banish that Cinderella Stouthearted.
And right here we have a Merlin Crab and a Sir Hiss that can challenge, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to take out 2 characters unless I'm missing something. So this might signal the end of the game. We're going to go ahead and challenge Lawrence with Merlin Crab. Merlin Crab's ability. We're going to give Sir Hiss Challenger +3.
Yeah, and I think Aubrey's realizing that we need to take out 2 characters here. We can only take out 1. Taking out that Daisy Duck, but Rapunzel and Lawrence both have 2 lore. Alvin only needs 3 more to win the game. We're going to pass to Alvin, see him quest, and Alvin is going to take game 2 of this best of 3 for the Disney Lorcana Challenge.
That was a great game between our 2 players. We did see that turn 1 Cinderella Ballroom sensation this game. No song in hand, so a little bit sad there. We were hoping to see the Cinderella plus the song to really get on that merfolk right away.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Alvin open a relatively strong board state, you know, having a Lawrence pretty early, a character that you don't really want to challenge. It was a little bit difficult for Aubrey to challenge efficiently, couldn't deal that extra damage that you needed to banish the Lawrence. And so Alvin was able to come out strong, build up a board state, keep Aubrey under control so that Aubrey didn't run away. But that does mean that Aubrey's won a game, Alvin's won a game. So we have a game 3 to get to.
That's right. We have a game 3. All right, and we'll go right to that.
All right, Aubrey gets the opportunity to choose who goes first in this round. Looks like Aubrey is going to start by inking a Cloud Kicker, playing a Clarabelle. An interesting new card from Shimmering Skies as well, one that you can play for normal, but you could also pay extra 2 ink and banish a chosen item. A shift target as well for Clarabelle Light on her hooves, which is a particularly strong card we've seen from Shimmering Skies. We see it in Aubrey's hand there at the front. Allows you to draw cards up to your opponent's cards in hand at the end of your turn if you have less cards.
And we are going to see a second Clarabelle coming down here from Aubrey's side.
Alvin opening a Daisy Duck is pretty good for him, especially his second one, because this puts Alvin in the aggressor seat, even though Alvin's going second here. 2 Daisy Ducks, being able to quest for 2, and Aubrey only having Clarabelles to challenge with means that these Daisy Ducks are very likely to survive challenges from those characters.
So Alvin not questing here with his Daisy Ducks. He doesn't want to give Aubrey any extra tools to work with during this game. He did ask Aubrey how many cards in hand last turn, and was probably thinking, I don't need you to have any more of those. So
also might have been avoiding a potential Madam Mim Fox play, knowing that Aubrey was going into turn 3. Could have quested with one of these Clarabelles, bounced it with Madam Mim Fox, and banished a Daisy Duck. Instead, we see Aubrey last turn playing a Kit Cloud Kicker. When Kit Cloud Kicker is played, you can bounce a character back, an opposing character back to their hand with 2 strength or less. Of course, Daisy only having 1 strength means that that character gets bounced. Decent way to deal with it, since it does have that 4 willpower. A little bit easier than challenging.
And Alvin, coming from the aggressor's seat, is now put in the respondent. So he has to now respond to what Aubrey has put into play, which is a total of 4 strength, which can take out this Daisy Duck if it chooses to quest. Also 3 separate characters, which is exactly where Emerald Amethyst wants to be on this turn. They want to have a lot of characters in play that they can work with, whether it's with something like Merlin Crab, Madam Mim Snake, or Fox, to return those characters to hand to maybe reuse their abilities. Or for, in Clarabelle's case, we want it to have a line to shift onto.
We've got some interesting decisions going on for Alvin here too, because we have a couple of 3-cost cards we could play. We have Doc Lawrence, and let the Storm Rage on. If we play Doc, that means we can set ourselves up to play a 5-cost character on turn 4, which looks like it's what Alvin is planning to do. We have a Mufasa in hand. We also have a Chien Po that we could play as well. Both cards could be pretty decent to use to keep control of Aubrey's side of the board, because if you challenge with Mufasa and he's banished, you very likely get to find a character on the top of your card and have that interplay exerted. Or even using Qianpo just has so many stats behind him, being a 4/7 with bodyguard. You could likely take quite a few trades with the characters on Aubrey's side of the board and keeping your character safe, and also Qianpo relatively healthy. So Alvin's going to go with that dock play, setting up for a turn 5 as we move over to Aubrey, immediately questing with this Kit Cloud Kicker.
So questing with a Kit Cloud Kicker here kind of signals to Alvin that we plan to do something with a Madam Mim. And it looks like we're going to do it with a Fox, returning that Kit Cloud Kicker to hand to play this Fox out. Basically saying to the... basically saying to Alvin, if you want to quest with that dock, I'm going to take it out. What Aubrey might not know, though, is the Qianpo might be coming next turn, and that is a pretty solid check to this Madam Mim for now.
Yeah, Qianpo would potentially keep Doc around for another turn, which means we could use Doc's ability when he quests. You get to pay 1 less for the next character you play. It'd give us an opportunity to be very efficient with our ink on the next turn, too, if we see a Qianpo in play. We also see a Beast Tragic Hero in hand that I think was drawn for turn. We could see that being played. Looks like we're going to sing with the Doc. Let the Storm Rage on, banishing that Chernobog's followers. And instead, we're going to pay 3 to play a Lawrence and a Daisy. Paying another ink for that Daisy. Lawrence being a 4/4. Another great statted character used to sort of check other characters on Aubrey's side of the board.
Now we take a look at Alvin's hand here. He has some great options for next turn. 3 different 5-cost characters that are all pretty good in their own right. Now let's take a look at what Aubrey has for us this turn. We added that Kit Cloud Kicker back. We had a few copies of Elth of the Fifth Spirit. I know, maybe we inked one. I do see one in hand right now. And we have a few characters in board that we can challenge.
Now we could make a good trade into the dock with this Madam Mim Fox, or the Daisy Duck with the Madam Mim Fox. Banishing either of those, and the Fox would not be banished in return. If we wanted to play the Elth of the Fifth Spirit, we could exert the other Daisy or Lawrence. We could also play the Kit Cloud Kicker, bouncing the dock back to hand if we wanted to, keeping Alvin from being able to use its ability, or a Daisy. We are going to see a Kit being played, bouncing a Daisy back to hand for the second time this game.
Kit just does not want those Daisies questing. It looks like we are eyeing up the dock here for the challenge on the Madam Mim Fox. Let's see. Yep, that seems right. Okay, we're going to take 2 damage from that dock. And our 3 willpower, we are going to stay on the board. A positive trade for us. So it's looking like a pass here from Aubrey, unless he wants to ink one of these 2 cards in his hand.
That's what Aubrey does. Here's pass. Aubrey doing a really great job this game of making sure that Alvin doesn't take over the board with his characters. Aubrey making efficient trades, forcing characters back to Alvin's hand, so that Aubrey can continue to build a wide board while also keeping control of the game. Alvin hasn't been able to quest very much, neither has Aubrey. As we get further into this game, where you could potentially find some shift Clarabelles later down the line.
Alvin eyeing up a few. The second Queen's Castle hit off of Daisy this game. That's hilarious. So, okay, so we're eyeing up a few 5-cost characters here in Alvin's hand. We have 2 copies of Qianpo, a copy of Beast, and a copy of Mufasa. It makes me wonder how much we value the Qianpo's bodyguard ability. Do we need to this game? I guess we'll find out what Alvin thinks here in a sec, and it looks like yes, we are going to value that a lot. We're going to play the first one here, getting rid of our Beast Tragic Hero into the Inkwell. That is going to protect our Lawrence and our Daisy Duck as long as the Qianpo is in play.
As we go back to Aubrey, we're going to sing Friends on the other side with Kit Cloud Kicker, drawing 2 cards, finding a Merlin Goat and a Queen's Castle. giving us some options to ink up to 5 potentially. We could play this Elsa because we definitely are going to need some help banishing this Shinpo. We see how powerful that stat line can be. The 7 willpower. The Metagame Fox isn't going to do it on its own. You need 3 extra strength behind that. See Queen's Castle being played by Aubrey. Moving a Clarabelle there.
I wonder if this is looking to just be a pass from Aubrey here, because I don't think chat. Okay, we are going to quest with the Clarabelle that's not at the castle. Fair enough. And we're going to go ahead and leave the Madame Mim that is damaged. We're going to go ahead and leave it ready, maybe to challenge into the Qianpo next turn.
Yeah, I think we want to draw some extra cards from the Queen's Castle on the next turn. That Clarabelle there, potentially looking for something like a Merlin Crab to help us find cards. We're going to find an Ursula Deceiver off of that Daisy Duck questing. Then it looks like Alvin is going to challenge the Queen's Castle and banish it with Lawrence and Qianpo. Makes quick work of that.
Queen's Castle, definitely not something you want sitting on the board for multiple turns in a row. And it looks like we're going to play a second Qianpo here, really showing us how Alvin knows his deck. He's playing his 2 Qianpos, and now Aubrey is definitely in a rough situation here. 1 Qianpo was a lot, even for this turn, and now there's 2. So we'll see how Aubrey responds to this.
Yeah, we see Alvin ready to put on the gas here, playing that Daisy Duck for the 3rd time this game, just getting it on board. Protected by the Shinpos, now we can quest with this Lawrence and both Daisies pretty for free, essentially. We are going to see Aubrey play out his hand, knowing that we need to get characters out on board. We're about to have to make a lot of challenges and trades just to get through these Shinpos and start attacking those high lore characters.
So it looks like we're going to show 7 willpower in our characters, compare that to Qianpo's willpower, and say, I'll take all these, and challenge them into this Qianpo. And Alvin says, sure. And we banish the Qianpo, banish all 3 of those characters. So as you can see, Qianpo trading with a lot of characters here, really doing the job that he was set out to do. We draw a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. Not amazing here because we don't have a lot of those 1 willpower characters that Tinkerbell loves to see. Well, there's one. So maybe next turn.
Yeah, after the quest from 2 Daisies, Aubrey does find a Curse Merfolk and a 1-drop Clarabelle put into hand. We have a Mufasa and a Tinkerbell that we could potentially play for Alvin here, where I think we're just going to quest out with the rest of our characters, gaining a total of 7 lore this turn, putting us in a position where we can win next turn if nothing else changed. Even if we manage to get rid of the Qianpo, we still have to answer the rest of the characters. We are going to play the Mufasa here. You can see where Mufasa can be really good in this scenario because you got to get through the Qianpo. Then you need to take out one of the 2 questers on board. But then if you take out the Mufasa or banish the Mufasa, you get to put another character on board that needs to be answered. And unfortunately for Aubrey, we draw another 1-cost Clarabelle. He's not going to have enough strength on board to get through the Qianpo, much less banish the rest of the characters. I think that means that Alvin is going to take it here. Aubrey is going to quest out for 5, push his lore total up.
Get halfway at the very least. Yeah, that Qianpo definitely doing a lot of the heavy lifting here. Smart for Alvin to keep 2 of them. So we're going to go ahead and quest. And that is the game between our 2 Illumineers. You can see smiles all around. Great game between our 2 players. Excellent.
Smiles from both players. Alvin is going to progress on to the top 32 playing a Mufasa Amber Steel deck. I know that the Mufasa fans out there are going to be excited about that. They always get happy to see Mufasa making it far into the runs. Mufasa gets a little bit of hate, a card that's not good enough to play in competitive decks. And here you go. What do you say about that? It's in the top 32. Might make it into Continentals.
Very strong showing from Alvin and his Amber Steel Mufasa deck. Very impressive strategy. Normally you see Mufasa with Amber and Ruby to hit those high-cost Ruby characters like Maleficent Monstrous Dragon. But Alvin trying something new today, and you can see the power of those steel cards really shining through. That Qianpo, or those 2 Qianpos entirely carried that game 3.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud Kicker is a tough guy, but not tougher than those Shinpos are. So congrats to Alvin for making it on to top 32. Congrats to Aubrey for making it to top 64. You know, they both get some awesome prizes there. I believe we have an interview with the winner, so we're going to take a look at that, and then we're going to be back for the top 32.
See you there.
Well, I am here with Alvin, who just won his top 64 match. How are you feeling right now?
Incredible. No words to describe it besides incredible. I feel amazing. Thanks for
Yes.
asking.
And you're on Amber Steel, which you've told me that you've been playing Amber Steel for quite a while, but not this version. This one is a little spicy.
Very spicy. For all my spicy lovers out there, this is an Amber Steel Mufasa. I have played Amber Steel since the beginning, set one, but this time I was like, I'm going to switch it up, play something fun. I didn't come with the expectation of making day 2 or maybe possibly 128. I just said, I'm going to play something I enjoy and have fun playing, and we're crushing it.
You are crushing it. And you are just 2 wins away now from earning an invite to North American Championship. What do you think it looks like ahead of you? You know what the decks you might face are. How are you feeling?
I'm ready. I've been practicing with this deck. I saw the deck list, very spicy. One of them was very spicy, so we'll see what ends up making it. But I'm excited to play the next round, and yeah, I'm having fun. So that's rule number 1.
Rule number 1.
We did it, yeah.
You did. Well, congratulations on making it through top 64, and we'll see you in top 32.
Woo, let's go.
Back to you.
Welcome back to the booth here in Seattle. Brent and Patrick joined by Etienne Bonin, a Ravensburger game developer for Disney Lorcana. Etienne, we are into our top 32. We are into day 2. What does it mean for these players to be at this round, specifically before top 16, where they can potentially lock up that invite?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of pressure. There's a lot of emotions making the top 32 and getting so far already. They've already gotten their Let It Go, and I believe they've already gotten their Cinderellas. But now, as you mentioned, they're looking for that top 16, get their invite, and get to Continentals. So let's see.
Yeah, we like to focus on the top 16 and top 8 a lot. Top 8 where you get those golden Mickeys, but making it a top 64 in a 2,000-player tournament like this is just an incredible feat in and of itself. So congratulations to all of our players that have made it this far and on to day 2. We're going to head down to our feature match. It's going to be, or actually before we get down to our feature match, we're going to look at our top 32 brackets. So let's go ahead and cut to that. All right, so here we have our Rapunzel bracket. Etienne, we have a Emerald Steel mirror to start it off, and then, you know, sort of a slew of our top decks throughout the rest of this bracket. Are there any matchups that stick out to you in particular?
I definitely want to see the Amber Steel versus Amethyst Ruby there. We just came off of seeing a unique take on Amber Steel, and I'd be curious to see if that one's the more stereotypical Steel Song build or maybe something new.
And we have Zan there on Emerald Steel against Ruby Amethyst, the player that popularized the Emerald Steel of this current metagame. So it will be interested to see how his match plays out. Let's go ahead and look at our Maleficent bracket. And here, this is 2 mirrors to start off. So Ruby Amethyst. Alberto Garcia, probably one of the most accomplished players in the game at this point, has top-8'd multiple Disney Lorcana challenges and has made day 2 at, I think, more than 3 at this point. This might be his 4th, which is pretty incredible. Anything stick out to you here in particular? I mean, we do have that Emerald, you know, the Amber Steel versus the Emerald Steel here, that Steel mirror, as we go down to the lower part of our bracket here.
Yeah, that one's definitely one I'd be focused on. Seeing whether the Diablos can survive in the slew of Let the Storm Rage Ons and Strength of a Raging Fires that Amber Steel so commonly uses.
All right, and next up we have our Elsa bracket. And yep, this is just, you know, we've got a few of our top decks again, a little bit less diverse on this side of the bracket, quite a few Ruby Sapphires. Actually, this is where they kind of all seem to have ended up. We have a lot of Ruby Sapphires in the Elsa bracket here, so that's pretty interesting, the variance in terms of where you end up in the bracket. You know, if you had brought a deck that was particularly well positioned against our most popular deck in the form of Ruby Sapphire, I think this is exactly where you'd want to be.
Yeah, especially in those mirror matches. Maybe if you're playing Ruby Sapphire and you expect it to pair against it, it will definitely reward you here.
And finally, let's take a look at our Cinderella bracket. This is where our feature match is going to come from, which is going to be this Amber Steel mirror, but calling it a mirror, probably not that accurate. Etienne, do you have a little bit of insider knowledge on how this matchup might go?
Yeah, I think Alvaro's on an incredibly interesting list that we haven't seen. So I'm very excited to see how that match goes.
Yeah, outside of that, we do have 3 Emerald decks in this bracket, which is particularly interesting, as well as 3 Amber Steels. So those are 2, you know, I guess, you know, Emerald Steel ended up as the second most played deck, but Amber Steel was a deck that previously in Las Vegas didn't convert to day 2 very well and seems to have converted, you know, somewhat okay so far into top 32 here in Seattle. But with that, let's head down to our feature match, which is going to be Alvaro G-Raw versus Alvin Hernandez.
All right.
All right, the Amber Steel mirror. So you said the Alvaro here might be on a different build. What kind of build are you suspecting?
So one of some of our developers' favorite cards types are the location cards, and I think Alvaro's deck has a little more than you might expect. We did see cards like Pride Rock be a card that Steel Song played at the beginning, I believe in Into the Inklands format. But here I think we've got a little more than just that.
Yeah. What about locations? What do the developers like about them in particular? We're starting off with the Daisy Duck here for Alvaro.
Daisy Duck, a very strong start. But one of our developers has, ever since he's joined, really loved playing location decks. And, you know, they're very popular and usually a super rogue pick. We saw one in, I believe, Vegas, the Ruby Steel Dwarf location deck, and it's just really cool to see this archetype be innovated in different color pairings.
Yeah, I remember casting over that match and having to do sort of the subtype check on some of these cards to see if they were knights or not, which was interesting. So the card inked there for Alvaro is actually going to be Fix-It Felix Jr. It's a shift 3, 4/5, 5-cost inkable. And it says your location gets +2 willpower.
Yeah, being able to keep your locations alive for a little longer, especially into Ruby threats in like Maui and the Amethyst threats of Madame M. Fox, is just a really strong way to make sure they stick around.
What's the core of Alvaro's deck? Does it center around that John Silver card like a lot of these other location decks have in the past, particularly some of the Ruby Steel decks that we've seen in previous metagames?
So I think based on what I'm looking at, it has a very strong early game start in cards like Daisy, Mr. Shmee, and that John Silver, as you mentioned. And maybe it was expecting a lot of cards like Be Prepared and the Bloodborne Sisu, cards that are very not favored into locations as they stick around and continue getting you that lore.
And interestingly enough, I know Amber Steel historically has struggled into locations, particularly that was represented in the Ruby Amethyst matchup for a while, especially they've cut down on some of the Along Came Zeuses. So they've, it's a deck that has previously had trouble into locations, not even represented nearly as much as there'll be in Alvaro's deck, but in Ruby Amethyst, just with the 4 Queen's Castle, it's always been kind of this card that can be quite good against Amber Steel. So I'm assuming, facing now this Amber Steel mirror where there's almost 30 locations in the opposing deck, it's probably potentially not a great matchup.
Yeah, I love to see these rogue decks bring these matchups that these meta decks maybe aren't used to. Being able to play against 28 locations, I believe, is a tough ask.
And do you think that Alvaro takes the role of the more aggressive deck in this matchup?
I definitely think so. I think based on the game plan, it's going to be playing a fast early game, and then in that mid game, having multiple locations out that are difficult for the opponent to answer.
Yeah, speaking of night checks, you see that location pop up in the bottom right hand of the screen here. The 7 Dwarves mine. So during your turn, the first time you move a character, you may deal 1 damage to chosen character. The chosen character was a knight. You deal 2 instead, and there are a couple knights in the list.
Yeah, one of my favorite knights in this set is Doc, a very, very strong aggro card, being able to come down for 2 ink and discard your entire hand to draw 2 cards. Now, not very strong on turn 2, being able to play it later, refill your empty hand, and just continue playing out small characters is a very strong way to use him.
So double Smee plus a Daisy deck for Alvin Hernandez here to answer Alvaro's early aggression.
Yeah, it's interesting to see both these boards, while playing vastly different deck lists, have very similar characters. The Daisy and Mr. Shmee are very strong and common in the Amber Steel deck lists.
Yeah, interesting to use the Mr. Smee to run into that location. I wonder, as Alvin, what your game plan is as the opposing Amber Steel player. Like, if you're going to prioritize actually clearing those locations, will you take sort of tempo negative plays in the form of, your Mr. Smee, which is not usually a character that you would engage with, a character that you would quest with. Instead, you're actually going to run into the location with that. Because do you think, what's the game plan here for Alvin in regards to the location specifically?
I don't know. I think it's a very tough ask. These locations are going to continue to flood the board and represent lore every turn that Alvin might have difficulty clearing, but if you leave them alone for too long, they'll just eventually reach Alvaro to that 20 lore.
Yeah, I wonder what Alvin's strategy is regarding cards like A Whole New World, potentially. Like, if that's a card that you're going to prioritize and look for in a matchup like this. This is assuming that it's in the deck, because that card is mostly standard to most Amber Steel lists, but I wonder how it feels to play that card against a more aggressive-oriented deck that also is representing Smees, Daisy Ducks, and a lot of these low-cost, low-curve characters.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a card that you wish you can get out of your hand. Being able to do it in, say, a Sapphire Steel deck is great because you don't have to have it stuck with its uninkable status. But in an Amber Steel deck, I think it's kind of a difficult ask.
Yeah, I wonder how many players were caught off guard yesterday facing Alvaro in the Swiss rounds when it was closed deck lists, when they saw the first couple cards, maybe a Mr. Smee and a Daisy Duck, and then they start seeing all these locations come down.
Yeah, we see the Dwarf's Mine there, being able to deal 1 to the Mr. Shmee, and a Fire the Cannons finishing the job, banishing the Mr. Shmee from the board, and leaving Alvin with 1 Smee less.
Yeah, this Amber Steel Locations deck has kind of been the talk of the convention as I've been walking around. I've been hearing everybody sort of whisper about it, saying that there was one that made it to top 64, top 32. And I know a lot of people are kind of have their fingers crossed for this one to make it all the way to top 8.
Yeah, I think I might be one of those people. Being able to see these interesting decks pop up and really just surprise everyone at a convention, I think is honestly what excites me the most about working on these cards.
Yeah, the location decks are really interesting because I think there was a lot of players when locations are first revealed thought about how powerful they could be into the current metagames that existed back then. Metagames where there weren't characters that could challenge locations very well, and the metagames are often warped around cards like Be Prepared, which the locations are quite good against. I found it was always hard to find the balance between, a deck that prioritized having a lot of locations and also having enough characters to still apply pressure and stop your opponent from, outpacing you on board and then just clearing them with the characters that they had established.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult balance, but it can definitely pay off into a format where people are unprepared for it, or where you're expecting a lot of those board wipes from Ruby decks.
I wonder what your worst matchup is Alvaro. Probably maybe something like Ruby Amethyst. Ruby Amethyst, especially in the context of some of the additions to the deck, or the re-additions in the form of like Merlin Crab, is usually a deck that can be quite strong against locations, especially with that Madame Fox.
Yep, I could also see a potential issue into Ruby Sapphire, having both the Maui that challenges locations very hard and the Hideaway or Cusco that people are teching is probably going to cause some of these locations some difficulty.
All right, so do you see a whiff on the Daisy Duck trigger here for Alvin? Does flip a Let the Storm Rage on, and we see a Bayou deployed off the back of it.
Bayou, a pretty interesting location, known primarily for its interaction with the Sheriff of Nottingham and Beast Relentless, as whenever a character here quests, you can draw a card and discard a card, really able to dig for certain key pieces like that dock.
So while the board state does seem to favor Alvin here and is now finding those songs to actually remove some of these characters, it is interesting because Alvaro in particular is at at 13 lore, so it's actually pretty close to reaching something like 20. I wonder if the aggression can kind of get slowed down here by Alvin. He's able to take control of the board and sort of flip the script.
You definitely always feel good when you're able to have your opponent challenge with their Daisy Duck and Smee, really taking away from that 2 lore that they have. And we see an interesting 2-cost character here, the Fix-It Felix Jr. When you play it, if you have a location in play, you get to draw a card. So really just upping that consistency, getting more cards in your hand, getting more locations in your hand.
Yeah, I was wondering about the access to card draw specifically for this list, because historically location decks have, while they've been very good at removal and actually deploying characters onto the board, historically they have struggled with things like card draw. Once they sort of, play out their hand, if they're able to be slowed down and stopped at all, they have a hard time coming back, which I think that this matchup is right on the precipice, like right on the inflection point of that, where Alvin is taking control of this game, but Alvaro has progressed his win conditions so far that it's probably going to be too little too late, I would assume.
Yeah, it's also interesting to see Alvin's hand and all the cards that don't really do too much in this board of locations. Cards like Pete and cards like Chen Po, a bodyguard and a card that stop actions doesn't really do too much when the Underworld and the Bayou are sitting there.
Yeah, I'll tell you that Lawrence card is a absolute all-star in this matchup in particular.
Yeah, being able to challenge with 4 strength, quest for 2, just really all you could ask for in a card that comes out the turn before Rapunzel.
I do see a Chernobog in that list as well. It's a card I haven't seen in a while.
Speaking of cards I haven't seen in a while, that 4-cost Tinkerbell, Generous Fairy. A Be Our Guest effect on a character is not understated how well it fits into certain Mufasa decks.
I think Alvaro is getting a lot of the credit for being on the spicy tech, but Alvin's list looks pretty atypical as well.
Yeah, it always goes to show that even though, it's a pairing to expect of Amber Steel, it's not always a build you expect. There's plenty of different ways to build each ink combination, and being able to see 2 different ones in this feature match is just really great.
Yeah, honestly, Amber Steel is one of those lists where, if you had to look at the metagame or look at a deck list and someone asked you to name the 55 of the 60 cards in an Amber Steel list, it would be very, very challenging. There's a lot of differences and a lot of spread in terms of the lists that show up representing Amber Steel.
Deciding what to do with these Lawrence and Rapunzels here. Challenging into the Underworld. And again, that the power of these locations here, almost denying Alvin 6 lore worth of questing.
Yeah, I think Alvin recognizes that Alvaro probably doesn't have access to a lot of ways to refuel his hand and get back into this game. If he's able to take the more controlling route, get rid of the locations, sort of win on card advantage, which is probably a pretty reasonable game plan. Having access to the Rapunzels, the Tinkerbell, which basically draws a card. You know, having Alvaro draw cards for you via the Daisy Duck on the other side.
We haven't mentioned it, but having that Daisy Duck being able to quest and hit so many locations might actually be a downside for Alvaro in this matchup.
Oh, I think it's definitely a downside.
Already at 16 lore, not far off from the 20 needed to win, but Alvin is representing 11 lore on the board currently.
Yeah, not far off of 20, but Amber Steel is one of those decks that doesn't really gain lore out of nowhere. So if you're able to attrition them out, it's pretty unlikely that they're going to be able to sort of close out the game quickly, especially if you have access to a lot of removal in a traditional Amber Steel Songs deck, which this doesn't seem to be honest. I haven't seen too many songs. It seems more like a character-oriented, low-to-the-ground, aggressive version of Amber Steel. We also haven't seen a single Whole New World.
Yeah,
So I would even hesitate to call Alvin's deck here Steel Song.
I think I would agree. I think it's a Mufasa Amber Steel build. And then so we see the John Silver here, unfortunately losing the location of the Bayou, so not having that resist and extra lore, but still strong in that. Oh, there we go. The Tinkerbell challenges the Fix-It Felix and banishes it.
It's my first time seeing Tinkerbell shifted onto the 4-cost on Inkable Tinkerbell.
Yep, I always love when we have these characters who share that name and are able to be shifted on that maybe people don't fully expect.
And there's a Piglet. So Alvin representing just a ton of lore on the crackback. So we have 2, 4, 7, 9, 11, 13, and 15 lore. So is representing game here.
Yep, Alvaro has to find a way to either win the game or clear some of these characters, and we go to next game.
Very interesting. So 2 unusual builds of Amber Steel meet in the top 32 bracket. The likelihood of that scene is pretty interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting when 2 more rogue versions of decks are paired into each other. Not always what you'd like to see, but I like to be able to see them up here and watch all the innovation.
Well, let's get back down to the feature match for game 2.
All right, so I don't remember who went first that first game. I think Alvin might have.
All right, so it looks like we're past the hand sculpting phase here.
Playing that Captain Hook, a very strong character on 1 for Steel to play in these more character-focused decks. Notably also a captain, so it keeps the Mr. Smee from taking any damage.
Yeah, super powerful interaction with Mr. Smee specifically.
We see a Nottingham in Alvaro's hand here, a 6-will location that gets 1 lore. But we're going to play out a Pride Rock. All right.
Yeah. This Pride Lands is actually a location that had made it into previous versions of Amber Steel, mostly Steel Songs at one point. So interesting to see it come back up and make its way back into the metagame.
It's interesting to see what I think is a more Mufasa character-heavy Amber Steel list in Alvin's hands, but also running those songs for the Cindy. I wonder if there's ever times where that Mufasa reveals a Let the Storm Rage On, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm sure that, Alvin has done the hypergeometric math and kind of found the sweet spot between how many songs and how many characters can be run to make it, reasonable enough.
We see Fix-It Felix Jr. come down, drawing a card because we have that Pride Rock in play. And it looks like debating which 1-cost character we're playing. We're going to play out the Daisy Duck Donald State, very strong early quester.
Yeah, so the Pride Lands previously made its way into the Amber Steel deck, I think mostly for the mirror. A lot of Amber Steel decks were running either Flutes or Pride Lands, and Pride Lands was seen as a way for teching more for the mirror. And I think opposing Steel decks where the Flutes were mostly there for Ruby Amethyst and Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, it's interesting to know that we see more Pride Rock this weekend than we have any Sleepy's Flute. It's almost like it won that battle between the two.
Yeah, I think that item location disruption has also kind of come at a cheaper rate nowadays. Not literally cheaper in terms of the cards, but you have these more dynamic and more powerful cards you can put into your deck that can help you deal with items. So you don't have to run sort of these cards that could previously interact with these items that were effectively duds in a lot of other matchups. You know, I'm really looking at Cusco there, which is effectively also just a body that you can play.
Yeah. Cusco really shines as a character, I believe, with 2 lore compared to the old answers that people were playing in cards like Rise of the Titans. Not always a good card when you're drawing off the top of your deck.
All right, I have to assume that Alvin is on a similar game plan to the previous match, just looking to stabilize, pull ahead in card advantage, remove as much of Alvaro's threats as possible, clear the locations, basically not quest, and then turn the corner and try to win in that sort of 1 to 3 turns range.
Yeah, we see the Daisy here questing for 2 and revealing a Rapunzel. Not a bad ad while that Lawrence is in play.
This Daisy, you know, while it's a good tempo card for Alvaro, is very likely to provide Alvin with a lot of card advantage here. Due to the nature of it not being a traditional Steel Song list and being a more character-focused Mufasa version.
Yeah, but at the same note, because it's a more character-focused version, it's a lot harder to answer these high-will 2-questers that Alvaro is playing down, as well as these locations.
Yeah. Honestly, the Lawrence feels like such a good card in this matchup.
Yeah, being able to have that 4 strength and challenge those locations without taking any damage back, just being able to retain it. Lawrence usually pretty good card, but struggles into those more aggressive matchups as once it challenges into one character, unless you have a Rapunzel, you will not be able to do much impact on the rest.
Yeah, I feel like anytime we see Alvin target locations with the Smee, it becomes very clear what the core game plan for Alvin is, which is just going to be very similar to our previous game. Try to take the more controlling route, out attrition my opponent in regards to card advantage, and then win the game in a few turns once I have, you know, achieved superiority on board and gotten rid of all those pesky locations. Because Alvaro just doesn't really have a way to refill his hand. There are some cards that draw cards depending on if you have the location out, but outside of that, you know, whatever Alvaro represents and whatever cards are in hand, that's pretty much it. There's not a lot of card draw for this deck, that is the historical issue with location-based decks. I mean, particularly what we've seen in the past, mostly in regards to Ruby Steel, but it seems like the same issue is also present for Amber Steel here in regards to the location version of the deck.
Yeah, we see that Rapunzel come down, heal the Lawrence for 1, getting him right back up to 4 strength. That synergy between the two of them, so strong.
Yeah, and despite being on the play, it feels like Alvin is, you know, despite Alvaro being on the play, it feels like Alvin's in a very, very good spot right now. Very much ahead on cards, so ahead on board, and the threats that exist on the board right now are not too scary.
Yeah, Alvaro only at 6 lore, not that big of a jump ahead.
Yeah, I think that's one of the few times that this one Cinderella has, you know, engaged in trying to take down a location.
Yeah, when you're able to challenge into a location without taking any damage back, challenging with Cinderella is not too bad. And we see the dock here come down, drawing back Alvaro 2 cards. Super strong card when your hand is empty.
Yeah, the dock is huge, and I think that's probably one of the cards that came out recently in Set 5 that has actually given this deck the reach it needed to be more competitive.
I think on top of that, Doc has also seen a lot of play in decks like Amethyst Steel, decks that run very low to the ground and are able to refill their hand on those key turns, and especially being able to be bounced back with cards like Madam M Snake or Fox.
Doc was also a crucial card in the Ruby Steel deck that we saw show up to Vegas. You know, both being this sort of very aggressive card that can help you refill your hand, but also being a knight for some of those locations that actually check for it.
I think actually I saw a copy of Doc in Zan's list yesterday, so maybe he's playing that for the mirror match as well.
Oh, that'd be super interesting. I haven't seen that list yet.
So clearing the Lawrence here, challenging with the Captain Hook to put that 3 damage on, making Lauren's strength go back to 0, and then Daisy will challenge in and take no damage herself.
That's a great example of how powerful Lawrence is in this matchup, where Alvaro has chosen to quest with all of his characters on previous turns, actually chooses to take the opportunity cost of not questing and go ahead and remove that Lawrence, with something like a Daisy Duck plus the Captain Hook, the Daisy Duck being the bigger opportunity cost to eat because it's a 2-quester.
We talked about the perfect pairing of Lawrence and Rapunzel, but Rapunzel and Mr. Shmee is also very strong. Mr. Shmee putting that damage on top of him if you do not have a captain while he's exerted.
Yeah, so Alvaro does have 2 cards in hand because of that dock. So, if he potentially draws into another dock, could be in a decent spot here. Outside of that, it does feel like Alvin is pulling very, very far ahead right now.
Yep, definitely agree. That Mr. Shmee with that 3 strength, able to really put a big dent into those locations. Whereas cards like Rapunzel, who is drawing Alvin a decent amount of cards, is not really able to hit them for that much other than that 1 strength.
Alvin's got to be feeling pretty comfortable with 4 characters on the board.
Looking at the discard real quick there.
But if the Smee is removed, Alvin not left with a lot of strength here to actually remove those locations, so that passive lore gain is going to be a real threat.
Yeah, Fire the Cannons comes down on the Mr. Shmee again, and 2 more locations coming down.
Yeah, that's probably...
The Pride lands at Bayou.
That's got to be worst case scenario here for Alvin. If we think about, what are Alvin's best outs here? Maybe Mufasa into something, potentially getting something like a Chernobog onto the field here. Or maybe even something like that Beast Tragic's Hero we see in hand, get a damage counter on it, becomes a location-removing machine.
And you really think of board states like this being really difficult for a lot of decks in the format to answer. Even cards that are teched like Hideaway or Cusco, only able to place 1 location into the inkwell.
So I believe Alvaro's best draw on the next turn is probably going to be another dock.
Yeah, maybe a dock into a John Silver and an Inkable. That would be a very strong showing.
All right, so here's going to be a Chen Po, so 4/7.
Yep, lots of strength to challenge into those locations. The Bodyguard text probably not that relevant in this matchup.
Nope, probably not. But we did see the Lawrence get prioritized by Alvaro in terms of removal.
Yeah.
So it could protect something like a Lawrence in the future.
We see both Rapunzel and the Cinderella clearing the Bayou, and you've got to feel good if you're Alvaro having 5 lore worth of character, again, challenging into that 1-cost location.
So in Alvin's hand, I see 2 4-cost Tinkerbells, a Mufasa, a Piglet, and 1 more card.
So we see Doc move to Pride Rock here, I believe giving him an extra will, and another location come down the Bayou. Giving 2 extra will.
Yeah, 2 extra will, actually. And I do not believe Doc is a prince or a king character. There's a secondary text on Pride Lands.
He is a knight, though, which is relevant with the Dwarf Mine that we haven't seen in this game here.
Chen Po was really a pretty decent pickup here for Alvin. At 4 strength, super relevant and likely going to be on the field for the rest of the game with 7 willpower. All right, so another 5, and there's our Beast Tragic Hero. I wonder, so if you're in the form of Alvin, you're like the hyper-controlling side of this matchup. Maybe you're kind of turning the corner because you played a Piglet, but would you ever play something like a Fire the Cannons if it was in your list on your own Beast just to make it this, this location removing machine attacking for 7?
I mean, honestly, that's a pretty good idea. Alvaro on very limited cards, challenging the different Pride lands. I think both of those cards are named Pride lands with different secondary titles. Moving Doc to the Bayou, being able to quest there and draw and discard a card, maybe looking for that John Silver or an extra Doc.
Yeah, it looks like Alvaro's going to be able to close it out on the back of all these locations. Alvin just does not have the strength to take them down. Oh, there. That's got to be it.
That John Silver coming down with resist +3 and 3 extra lore.
Yeah, you mentioned best draws here for Alvaro, and while they didn't come in the sequence that you talked about, it was pretty close. It's like we're going to be seeing a game 3 out of our players here.
Yeah, really interesting to see this location deck being able to just have these almost big bodies in these locations with 8, 6, maybe 7 lore will sometimes, just getting you that lore every turn.
Yeah, I know the lore disparity is 18-2 here, but I actually feel like this match was very, very close. Alvin was a few sort of removal songs or a few high-strength characters away from actually clearing out Alvaro's board and then turning the corner in 1 to 2 turns due to that Piglet and all these 2 quests that exist on the field right now.
Yep, currently representing 11 lore on Alvin's board. It really just makes you think if one more turn was had, maybe this could have gone differently. So we see the Tinkerbell coming down, maybe looking for a certain character to remove this John Silver here.
Yeah.
Not sure what would do it.
I think it's going to be 1 turn too late here for Alvin.
That is kind of the risk you run when you play these Mufasa decks with lots of characters. You're able to keep that card advantage up and have a strong board presence, but you don't have a lot of removal tools.
Yeah, I have to assume, especially in the context of the John Silver, this game is over. No way you're going to clear 3 locations. And John Silver, even with 1 location left, is going to represent game. Maybe has the song to remove it, but no. Looks like we're going to go to a game 3 here.
Yeah, really exciting to see this match coming up.
Yeah, I really like Alvin's game plan. He's sticking to it. He knows how he's going to try to win the game, and we never really see him divert from that, which shows that, he has a lot of conviction in regards to how his list of Amber Steel is supposed to play into this matchup specifically.
Yeah, it's always a testament of strong players when they're able to pair into this deck that maybe they didn't expect and really just figure out that game plan in the first 2-3 turns.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, let's head back down to our feature match for round 3. This is going to be Alvin on the play, which against any more aggressive-oriented deck is a huge advantage.
It looks like they've altered here, and we're going to see a Daisy Duck. I guess part of the issue with the location deck is you're not able to challenge into these early game characters like Daisy Duck that well.
Yeah, Daisy Duck is really interesting. I don't really think we've seen Alvin quest with this Daisy Duck outside of ending the game with it because, Alvin's game plan so far has been to attrition Alvaro out of the game, maintain control of the board. So I wonder what the cost is of refilling Alvaro's hand with all these characters, because that is very conducive to Alvaro's game plan. That being said, Alvaro has tons of whiffs in the deck in terms of locations.
Yeah, being able to pick up that Mr. Shmee off that Daisy, almost the perfect turn 2 that you want to see. Really lucky in not hitting a location there.
Yeah, and that's what you need in this game 3 on the draw. Oh, we do see a Chernobog in the hand of Alvin. That's definitely not the card you want to see early in the game here, especially considering that Alvaro's not going to remove any of your characters, most likely throughout the game. That Chernobog is probably just going to be an unplayable card. Oh, well, Lawrence does come to hand. That's one character that might actually get removed.
Yeah, very strong pickup from the Daisy Duck here. It's almost like you're dodging something when you're not getting the non-character off of the Daisy.
Alvaro's going to draw another card as we see a character on the top here with the Daisy Duck trigger.
Alvin looking to take that early lore lead into this location deck after seeing its power in game 2.
Yeah, I wonder if that's just kind of how the cards came off the top, or if Alvin believes that he can, beat Alvaro's deck with aggression here on the play. If he goes Smee or Daisy Duck into Smee into another 2-quester, into potentially another 2-quester. I don't really see a great turn 4 here for Alvin so far. Does have access to the turn 5 Mufasa. He could potentially sing Let the Storm Rage On in the next turn.
Yeah, Alvaro probably looking for a character like that 1-cost Captain Hook, something that enables him to challenge these characters like Daisy or Mr. Shmee and slow down that lore gain.
And Alvaro looks like choosing to quest here. So not going to be removing any of Alvin's characters.
Yeah, matching Alvin at the 6 lore total, but Alvin threatening 6 more on that next turn with that Lawrence.
It does feel like the Daisy Duck drawing Alvaro 2 more cards here is going to potentially be a big downside. I'm not saying that there was any other line you could have taken, but not hitting those locations is not great for Alvin here.
Yeah, it definitely makes cards like Doc a little worse, though. Having a full hand is maybe something you weren't expecting in this matchup. We see a Mr. Shmee and another Daisy.
That's a lot. That's a lot to deal with. We do see a big Cinderella picked up here for Alvin off the top. Alvin, I think, still lacking a great turn 4 here. Unfortunately, has probably drawn the one of Chernobog in the opening hand.
Yeah, not a card you want to see early. Much better in the later game. And we see the first Daisy whiff on that Nottingham. Playing out the Doc here, being able to play those larger characters in hand for a little cheaper.
I guess probably best case scenario would be something like a Rapunzel coming off the top here, because you could clear a Daisy Duck with the Lawrence on the following turn, heal it up with the Rapunzel, and then do the same. Because you really want that 1-for-1 trade with the Daisy Duck here.
Yeah, there's also maybe a world where Lawrence challenges into Mr. Shmee to get that maximum value off that potential Rapunzel draw.
Yeah, it looked like let the Storm Rage on here, move to the front of the hand. Nope, but Alvin is just going to quest. So has committed to a much different game plan than we saw in Game 1 and Game 2.
Running up to 12, threatening 8 lore on his next turn. Alvaro having to deal with at least one of these characters on Alvin's board, otherwise it is the end of the game.
I have to imagine we'll probably run one of those Daisy Ducks into the Mr. Smee. But still, is that just going to be too much of a tempo loss where you're not going to be able to come back into this game potentially?
If I was Alvaro, I think I'd really be hoping for something like a Fire the Cannons here. We saw it in the earlier games, but being able to turn off the strength on that Lawrence and then challenge safely might just be what we're looking for.
Yeah, it's interesting. You get Fire the Cannons. Maybe you get rid of the Smee as well. You quest for 8, so you go up to 14, and then you represent a board that Alvin has to deal with because you represent game on the following turn. But interesting for this 28 location deck, and we see our first location played out here in the form of the Bayou.
And our second
Pridelands.
following right behind it.
Okay, so this is so we're sitting at 6. We're threatening 2 from the locations, which is 8, plus another 10, so 18.
Definitely a big ask for Alvin to clear, but can he do it?
It's going to be just threatening 12 here for Alvaro. I did the math a bit backwards.
That means you have to clear at least 5 lore worth of usually characters, but in this case, locations as well.
Let's be real. Like, if you're Alvin, you have to clear 3 characters, right?
Yeah.
There's no way you're clearing. Like, locations are just a bad rate. I guess, yeah, they're just a bad rate compared to clearing the characters, which all quest for 2. So you see, we'll let the Storm Rage on, which is, it's a good sort of song to have here.
Questing with Doc, interesting here. Playing out the Tinkerbell that does a lot of the work for you.
Huge here. Huge.
Before we even challenge at all, we're able to clear 2 of those characters that we mentioned before.
And I believe there's a damage counter on that Daisy Duck, yeah.
Yeah, they caught it. Perfect. Another benefit to locations, though, is they're not taking any damage from that Tinkerbell. They're fully healed.
I think that Tinkerbell was the top deck. It was either that or the Piglet. Tinkerbell could have been drawn on the previous turn, but what a good card to have here right as you get to your Sync's Ink Mark and get that 2-for-1 just off the enter trigger. Yep, probably going to run that Daisy Duck into the Mr. Smee, then potentially run the Lawrence into the other Daisy Duck with the 1 damage counter on it, or does the math on how much questing needs to be done, just takes Alvaro off game, quests, and then forces Alvaro to actually interact with his board.
Yeah, and once you've cleared the Mr. Smee and Those locations are really not helping you crack back on the threatened game from Alvin.
So it's actually interesting because, yeah, if you take Alvaro off of game here by getting rid of the SME, Alvaro is not clearing any of your characters with 2 Daisy Ducks. So all you really got to do is get rid of the SME and then represent game, so represent 8 lore, and I think you've locked it up a bit.
Well, I think on top of that, I think we didn't count the Doc lore until now, so it's even more characters you'd have to get rid of.
Yeah, I think that feels like it's got to be the play. Is you get rid of the SME, you question your other characters. Yeah, and going up to 16 here, and now Alvaro's got a really tall order.
Yep, having to clear at least 3 of these characters from Alvin's board. Daisy could challenge into that Daisy and get rid of one of them.
So
but
I think Alvin's at 16, so you do have to clear 3. There's no way, right? Great play from Alvin, though. Navigating his position in the matchup expertly. Knowing that Alvaro's deck pretty much can't do that.
I think maybe there's a world where you hope Doc draws you into a good handful of Fire the Cannons.
Yeah, I mean, so we've seen 1 Fire the Cannons on this list so far. Yeah, so there are 4 in the list. So yeah, that's probably it. So you ink, you play the Doc, you have 3 left over. Even if you draw 2 Fire the Cannons, you still lose, right? Or no, you quest in.
Yeah, I think that's it. Writing on the wall.
And it would not have been the Fire the Cannons. So yeah, really interesting matchup for our Amber Steel Mirror. 2 Amber Steel lists that probably are not representative of the rest of the room or the rest of the list in the top 32. So unfortunately, one of them has to go in terms of our rogue decks that showed up. But yeah, I thought Alvin played fantastic.
Yeah, Alvin able to get into that top 16 here, guaranteeing that invite to Continentals.
Yeah, we saw him have a really dynamic game plan. Game 1 and Game 2 was on the much more controlling route and then shifted into a more aggressive route in Game 1. Anyway, let's head to a quick interview with our winner, and then we'll come back for our next match.
Well, Illumineers, I am here back with Alvin, who just won his top 32 match. That means you are top 16, sir. You've earned an invite to the championships. How are you feeling about that?
We're going to Disney. Let's go. We're going to drive there because we live in LA. So it's going to be a really short drive. And I'm so stoked. I didn't realize I made top 16 until I got here and you told me. I was like, oh my God, that's so true. I made it.
You made it. And you made it playing against a really interesting deck, that locations deck with 28 locations. Was that a deck that you expected to see? And what were your thoughts during that match?
Definitely. I really planned going into this weekend that I was going to see that deck. Not just kidding. No way. There was no way in my brain that I would have thought that would have been a thing. I thought red steel locations would be a thing, but Amber Steel locations, very spicy. So shout out to you, man, for building that amazing deck and making it all the way to top 32. Yeah. So yeah, that was amazing.
Now, on your side of the board, there's one card in particular you said that did a lot of work, and that is Tinkerbell. Can you talk a little bit about how Tinkerbell came in to help you take this win?
So Tinkerbell is a 4-drop. When you play her, she looks at the top 4 characters of your deck and you add a character. She is also a shift target for Big Tink. So I ended up shifting, dealing damage, challenging, dealing more damage to clear the board, and then we were golden to quest in the next turn for game. Also in game 3, she came in clutch, played her, removed some of the board, so that way they didn't have game for next turn, and we ended up taking it there. So she was amazing. MVP, for sure.
MVP, like you said, golden. And your next match, you're actually going to be playing for that golden Mickey. So we hope you do well in the next round. Good luck to you, Alvin, and thanks for chatting with me.
Thank you so much, and shout out to all of my community. I love you guys. Appreciate all the support. And thanks to Ravensburger Disney for organizing these amazing events. And to you for interviewing everyone and being here and being amazing.
Thank you so much. We'll send it on back to you.
All right.
Yeah, so Alvin speaking to the power of that Tinkerbell, which we saw showcased in that match. Anyway, we're going to head back down to our feature match for our next game. We're going to be coming in for Game 3. This is going to be Alberto Garcia versus Jonathan Ball. All right, here. So I believe that Jonathan is on the play, and I actually know what deck Jonathan is on. This is a Ruby Amethyst mirror, I believe, but once again, not a true mirror because Jonathan Paul is on Ruby Amethyst Burn. Are you aware of this list in terms of the Chromicons, the instant lore gain?
I saw a little bit of it before, but we see the first maybe hint of it into the Inkwell, the Goofy, that when it challenges gets you 2 lore.
So what I understand about this list that Jonathan is playing is that it's actually quite favored into the mirror. It's very, very good into Sapphire lists, and then it has a bad matchup into Emerald Steel. So there was an entire team that brought this, a group of players that brought this, and their whole entire gamble was to try to match into as many Ruby Sapphires as possible. And Ruby Amethyst is also what they consider to be a good matchup or a decent matchup, but really trying to prey onto our most played deck of the tournament, which is Ruby Sapphire. So Jonathan here, making it all the way to top 32 and in a pretty good position to go forward from there.
I think it's also very heads up to, one, to get these decks ready, knowing what the meta that you're expecting is going to be. But on top of that, similar to that Amber Steel deck that we just saw a bit ago, if you asked me what cards I would expect in a Ruby Amethyst list, I probably wouldn't list most of these cards.
Yeah, so anybody that's played the Ruby Amethyst mirrors knows how powerful the instant lore gain can be in the form of GOAT and bouncing that GOAT back and forth. Jonathan has a lot more access to other instant lore gain in the form of, I gotta even remember some of these card names. I had them pulled up earlier, but A Pirate's Life is one of them. Has the Amethyst Chromicon, which is going to draw more cards, and of course a card we've seen in some Amber Amethyst decks in the form of Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, the 2-cost unakeable gain 2 lore.
Yeah, we always talk in those Ruby Sapphire matchups that, they're able to take you late with that Lucky Dime and Tamatoa and just get all this lore out of nowhere. But with all these cards that gain 2 or maybe make your opponent lose 2 in the case of Pirate's Life, you're able to just equalize that losing matchup.
And so Alberto trades off the Flynn's, goes ahead and brawls the Chernobog's followers, stopping that draw. Interested to see how quickly Jonathan deploys this Amethyst Chromicon.
Amethyst Chromicon, definitely one of the more interesting Chromicons in the suite of them from Shimmering Skies. Able to freely draw both you and your opponent a card each turn.
Yeah, Prince Eric, one of the cards that's very, very good against those Sapphire decks, very good against Tamatoa. We see Lady Tremaine in the list of Alberto Garcia here.
Not very well placed into this Prince Eric. Maybe Jonathan was expecting this rise of Tremaine that we've been seeing over the weekend.
We're going to start off with a Merlin Rabbit. Alberto definitely very, very far ahead in terms of card advantage, and will continue to be as an Amethyst Chromicon is deployed here. But likely, Jonathan, that's part of the game plan, right? Is to utilize tempo instead of card advantage to actually win in the mirror here.
Yeah, we see the Prince Eric here questing for 2, a super interesting card from Into the Inklands. Whenever it's banished, you get to banish a chosen character.
Okay, so Chromicon is activated. That means both players are going to draw a card. The Brawl is inked, and now we're going to see a library on the follow-up. This list that Jonathan's playing actually runs 8 locations in the form of library and, of course, the Queen's Castle. Going to go ahead and trade with that Prince Eric. Not a great card against the Merlin Rabbit because it's going to go ahead and trade with that Rabbit and draw Alberto Garcia another card.
Yeah, those...
great play to sort of double spell in a sense there and play 2 characters out on a single turn. Like that's exactly what Alberto needs to do, is that he's going to be winning in card advantage almost no matter what, because the Chromicon and just the nature of Jonathan's deck, Alberto's access to way more card draw, so has to find a way to come back into this match and not get behind on tempo and have Jonathan sort of aggro him out.
Yeah, we've seen it the whole weekend, but you need to put those characters on the board. Not drawing cards too much will eventually not win you the game.
Yeah, so Be Prepared is the draw for Jonathan, probably one of the worst draws that he could have had at this specific moment.
Yep, Flynn Rider going to be gaining that large lore burst from having 2 strength.
Going into that turn 6 of Alberto. All right, so looks like Alberto going up in lore. What if we're going to see that Lady Tremaine come out? Would draw Jonathan 2 cards, I believe.
Yep, and would probably get Be Prepared in the following turn.
Big Sisu in hand. Big Sisu was a card that was popularized by Ed recently at one of these Lorcana challenges, at the Dallas Lorcana Challenge. Actually ran that card. It's kind of made its way into Ruby Amethyst lists here and there ever since.
Using the Flynn Rider to challenge that Cusco. Very interesting. I'm curious to see what Alberto does with his 6 ink unused.
Honestly, I think like one of the better things you could have here is Alberto. We know he doesn't have it. Is like actually a Maui, because it would start your Flynn Rider to start triggering, and Maui is exactly what you need to sort of dominate the board and stop these locations from running away with the game.
Very heads-up play here to have Flynn Rider clear that Cusco before the Sisu challenges, giving Jonathan 2 extra cards to bump that Sisu strength up.
Interestingly, we're going to be going into the Be Prepared turn of Jonathan with double Flynn Rider sitting on here. I can only imagine this is going to be a Be Prepared out of Jonathan.
I mean, this definitely puts your opponent on needing to have it, because if they don't play the Be Prepared or a character with more strength than that Sisu, that would represent a huge lore swing for Alberto.
So Emerson Chromacon's going to draw for us. Going to ink the Brawl. And here we go. There's the Be Prepared.
Yep. Knew it was coming there.
And I still think Alberto would like to find something like a Maui here. Madame Medusa, not the best.
Jonathan already at 9 lore, usually not too scary in the Ruby Amethyst mirror, but because he's playing this more burn version, as we've said, it's honestly a little frightening.
All right, deploys a castle of his own. You know, Jonathan's not going to have a lot of great ways to deal with this. Probably one of the more powerful things you can do in this matchup in specific is if you can get ahead on, if you can sort of equalize or get ahead on tempo, you deploy your own location. There's no way this opposing deck is actually going to be able to deal with it. It does run 2 Mauis, so there's 2 Mauis in Jonathan's list, but there's no Madame Fox or anything like that, and no crab, or actually there's 2 crabs, but no Fox to pair with that, which is really where that power of location clearing comes from.
Really interesting to see a Ruby Amethyst deck without Madame M. Fox. I never would have thought I could see the day. That Amethyst Chromacon already helping Jonathan to refill his hand. And when you're playing this sort of fast Ruby Amethyst version that, you know, doesn't play that late control game and is able to get this lore out of nowhere, it's really not too much of a downside to have your opponent draw a card.
Absolutely. Interested to see how Jonathan sequences this turn.
All right, so we're going to play the Goat and the Sisu out here, trying to get some more characters in play. Getting that 1 lore from Goat, the classic burn effect.
So the Queen's Castle on a draw, Alberto, even more cards here. So a full grip. I think really wants to find access to something like a Maui, get rid of these locations, take control of the board.
Yeah, interesting to see with all this card draw, still not seeing the pieces he's probably looking for. But can we find it? And we don't.
Unfortunately, that is the last matchup I cast of Alberto's was in a day 2, and he also was unable to find the one-of card he was looking for. Dug super, super deep. Hopefully not running that back here. Did you see Finder's Keeper, though? That tech card we talked about all weekend that has been included for the Emerald Steel matchup. Looking a bit weak here.
Yeah, we see double Queen's Castle again. Without that Maui, very tough to answer. But maybe Jonathan doesn't even want to. Maybe Jonathan is interested in just questing and getting that lore up, trying to find that final, maybe Gathering Knowledge or Goofy to finish the game.
Yeah, or that Pirate's Life, the Sing Together card, a card that was like, I've almost never seen it in a list. Actually, I've never seen it in a Lorcana list until now. Pirate's Life is Sing Together 5, I believe. Each opponent loses 2 lore and you gain 2 lore.
They Sing Together 6. Yeah.
Sing Together 6. Yeah, 6 cost inkable as well.
Maybe singable with the Medusa.
Mine, though, as we see a Goat on here, the Goat's not as threatening as it would be in a normal Ruby Amethyst list. There's no access to any bounce cards in Jonathan's list.
Maybe going for the classic Banish the Goat with Be Prepared. We see the Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom come down. Questing with the Goat. having those 2 locations in play. Lots of difficulty here.
Yeah, I feel like Alberto's in a tough spot. It looks like Jonathan's game here. We can see that recognized, gaining the 2 lore, the 4 up to 10. But even a be prepared on this board is not great because you're insulated against the goat. The library's going to draw cards, and you have the library gaining passive lore after that. We're sitting at 17, and we know that Jonathan most likely is going to be able to find some sort of instant lore gain on his turn.
Yeah, drawing off the libraries and drawing off that Amethyst Chronicon and drawing for turn. You're really hoping that you'll see one of those cards that say gain 2 lore.
And Alberto doesn't even have the be prepared as well. Yeah.
So we
And
see
the
the
hand is gonna be
Sisu into
extended.
next game.
So another mirror match, 2 mirror matches during our top 32 here, but both very atypical. You can hardly call them mirror matches.
Yeah, it's honestly super exciting to see these diverse takes on maybe familiar ink combinations, and I just love to see it. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like that list that Jonathan is on. I know a lot of players brought it, and I could see I was actually out there on the convention floor while Jonathan was playing his top 64 match, and just the excitement of the other players that were on this list, the other players that started to hear about this list, like it was palpable. So many people were crowded around. He was sitting at the top table there, actually at table 1, and people were just watching. Everybody was super excited and had a really close match in his top 64, and like the excitement and cheering after he won was it was pretty intense.
Yeah, it just goes to show how creative deck building can get you this far. But
Yeah,
anyway,
for
let's
sure.
hop over.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to go to a quick break and then come back for our top 16.
I am here with John, who just won his top 32 match. You are top 16. What are you going to do next?
Get my golden Mickey, win that one.
All right, yes, and we will hopefully see you at Disneyland for the
Absolutely.
championships. Now, you are playing Ruby Amethyst, but it's not the typical build that we see. There's some fun cards in here. Talk about what made you decide to include some of these different cards with the current meta.
Yeah, so a lot of people are trying to tech really hard for green steel right now. And they're doing like finders keepers stuff, all these other shenanigans trying to draw cards. But the problem with that is if green steel hits the Cove Diablo, you're just losing his standard red purple no matter what anyway. So we put in a couple tech slots and Peter Pans for that matchup, but we decided to really hammer the mirror and all of the blue decks. So we just completely, like, as you saw on stream, I won the mirror 2-1, and that's generally what happens in the mirror. It's 2-1 or 2-0. And then blue decks, we played a ton of blue over the days, and it was 2-0 except for my game against Moyne. He's the first blue player to ever take a game off us at all, even in testing. We were 26-0 into blue-red, so we just felt like normal red-purple can lose to red-blue, and this deck just removes all that variance. There's like no shot they're winning.
Yeah, well, it's such a fun build. I love the super goofy. You had knowledge and wisdom in there, which you don't usually see. So a lot of really fun tech cards, and it paid off. You're here. You got your invite. How are you feeling going into the top 16 round?
So I believe I'm playing a blue player, so I'm feeling pretty confident about that. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I feel pretty cocky about that matchup. So
Good. Well, we wish you all the best of luck, and hopefully we'll see you in top 8.
Yep.
All right. Back to you.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Seattle, Washington. We're in day 2, moving on to the top 16 matches. It's been very interesting to see how these players who've made it into day 2 have innovated on their decks. We've seen some very interesting different versions of popular ink colors that we might expect to see in the top 64, but not necessarily the lists that we expect to see in the top 64. So I'm excited to see the innovation that's happening here in Shimmering Skies, especially after DLC Vegas.
Yeah, the Ruby Amethyst mirror that we saw last round was so cool. We saw the instant lore gain from cards like Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, Merlin Goat, Pirate's Life, just so many cards like that, and Super Goof too. We had them all in there together. It's so hard when players are so focused on that instant lore gain to stop them from getting there once they get to that. You know, even 12 as a threshold is so hard to stop them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right with that, Sam. And speaking of the ways that players are changing up their decks and sort of the way that they approach their deck list, we have another mirror match coming up. We have an Amber Steel mirror match that I'm really excited to get into, so I don't want to waste any more time. I know the audience is excited to do that. Actually, before we do that, I almost forgot, we are going to look at the brackets for how far people have made it here at day 2 for Disney Lorcana Challenge. So we're going to start with the Cinderella bracket here. We can take a look. Alvin Hernandez and Luke Goodwin both making it to the Octo Finals. 2 steel decks, an Amber Steel and an Emerald Steel, while Sean Keaton and Jesse Garza make it as well, an Amethyst Emerald and Emerald Steel deck list match.
And looking here at the Elsa bracket, we have Logan Schneider versus Justin Shaft, a Ruby mirror match. A Amethyst Ruby versus Sapphire Ruby. Generally, you see the Amethyst Ruby kind of outpacing in that, but we'll see what happens. We have Lucas and Jacob down at the bottom here. A Ruby Sapphire mirror match. I'm excited to see how that goes. In a best of 3, it's very interesting to see how the players will play.
Moving on to the Rapunzel bracket, we have Caesar and Jose, an Emerald Steel and Ruby Amethyst match. One that is definitely known if you've been watching the Disney Lorcana for a while now, reminiscent of past metas. Then we have Alex and Michael here at Amber Steel, Ruby Amethyst match with that as well. Then we can move finally to the Maleficent bracket with Jonathan and Joshua, Ruby Amethyst and Ruby Sapphire. And then we have the match coming up, Sean and Adam, an Amber Steel mirror, which guarantees that Amber Steel is going to make it into the quarterfinals.
And while we have two song decks coming up here, they are vastly different from one another. They're playing a bunch of tech cards that the other is not. I'm very excited to see which one pulls out on top.
Yeah, so with that being said, I think we should move on into this next match. I'm excited to see what happens. All right, we've got Adam and Sean here. Adam having placed higher, and the 38th seed means he gets to choose who goes first in this match. And I can only assume that Adam will choose to take the play on this. We're going to watch them alter their hands here in the opening, drawing 7 cards. One of the things that I love about Disney Lorcana is the alter system, the way you can take 7 cards. Any of the cards you want to keep, you can keep. Any of the cards you don't like, you can put back on the bottom of your deck, draw back up to 7, and then, or sorry, put them on the bottom of your deck. Yeah, drop 7 and then shuffle your deck, getting ready for the match.
So something we might see here from Sean on the going in the on the play in the Amber Steel song mirror match is you're looking for cards with high willpower. So it's okay to start with something like the Queen or Cinderella that we do see in his deck list, but something more optimal might be Daisy Duck. With that 1/4 strength and willpower stat line, she's able to take a lot of the damage from those steel actions and songs that that Adam might be playing. We also have the Ursula in Sean's deck on turn 2. That's definitely something he's looking for here. Let's see.
Yeah, one of the stronger openings, especially going first in an Amber Steel mirror match, is to open with the Cinderella Ballroom Sensation. It's a 1-cost character, Singer 3, basically sets you up so that you can sing some of the notable steel removal songs like Strength of a Raging Fire, Let the Storm Rage On, sort of undo what your opponent's trying to do by playing their 1-cost character. I noticed that Sean is playing the Queen Shift line here. Amber Steel song specifically is known for using shift characters to sing A Whole New World early. So you could sing Whole New World as early as turn 2 with Sean's deck here. If you open the 1-cost Queen into the shift Queen for 2, which is cost 5, which means it could sing A Whole New World, sort of disrupting Adam's hand. So eager to see what these players go with here. We're going to start with Adam inking a Bare Necessities and passing, not having a 1-drop character to play.
Definitely not ideal in the Amber Steel mirror match. You definitely want to be playing on curve for this, but it's definitely not the end of the world. We do have some very strong cards coming from Adam's side on turn 2. We could follow it up with an Ursula or even a Mr. Smee if we're looking for some more lore.
Does look like Sean is looking at this Cinderella or Queen to potentially play on turn 1. Looks like we are going to play the Queen. Might signal that we have a shift line in hand available to us. The Queen, just a 1-drop 2/2, but that 5-cost Queen can be very powerful with its ability. Adam is going to follow it up with a Mr. Smee, which is important here. Mr. Smee is a 3/3, and the shift Queen only has 3 willpower, so if we do see a Queen shift and even a song sung by the Queen, Mr. Smee could challenge into that Queen, into the Queen, and banish it. Also, Mr. Smee, just a good character, 2 lore, great stats, solid 2-drop.
Sets you up for a nice Rapunzel later on, too, if you don't end up having a captain in play, which I don't think Adam is playing any captains in his build today. But having that 1 damage on the Mr. Smee when you get to your turn 4 can be very valuable. Sometimes none of your characters end up taking more than 1 damage, so even getting the 1 draw for Rapunzel is still worth it. You get the good value out of Rapunzel by getting a draw, and then you also get the 2 lore she provides when she quests next turn, or she can sing something like Along Came Zeus.
We are going to see Sean ink this Gaston Baritone Bully, an interesting 3-cost card that we've seen get a bit more popular in the Amber Steel decks. Usually they rely on cards like Ariel Spectacular Singer as their 3-cost Singer 5 card, because you can look at the top 4 cards of the deck from that, choose one, put it in your hand. But Gaston has very similar stats, except he has an extra strength compared to Ariel, but also has Singer 5, sort of makes it so that when you do sing with Gaston, you're able to take a hit. If it's challenged by something to banish it, it's going to take that 3 strength back, but also avoid some of the Ruby removal like Brawl if they're concerned about that. Just extra cards
in your deck that you can use for that Singer 5 ability to hit those expensive songs like A Whole New World and Grab Your Sword. But as we move on over to Adam, we're going to see his strength being inked so that we can play a Let the Storm Rage On, which will banish that Cinderella ballroom sensation, ensuring that Sean can't sing a 3-cost song for free on the next turn.
And it looks like Adam is going to hold off on questing with Mr. Smee. He does not want the Queen here to make the trade into the Mr. Smee. Even for the 2 lore he'd get, he thinks it's not worth it here, which I completely respect. And we have Sean thinking about what he's going to ink here. We are going to 3 inks, so we could see something like an Aerial Spectacular Singer coming down on his side.
That would be a really great card for Sean to have right here. I think in something like an Amber Steel Mirror match, the goal is to outvalue your opponent as much as you can, and Amber Steel's song specifically gains so much value from being able to sing their songs for free. So I think whoever can establish a board with singers first and keep them on the board is going to be in a good spot. We do see Pete entering the Inkwell. That could be a key card in this matchup as well. Pete basically, well, not basically, does shut off all actions for your opponent until the start of your next turn. So it could be a very key card in this matchup, making it so that you can play some threats and then assure that they stay around until the next turn. But Sean is going to play this Gaston, get it on board, setting ourselves up to sing songs as expensive as 5 ink.
Now we are thinking on Adam's side here on what we're going to put into our Inkwell this turn. So for Adam's list, it looks like his options on this turn are just Rapunzel or any of the 3 and less characters, 3 costs and less characters that we've seen so far. Because we're not playing Prince Naveen on Adam's side to sing that Whole New World the turn Naveen comes into play.
Yeah, Prince Naveen has been a notable card from Shimmering Skies, allowing you to play a song as soon as it's played. So some players like to play him, some people don't. He's an unequal card, so there's not very many slots for unequal cards in these Amber Steel lists. They get pretty tight. 1 unequal 4-cost card here, and then along came Zeus. Is going to be used by Adam to banish Gaston. We talked about how important establishing singers are just a minute ago. Adam understanding that, knowing that we don't want to let Sean get value out of having Gaston in play. I do see A Whole New World in Sean's hand. May have been looking to play that soon. The goal of Amber Steel really is to just get characters onto the board, get most of your cards out of your hand, and then refill it with a Whole New World. We're going to see the Queen being shifted to sing Let the Storm Rage On, banishing that Mr. Smee, and then playing a Smee ourselves.
We're going to go ahead on Adam's side. We're going to dig for a few cards with Aerial Spectacular Singer, a fantastic card in the Amber Steel song deck. Not only connecting your characters to your songs, but also giving you that Singer 5 in play to sing the songs on the turn after it's been played. So it looks like we're going to grab a Strength of the Raging Fire here. Now we do have an ink for the turn. Looks like we're going to ink Pete, game referee, and we're just going to pass it over. So maybe setting up for a bigger play on the next turn.
Could set up for a bigger play. This is where this is a critical turn for an Amber Steel mirror match where your opponent's looking for stuff. They're building cards up in their hand, but if you're able to disrupt that by forcing them to discard them all with A Whole New World, they're given a brand new hand. It does look like we're going to sing A Whole New World with the Queen, forcing Adam to discard all cards in hand. Same thing with Sean, and each player is going to draw 7 cards for the turn. We can start to see the power of songs in Disney Lorcana as Sean has not spent a single ink this turn. Just sings with the Queen here, now has 5 ink total to work with all of these new cards that he's drawn. We're going to start by seeing a Pete, making sure that Adam can't sing any of the songs that he drew on his turn as well.
Pete, definitely a valuable card in the mirror match here, shutting off songs, making it so that your opponent will have a harder time of, in this situation especially, coming back and using their songs to clear a bit of your characters so that way they can come back into this game. So we'll see how Adam deals with this. We're going to spend 3 to play Lawrence. Lawrence, a fantastic card in this matchup. A 4/4 for strength and willpower with 2 lore. Just lets you challenge a lot of things positively, get some good value out of it. And then we play a Gaston as well. Gaston being a Singer 5, as we mentioned, is great for next turn. Lots of 5 or less cost songs that he can sing.
Gonna move on over to Sean here as he draws a card for turn, readies his characters. We saw the value of Pete last turn, making sure that Adam can't banish any of the characters that Sean had played. And this is where we start to see the value of having singers on board. Ursula being able to sing Along Came Zeus, banish the Ariel, and then the Queen singing another Along Came Zeus. Zeus is coming, people. to banish the Gaston, making sure that Adam doesn't have any singers outside of the Lawrence here. And again, we haven't even played anything, spent any of our ink this turn, so we still have the ability to play cards out of our hand. We're going to establish a Prince Naveen, and we're going to play a whole new world, only leaving the blue in hand. We're going to force Adam to discard that entire hand of cards, and each player is going to draw 7.
Now, we do see the power of Naveen with this play. Being able to establish a singer and immediately play a song without having to sing it, especially a 5-cost song like Whole New World, is so powerful that it feels so good to play this card in your Amber Steel song strategy. Looks like we're going to exert 2 ink. We're going to play the Ursula, so that's all 6 of our ink for the turn. We still could have some songs, but we are just going to quest, it looks like.
Yeah, and Sean has established a very wide board here. There is a song, Grab Your Swords, that we sometimes see in Amber Steel matches, but Adam is not currently playing any Grab Your Swords. Be a great card to deal with this wide board, so Adam's going to need to get characters onto the board and keep them there, make sure that they stick around so that we can start working on Sean's board. Otherwise, Sean is building up a scary amount of characters here, scary amount of lore. Many 2-lore questers on his side of the board. It's not going to take very many turns for Sean to quest up to 20 at this given rate.
Yeah, both players here playing a very similar song count in their deck. We have both of the players playing Bare Necessities, Let the Storm Rage On, Strength from Raging Fire, and Along Came Zeus, and A Whole New World in their deck, but with varying ratios on each. It's interesting that the Amber Steel players have kind of all decided that these are the 5 songs they want to focus on.
Yeah, there's quite a few songs that you typically see in an Amber Steel list, and you almost always see them at a 4 count. Very strong ones. We've gone to Adam's turn. We haven't played any cards yet or inked anything yet. I can't get a great look at Adam's hand. It looks like we have a couple removal songs, maybe some characters. We are going to challenge this Pete with Lawrence, putting 3 damage on Lawrence. That makes me think of Rapunzel, gifted with healing, which is going to be played. Heal 3 damage off of the Lawrence, ensuring that all the damage comes off of Lawrence, which means now he's back up to a 4-strength character, and Adam gets to draw 3 cards because we removed 3 damage from Rapunzel's Gleam and Glow ability.
Rapunzel and Lawrence are a classic combo here for Amber Steel song. That 4 willpower is just so perfect for her Gleam and Glow ability, because you always want to challenge into something with 3 strength, and 4 willpower gives you that exact amount.
Looks like we're going to play Bare Necessities, paying for the 2 ink, looking at Sean's hand, hoping to find a non-character item to discard, but unfortunately for Adam, Sean's hand is full of characters. I say unfortunately, it may not be the worst thing to know that there's no songs to be sung to banish your characters on this next turn unless we draw one here, because I think Adam right now really needs to build some power on his side of the board. We're going to see Rapunzel being played by Sean, taking 2 damage off of Mr. Smee. Another combo that we love to see in Amber Steel. Smee taking that damage just makes it easy for Rapunzel to get value.
Sean really building up a board here. Quite a lot of characters, a good amount of singers. It's looking good for him. So it looks like we found a song off of this aerial. We're going to get Let the Storm Rage On. This is pretty good against the Cinderella that was played last turn that Sean may or may not remember if Adam is playing the Shift Cinderella. But if he does remember, he is not currently playing that card in his Amber Steel list. So let's see what he chooses to do here. We're going to quest with the Queen, Commanding Presence. We're going to use her ability to -4 strength from Lawrence and give 4 strength to our Ursula so we can challenge it. And then it looks like we sang, let the Storm Rage on, dealing 2 damage to Cinderella, banishing it, drawing a card, and the rest of our characters are just going to quest.
Sean just making sure that he continues to have control of this board, banishing 2 characters off of Adam's board, leaving the Rapunzel. Of course, Rapunzel only has 1 strength, so that's not going to trade very well into any of the characters that are exerted here. Like you said, with the amount of lore on Sean's side of the board, Adam's going to need to take care of quite a bit in order to keep him from winning. Right now, we have 9 lore exactly on Sean's side of the board, so need to find something or else Sean has game next turn.
It looks like we're playing quite a few characters here, maybe setting up for a Strength of the Raging Fire. And we are eyeing up 3 ink, and yep, we're going to use Strength on the Prince Naveen over here. That is going to deal 3 damage to him. For every character he has in play, that Naveen will take 1 damage, and that is 3 total.
Yeah, so it looks like they're just making sure that Adam had enough ink to play the Strength of a Raging Fire here. And he does, to banish that Prince Naveen. Now Sean is a little bit short on lore to get to 20 for the next turn, extending the game just a little bit. Sean's going to try to play out a couple characters, develop that Ursula and Mr. Smee to prepare to maybe challenge with Mr. Smee and sing songs with Ursula.
Adam really showing us here that it's not over till it's over. He's putting characters out every single turn, really matching what Sean has to do. It looked like Sean had quite a bit last turn, and now look, it's almost even on characters and boards, so we'll have to see how this goes.
Sean is definitely making it hard for him, though. We see Baloo being played, a bodyguard, 0-3 with 1 lore, but an ability that says when this character is banished, gain 2 lore. After that, Adam knows that the game is over. We can quest close enough to 20 that when we banish this Baloo, Baloo's going to get us there. So it looks like Sean is going to take game 1.
That Baloo being super clutch there, bringing him from with all his characters questing up to a high amount, and then that Baloo really closing the game by saying, when I'm banished, I'm just going to gain 2 lore. So you either have to deal with it or you don't, and if you do, I win. So
yeah, basically putting Adam in a position where he has to win on the next turn, and Adam wasn't even halfway to winning at that point, so just conceding and going to game 2. We see the value of establishing singers in this mirror match. You know, Sean was able to be the first one to get his singers to stick, sing the whole new world, create value out of that, and then after that, it was just sort of a making sure that Adam wasn't establishing singers of his own, building up your board, questing so you could get to 20.
Yeah. Excellent game from those 2. All right, let's see what our Illumineers have for us in game 2. All right, and last time we did see Sean going first, so this time we expect Adam to go first here. And let's see what he has for us. So he would definitely be mulliganing here, or he would be altering his hand here for a 1-cost character, definitely. We see the Daisy Duck. That's definitely something he's going to be eyeing up here.
Yeah, Adam has some pretty interesting 1-cost characters, playing a 1 of Nala. I think a Daisy or a Cinderella we would be happy to see. If we establish a Cinderella, we can get some songs off early. Nala being a 0-4, 1 lore. I think this one's new to Shimmering Skies as well. That extra willpower, similar to Daisy, can make it difficult to banish. Of course, Nala doesn't have 2 lore like Daisy does, but
sometimes being inkable is all it takes.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just want a 5th copy of Daisy. It's just that good.
Yeah, it is very good. We take a look at Sean's hand. We do have a pretty decent opening. I think I saw a Cinderella Ballroom Sensation, a Ariel Spectacular Singer, and a Whole New World. I'm not sure what the 4th card was that he kept, but altering 3 here, drawing back up to 7, and shuffling the deck before we start the game. And I think just like last match, Adam is going to really want to establish singers early as he can, hopefully find some songs to use to make sure that Sean doesn't get very many singers established, and just gain control of the board, using a Whole New World to refill your hand, finding those extra songs and getting value out of them.
Our players shuffling up here, presenting their decks after the altar. So each player can do the final cut before they look at their opening hands and see what's going on. And we see a fist bump. Great sportsmanship from our two Lumineers here. That's awesome to see. All right, so we do see Adam going first here. So we're going to ink Bare Necessities, play Daisy Duck, and pass it off.
Adam finding a 1-cost card. It's great for Amber Steel. That's certainly something we need to do early. Sean does have the Cinderella Ballroom Sensation, though, showing Adam that, hey, I might have a song that I could sing on this next turn to banish whatever you play. We're going to see Adam opening with a Mr. Smee after this Daisy, questing for 2 with Daisy. When Daisy quests, your opponent reveals the top card of their deck. If it is a character card, then you can put it on the, or they can put it in their hand. If it's not, they put it on the bottom. We do see another Cinderella Ballroom Sensation off of Sean's deck. That's going to go into his hand.
And we see Sean draw for turn here with now a grip of cards with that extra card added by the Daisy Duck here and from going second. Let's see what he inks. So we're going to ink a Mr. Smee. And it looks like might play 2 1-cost characters here. Indeed. Okay. So we play a Daisy Duck and a Cinderella and a Strength of the Raging Fire on the opposing Mr. Smee. Very nice play from Sean here, knowing that the Mr. Smee challenging the Cinderella would not be great for him, so he's going to go ahead and take that out while he can by just playing some characters.
And notably, that Strength of the Raging Fire, I believe, was drawn off of the top of the deck for Sean that turn, so had he not drawn the Cinderella from the Daisy trigger, maybe hadn't found the Strength of Raging Fire early enough. But we are going to see Adam playing a Gaston, Baritone Bully, trying to establish a singer for himself. I can't tell if he has a whole new world in hand or not behind that Rapunzel and Bare Necessities, but Gaston could sing it if he wanted to.
So right now we have a board of Daisy Duck and 2 Cinderella Ballroom Sensation. We're going to ink the third one. We probably don't need 3 on the board to start with. And we're at 3 ink here, so this is an interesting turn. And it looks like we're just going to play a Lawrence, and we're going to sing another Strength of the Raging Fire here. Excellent play. Just taking out every singer that Adam plays, every strong character that Adam plays to make sure that Sean's singers are staying on board.
Yeah, when you ensure that your opponent's deck can't get any value out of the songs that it's built around, you know, it really, really makes Amber Steel stumble a little bit. Forced to pay for the songs you want to play for free.
Definitely not where you want to be. Not ideal. So we do see Lawrence now staring down this Daisy. If the Daisy quests, the Lawrence will be able to challenge, and because while he has no damage, he gets +4 strength. He is going to be able to take out that Daisy in one shot.
We are going to see a Pete being played by Adam. I really like this play here because it's going to delay Sean from playing any actions until the start of his next turn. It's basically going to give Adam a turn or 2 to catch up, hopefully, to all the singers that Sean has established. You know, Lawrence has great stats just as a character, but he's also a 3-cost character, so can sing those important 3-cost songs that we find in Amber Steel so frequently. We're going to pass it over to Sean as he draws for turn, picking up another card from that Daisy questing.
Now we do see a lot of 1-cost characters in Sean's hand here. He's going to ink one of them, so he's going to keep one. And it looks like he's going to play Baloo. Baloo being very strong here because it's going to allow him to quest for a bit. And keep his 1-cost characters protected from that Pete Games referee. We're probably going to see Lawrence challenge. Yep, look at that. So he's going to take 1 damage here. Now that he has damage, though, he does have 0 strength. So if Adam finds a way to get this Baloo out of the way for his Pete, he is going to be able to challenge into that Lawrence for free on this next turn.
As Sean quests with Daisy, we see Rapunzel revealed by Adam, which means that card goes into Adam's hand. We pass it over to Adam, and he draws in Along Came Zeus. Good to have removal. We also have it Let the Storm Rage on. Pete could sing the Storm if we wanted to. We could develop a character afterwards through Rapunzel. Or we could even sing Let the Storm Rage on, draw a card, play Along Came Zeus if we wanted to. Sean just constantly putting Adam in this position where he needs to answer the wide board that he's building. You know, These players do have open deck lists at this point, so I'm sure that Sean is aware that Adam isn't playing a card like Grab Your Swords, knows that he's safe to play all these one-cost characters out on board, go wide, make it extra hard for Adam to deal with them all.
And this blue is a card that only Sean is playing in his deck here, as opposed to both players. But it looks like Adam has chosen something more along the lines of Chien Po for his bodyguard. So he's more valuing the large bodyguard that doesn't get banished to removal versus the small bodyguard that gets you farther along in lore when your opponent inevitably removes it because they are inherently easy to remove. So we do see the Pete challenging here after the Bare Necessities takes a card out of his hands. Stormray John to take care of the Queen, and that is a pass turn from Adam. Now we do see in Sean's hand a Rapunzel. I wonder if that will come down this turn.
Yeah, we could heal this Lawrence for 1, drawing a card with Rapunzel, and then when Lawrence doesn't have any damage on him, he'll gain that 4 strength back that he doesn't have now because he is damaged. Looks like we're going to quest with the Daisy first. See if Adam draws anything. He won't. He finds an Along Came Zeus. It's going to go to the bottom of his deck.
Very good play from Sean here, using that Daisy to get information on what his opponent is going to have access to next turn before he finalizes his play and commits cards to the board.
Looks like we are going to play this Rapunzel, drawing a card after healing the Lawrence, and then now we can use Lawrence to banish the Pete in a challenge, taking 3 damage back. So Lawrence now has 0 strength again. But we have cleared Adam's board, and we're basically free to quest with our 2 Cinderellas gaining 2 lore.
So we can see yet again Sean with the wide board versus Adam with lacking characters right now. We do see an Along Came Zeus, maybe that can take care of something. But if we do use Along Came Zeus here, that is going to take our only action for turn, as we do not have a card that costs 2 or less to pair with it.
Yeah, and we are seeing how important it is to establish those singers for that reason. When you have to pay for the songs that you're playing, cost ink, you're not able to establish characters to board. The strength of Amber Steel is that you can develop your board and sing songs at the same time, keeping board control, gaining tempo. Sean certainly knows that, has kept Adam from being able to do that both this game and last game. Looks like Adam is considering playing the Gaston versus the Lawrence here. Gaston would allow Adam to sing Along Came Zeus next turn if Gaston stuck around. But Lawrence is a big body.
Being is that Sean actually has enough lore on board to quest into 20 next turn.
You're right. I missed that. So we had to take a character out. We're forced to play Along Came Zeus, banishing the Rapunzel, getting rid of 2 lore. Sean now having 6 lore on board, can quest up to 19, and
it looks like Adam is going to concede, give the fist bump, shake hands. Wow. What a great game, honestly.
what a great game. Sean takes game 2, takes the match. Sean now goes to the top 8. Both of these players have earned their Continentals invite. I'm sure both of them are happy about that. But now this means that Sean is going to move on, get his golden Mickey that I know a lot of these players are excited to get.
So exciting.
Yeah, and Adam says, you know what? I'll meet you at Disneyland.
Yeah.
We'll have a rematch after that.
We'll meet at Disneyland with our Rapunzel playmats, and we'll have a rematch right there.
Yeah, exactly. So congrats to both of those players for their Rapunzel playmats and their Continentals invite. We'll see how far Sean makes it past this, but we do have an interview with. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm hearing we do not have an interview for the winner, which means that we get to move on to the next match, which is an interesting, I believe it is a Ruby Sapphire mirror match we have going on here. So, okay. Sorry. I'm also hearing that we're going to start in game 3 for that as well. So let's go ahead and get into that one, see what these players have done so far.
So it looks like we have Jacob Schmidt versus Lucas Hammer. And we are in game 3, like we said. We're not sure who won game 2, so going first here will be a mystery to us, and we'll find out right now. Well, it looks like Lucas is going first, as he is going to play that popsicle right away. and get that card drawn.
Very standard opening for a Sapphire player. One thing that I thought was very interesting about Jacob's Ruby Sapphire deck is he's not playing any Lucky Dimes, I don't think, which is nearly unheard of for Ruby Sapphire players. Has a very interesting build here. We do see a standard opening with Popsicle, though. These Ruby Sapphire mirror matches can be very grindy, both players leaning heavily on their late game cards like Maleficent, Monstrous Dragon, Be Prepared, Sisu.
Now we do see from Jacob's side, both of his inks this game have been Donald Duck, the Detective Donald, that when you play him, you get to take the top card of your deck and put it into your inkwell. Now, that's a very interesting card to see from these Ruby Sapphire strategies. We don't often see it. He costs 5, but he does have 2 lore, so that is very valuable, and I'm sure he is looking to play one of those later on.
One thing that's important in these Ruby Sapphire matchups is being able to ramp, or at least keeping up with your opponent in ramping. So you see Jacob here playing Fishbone Quill, a 3-cost item that allows you to exert it. Then you can take a card from your hand, put it into your inkwell face down, and exert it. Trying to keep up with Lucas here after playing that Tipo, which lets him ramp as well. Lucas finding a very optimal opening here in Ruby Sapphire, finding the Hiram Flaversham after ramping with Tipo that allows him to banish a item to draw 2 cards. So we see that Popsicle banish and drawing 2 cards for Lucas.
Now, Jacob responding to this with a lot of ramp of his own. He has a Fishbone Quill in play. He's going to have an ink for turn here. And we do see in his hand 2 copies of the Sisu Emboldened Sibling, or Emboldened Warrior, which we are actually going to put one into the inkwell here, but we still have one for later. And it looks like we're going to play Brawl on the Hiram Flaversham, taking it out of play so it doesn't get its draw next turn. And we're going to Visions of the Future here, looking at the top 5 cards of our deck, and we're going to take any single one of them and add it to our hand. This will be good for next turn because we'll have a lot of options going into Lucas's turn, or to respond to Lucas's turn, of what to do.
Yeah, answering the Hiram Flavershams might be the most important part of this Ruby Sapphire mirror match, to be honest with you. Hiram being the primary draw engine of both decks, a very strong one at that. Being able to draw 2 cards essentially every turn. You know, you draw a card off of the Popsicle, you can draw 2 cards off of Hiram. That's 3 cards just in one turn. Once we get to the later portions of the game, when Tamatoas start being played, you can bring those Popsicles back from the discard to replay them, and you create this draw engine. So having the Brawl there, being able to stop this early Hiram, definitely good for Jacob here, but Lucas is going to have a Grammatala to play, looking at the top 2 cards of his deck, choosing one to put in the hand and then the other at the bottom. Tamatoa, just we're talking about, and a Maleficent Dragon, takes the Tamatoa and then passes the turn to Jacob.
Lucas definitely playing very confidently here, really knowing exactly what he's going to play even before he starts his turn, so he can just start by playing his cards and getting right into it. So we're going to see Jacob start off his turn by playing a Chicha. Chicha is a card that when you put the second card into your inkwell each turn, you're going to get to draw an extra card. So very good with cards like Fishbone Quill, which we see on the board, and cards like Greystone Dragon, which we actually see in Jacob's hand here. And it looks like we might be eyeing up to get one of those into play right now.
I love Greystone Dragon, especially in this mirror match, because you can take your characters out of your discard, put them into your inkwell, face down and exerted, and we know what Ruby's like. Ruby's all about banishing cards, especially in this mirror match. There's a lot of, I play my card to banish yours, pass. I play a card to banish yours, pass. You can utilize Greystone Dragon to get value out of those characters that are already in your discard, helping you ramp past your opponent. So we'll see what Jacob can make out of this. We do see Lucas very quickly playing him out of Medusa, banishing that Chicha so that Jacob doesn't get extra draws off of the extra ink.
Now, Lucas has noticed at this point that Jacob is very keen to get a lot of ramp here. Looks like we're going to banish a Popsicle here for no healing, but just for its own ability. It can heal up to 2 damage, so it's healing 0 here.
When you see an opponent banish a Popsicle without actually healing anything, that tells me only one thing, and that's that Tamatoa is probably coming. When Tamatoa is played, you can pull any item from your discard back to your hand, So we see Jacob pulling that Popsicle back to hand, and Tamatoa, it's one of the win conditions for Ruby Sapphire, gaining an extra lore for every item that's in play. And when it quests, it can bring an item back from the discard as well. So we see both Jacob and Lucas playing their Tamatoas. Right now, Jacob's Tamatoa has slightly more lore than Lucas's with 3 items on board, and a Popsicle in hand.
Lucas taking these early turns when Jacob was busy ramping a lot of cards to quest a lot with his smaller characters like Tipo and Grandma Tala, and even this Meta Medusa that he played on turn 6 was a great addition here to just getting up to 7 lore before Jacob even quests once. Now, this is going to make a big difference in the race, obviously, when it gets down to it. When it gets down to Tamatoas racing one another, as we see so often in these Ruby Sapphire matchups.
And we can see the power of this Tamatoa engine, being able to pull back the Popsicles and draw them. Jacob at the start of his turn, playing the Popsicle, drawing a Popsicle, playing another Popsicle, drawing that. I think had to banish one of the Popsicles and get it back with Tamatoa. But being able to draw so many times where we find the Scar Vicious Cheater. I love this legendary card from Rise of the Floodborn. It has Rush and an awesome ability, Daddy Isn't Here to Save You, that says during your turn, whenever this character banishes another character in a challenge, you can ready this character. You can't quest for the rest of the turn, so makes for a great situation like this for Jacob, where you can play Scar and then challenge and banish multiple characters that your opponent has exerted, essentially wiping their board here. We're utilizing the Popsicles to heal Scar so that he can continue to challenge characters before being banished. And now, previously, Lucas had a board full of characters and only has a Tamatoa.
Scar, an excellent option next to Be Prepared in terms of wiping out characters. One great thing about Scar is it allows you to keep the characters on your side of the board in when he ends up challenging the opposing characters.
We do see my favorite draw engine in this game in Tamatoa, Hiram, and Popsicle. You can bring back Popsicles from the discard with Tamatoa, play them, then pop them with Hiram Flaversham to draw 2 cards. We're going to follow that up with a Vision of the Future, looking at the top 5 cards of your deck, picking one and putting it into your hand. Lucas having a handful of removal cards. I think there were 2 Be Prepareds in there, a Scar, Sisu, and a Maui. Or sorry, there's no Scar in there. It's a Maui. We are going to brawl the Hiram, banishing that. Don't want to let Lucas get value off of those Popsicles.
Now, it looks like Jacob might be considering questing here with his Tamatoa. He might also consider challenging both his characters in, though I doubt he's going to do that because he might expect a Be Prepared coming from Lucas's side. He might also not think that Lucas would be prepared because Lucas is ahead right now on the lore, winning this Tamatoa race as it goes for right now. So maybe Lucas is content with both players just questing with Tamatoa every turn. And it does look like we're going to challenge both our characters in that Tamatoa, somewhat forcing the Be Prepared out of Lucas's hand. We do see one in his hand, actually 2.
We see the value of Great Stone Dragon there as well, being able to use the Scar that was just banished to put into our Inkwell. As we go back to Lucas, we're going to see him play Maui. It enters play with Rush and Reckless, so it can challenge that Tamatoa, banishing it with the damage that was put on it from Lucas's Tamatoa. But for every character that enters Jacob's discard is one more character that can go into the Inkwell with Great Stone Dragon.
We're going to play to our second Tamatoa here, our second big crab. And we are going to grab that Popsicle. Going to play the Popsicle, draw a card. We finally found our first Hiram for Jacob. This is great news. The next turn, we're going to be able to draw 2 cards. We're going to be able to get started on getting more cards into our hands. We're going to see Be Prepared coming down from Lucas. He is now forced to do it just in case Jacob has a lucky dime next turn. He doesn't want a bunch of lore coming out of nowhere and kind of sealing the game almost.
We are going to see that Hiram Flaversham being played, banishing a Popsicle, drawing 2 cards. We find another Tamatoa. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. maybe 7 ink in the inkwell. We can definitely get to 8 to play this Tamatoa if we want to.
We do see Jacob holding 2 copies of Hideaway in his hand right now. He's he's hiding them away, wouldn't you say? And a reason to hide them here might be because he is expecting to snipe a lucky dime if Lucas tries to go for the play where you play dime and then afterwards play Tamatoa to get the lore with most decks not being able to respond to it. But Jacob is ready for that and is holding those hideaways for then.
It's really changed the mirror match, Hideaway being a new card coming into Disney Lorcana with Shimmering Skies, because in these Ruby Sapphire mirror matches, the first person to get a dime down basically never had to worry about it being banished. But with the likes of Hideaway and Cusco, now you can't just play your dime out, because you can get your dime back from the discard if it gets discarded with Tamatoa, but when it's in the inkwell, there's no getting it back.
It was almost the perfect answer that they needed. So we see Scar coming down here as a 2 lore threat for next turn to disencourage Lucas from questing with that Sisu, or even put on some pressure, because when this Scar goes to the discard pile, we are going to get another ink off of our Greatstone Dragon. As you can see, Greatstone Dragon's so good in these mirror matches, just going so long, so many turns. The Greatstone Dragon every turn getting you an ink off of your already used character.
We see Lucas doing something that Ruby Sapphire is great at doing, which is filtering through their deck, playing 2 Gramatalos each one, allowing him to look at the top 2, pick 1, put it into his hand. Just filtering for those cards that he knows he's going to need.
Yeah, Sapphire decks are excellent at card selection rather than card quantity. They love to choose from the top card of their deck rather than draw a bunch of cards at once. All right, so we draw for turn. We see a Sisu off the top here for Jacob. Now, currently we don't have anything to banish with this Sisu, but
we are going to go ahead and play a Tamatoa. We can pull back a Popsicle from our discard, potentially play it and draw another card.
now a card that neither player has seen yet, and I'm a bit surprised, is nobody's seen Lucky Dime. I know we're holding 2 copies. We're holding 2 copies of Hideaway here just for the Lucky Dime, but
that's why I'm extremely interested in Jacob's deck list, because Jacob isn't, I don't think Jacob's playing any Lucky Dimes, at least not at what we're looking at, which is kind of unheard of in Ruby Sapphire. I'm not sure if Lucas is playing any. Unfortunately, we weren't able to grab his deck list, but that is certainly a card that I think Lucas is looking for here, especially since Lucas is already at 13 lore. Lucky Dime is a great way to finish out a game by being able to use it and gaining lore that a character has immediately. We're going to use Scar to banish this Sisu. Don't want Lucas questing for 3 on the next turn since he's already so close to 20. And we're going to pass it back to Lucas on that. Both players organizing and counting up their ink. Great job by both of these players, by the way, keeping their ink organized for the most part. It can be a little bit difficult when you start getting to these high numbers of ink in your inkwell.
I always find it interesting how Sapphire players choose to organize their inkwell. I'm more of a 3-3-3 kind of guy, but I see Jacob has his ink on the left, where he has it organized by 5s. We have Lucas with just a giant row where he sections it out each time he plays a card, which is very interesting. Makes it very easy to organize it when it's just 1 row. That's for sure.
Do see Lucas playing a Tamatoa for turn, grabbing a Popsicle out of the discard to play it and draw another card. Looking for more pieces in his deck, potentially a Lucky Dime to close out this game. Tamatoa right now having 5 lore with the 4 items in play. If this Tamatoa survives until the next turn, then that is game for Lucas. This Tamatoa is going to quest for 7 with the 6 items on Jacob's side of the board, pushing him all the way up to 11. We're going to pull back a Popsicle from Tamatoa's ability as well to draw another card.
And that card drawn is going to be a Maleficent Dragon. Very nice here. Going to take care of the Tamatoa, taking away the option for Lucas to win with a Lucky Dime next turn. Still not an ideal spot for Jacob to be in. With Lucas at 15 lore, you are always 1 dime away, it feels like, from winning the game. So definitely definitely not out of here yet, but we'll see. And we do see a vision here. Looking at 5, maybe grabbing this Tamatoa we see at the corner.
Yeah, I could grab the Tamatoa, maybe expecting yours not to last very long, knowing that that Lucas has a ruby removal available to him.
So it looks like he ended up grabbing a Chicha instead of the Tamatoa. Maybe he has another Tamatoa waiting in his hand. Oh, okay, and we're going to go ahead and play that Tamatoa. And we're going to use this Great Stone Dragon to bring that Scar back to the Inkwell. Very nice. That'll be good for next turn.
If we can ink again, we can get a draw off of this Chicha.
And I think we saw a Queen of Hearts from Jacob's side into his hand. Queen of Hearts being a 2-cost rush character with 2 strength. Allows you to have a chance against the decks that go first and open something like a Daisy Duck.
Makes for great ink in a matchup like this.
Yes, it does.
Not very useful. Lucas is going to play a Be Prepared, wiping both characters' boards, ensuring that Jacob's Tamatoa doesn't get too far out of hand. You know, we're looking at 7 items in play right now for Jacob. That would be Tamatoa questing for 8.
So we are going to go ahead and play Chicha here. 2 ink for a Chicha. We're going to get a second one on the board. We definitely have some characters in the discard from last turn for these Great Stone Dragons. Going to instantly trigger our Chicha here to get that extra draw.
See the value of Great Stone Dragon. Just every single character that goes into the discard is immediately transferred to the Inkwell. I've lost track of how much ink Jacob has at this point. Could be close to 20.
Just imagine if you're Lucas looking at your discard pile full of characters thinking, if only I had a Great Stone Dragon.
These could all be ink. We are going to find a Hiram, a great card for Jacob, being able to banish a item of your own, draw 2 cards. We're going to banish a Popsicle. Looking for more threats to play if I had to imagine. Trying to find a way to come back from this lore deficit. Bring back this game, especially when you're a deck that doesn't play Lucky Dime. You're reliant on your characters surviving and being able to quest with them. No immediate way to gain lore. Lucas is going to follow with a Sisu, banishing the Chicha and the Hiram almost immediately.
Only 1 ice block away here from Lucas's side for banishing that Sisu along with him. All right, so we're going to draw here. This is going to be an important 3 lore for Jacob. He needs to get back up there to match Lucas's 15.
Not only match, but find an answer for the Sisu. Every character that Lucas plays with much lore is a threat. Lucas being at 15 lore only needs 5 more. We're going to see another Maleficent Monstrous Dragon banishing Sisu. Dragon versus Dragon here. Maleficent winning this battle.
And it looks like we are going to make use of the Queen of Hearts here.
Queen of Hearts has a lore. That adds up over time. We are going to see a Cusco being played. Can choose to put an item into the Inkwell if we want to, or location, but there's no locations in play. I don't think Jacob is putting any items for Lucas into the Inkwell. We're going to quest with our Sisu. Going up to 7, getting a little bit closer. 20, using both of our Great Stone Dragons, throwing our characters from our discard into our Inkwell. I think I counted 21 ink for Jacob there as he was counting it out. Lucas is going to play Grammatala, looking at the top 2 cards in the deck, putting one into his hand, the other on the bottom.
Grammatala, definitely a fantastic card to see here. Just giving you so many options as to what you can take.
Yeah, just lets you filter, dig deeper and deeper into your deck, finding those 1 or 2 cards that you need. You're only playing 1 or 2 of.
I just got a peek into Lucas's hand here. We do have a Tamatoa and a Lucky Dime just sitting and waiting. So I think what Lucas is planning on doing here is he has fully committed to Jacob is going to have the answer to whatever I play, but if I keep it all in hand and I play it all at the same time, what is he going to do about that?
Not even to mention, Jacob's only playing 2 hideaways and 1 Cusco. I think we've already seen at least 1 hideaway this game. Cusco going down, and there we see the Tamatoa and the dime coming through. Love the sportsmanship here from both players, giving a good handshake and some smiles. Lucas is going to take game 3, going on to the top 8 of this Disney Lorcana Challenge, earning himself a golden Mickey in the process.
And you love to see it with these mirror matches, how it's technically a mirror match. We're playing a 2-item Ruby Sapphire strategies against each other. We're pitting them against each other, which one comes out on top. But you find out when you're playing that these different tech cards that people are playing, these different deck lists, the lack of lucky dime. It's something you wouldn't expect, but it's gotten him this far, and it's doing so well.
It's something you wouldn't expect. We talked about the innovation of decks earlier in the stream, and it's something that I love because, you know, in day 1, if you're sitting across the table from Jacob and you see Ruby Sapphire, you just have to assume that there's a lucky dime in the deck coming. You know, you're gonna be playing around that card, but it's not even in his deck. It obviously worked out for him coming into day 2, making it all the way to the top 16, earning an invite to Continentals. So congrats to both players for that. Congrats to Lucas for making it to top 8, earning the golden Mickey. We're gonna go to a break real quick, and then we're gonna be right back. So don't go anywhere.
See you soon.
Welcome back to the booth here in Seattle. I'm Brendan Patrick, joined by Etienne Bonin. Etienne, we're into our top 8. Almost 2,000 players showed up to the tournament here in Seattle. And it all comes down to this. The Golden Mickey is secured, but the one true prize is left, and that's the champion of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Seattle. What does it mean for the players that have made it to the top 8?
I mean, it's so amazing to get that Golden Mickey. For some players, it's their first. For some, it's more than one. But just having that card, and I got to see it, it looks so great. And I'd really love for all of them to be excited about it.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at our bracket for our top 8 here. And there we go. This is coming from our top 32, I believe. Here you see our first round, our octafinals, now our quarterfinals, and it's going to be Logan Schneider versus Jacob Schmidt for our first match. Ruby Amethyst versus Ruby Sapphire. Traditionally, a Ruby Amethyst favored matchup now with the additions of the Flynn and the Sisus. But let's hear from the players. We have 2 interviews from them prior to our match. Let's go over to them.
Illumineers, I am here with Logan, who just earned himself a Golden Mickey. How are you feeling right now?
I feel great, but the job's not done yet.
Yes. You have a few matches ahead of you. What do you expect to see the rest of the day?
Hopefully red-blue.
Yeah. You feel good about that matchup?
I feel 100% about that matchup. I on a win rate of 100 games, I've won 100 games on that matchup. So we'll find out. We'll see. I don't know what I'm playing next round, but, like I said, if that's it. If it's another color, it's great. But, I always say, you reap what you sow. You put the time in.
Yes, and you have put your time in with this deck. You were telling me earlier that you kind of picked Ruby Amethyst at the beginning of this deck set, and you've stuck with it. Talk about that process and your reasoning behind doing that.
I think I come from other card games, and I think this card game, you have to respect the process. So, being my 3rd DLC and learning the process of the 2.0 format and then going about that, I think that you need to accumulate enough games, like the 10,000 hour rule of playing cards, that if you keep changing, you're never going to be able to implement what you need to in certain situations. You're never going to get that gameplay. And that's why I think it's very positive EV to you to stick to one deck and really work on it and grind out when it's always not good, so that when times like this happen, it's great.
Yes. And you said that you've been to 3 other. This was your 3rd appearance at a DLC, but this is your first time on day 2.
Yes.
And how do you feel like Ruby Amethyst sits in the meta right now? Do you think it has what it takes to get to the top?
I do. I 100% do. I think it's how you pilot it and playing. I think it is a deck of chess. If you're good at chess, then Ruby Amethyst is your choice for sure.
I enjoy playing that one. It's a fun one. Well, congratulations. We'll see you in January at Disneyland, of course.
I appreciate that.
Yes, and congrats on your Golden Mickey.
Thank you.
And good luck on your rest of your game.
I appreciate it. May I say?
Oh yeah, if you have anyone you want to say
just
to.
want to shout out to my girlfriend Lakshmi, always supporting me and being here with me. I want to shout out to my teammates, Herman Herrera, Andy, Tony, and Hal. And I'm just thankful for this community. It's a great community.
It really is. And you wouldn't be here without the support of the people around you,
Absolutely.
right? So yeah, that's what everyone's been saying. Community is everything.
It is.
Congrats.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Back to you. Hi, Lumineers. I am here with Jacob, who just won himself a Golden Mickey. How are you feeling about that?
I don't know how I got here. It was a crazy journey.
It's been a journey. Now, you were telling me that you attended the Vegas challenge and you brought the same deck, similar, Sapphire and Ruby, but you've made some changes. Can you talk about the changes that you made to your deck between Vegas and now?
Yeah, so at Vegas, my matchup's really extreme. So I 2-0'd a lot of people, but I got 0-2'd twice, and I timed out once. And we wanted to be very proactive in the mirror. So we had 3 Cuscos, we went down to 1, but we added Hideaway. Yeah. So that allows me to play Hideaway and a body if I need to. We also added 2 of the Stumping Crossbows, which is insane in the mirror. In one of my ladders, I had it in play. I blew up their dragon, Maleficent Dragon, Tamatoa'd, brought it back into play and blew up their Sisu. So a lot of value. It also allows me to baby Sisu Tamatoas.
Sounds like the crossbow is a little bit of an MVP in this deck.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. It really has.
Now, you were also telling me that this was not the first time you faced this opponent this weekend. Can you talk a little bit about this, a little bit of a mini rematch here in the mirror?
Yeah, so I started out really good, and I ran into my last opponent, who's super cool. Shout outs. Very cool dude. And he 0-2'd me. So then I was like, oh my gosh. And then we ended up playing again, and we went I went 2-1. I just drew really bad the first game, and he's just a very strong player. So. Yeah.
As are you. You're here. So congratulations again on not just the Golden Mickey, but also the invite to the championships in January. We hope to see you in Disneyland, yes?
Yes, I'm very excited. Thank you.
Well, congratulations and good luck the rest of the day.
Do you mind if I shout out?
Go ahead, yeah.
So I want to shout out my best friend for helping me playtest this deck. We've been friends and playing card games forever. My team and my wife and boys, because I've always supported me, and my wife's going to school. And I'm working to go to school, so our life is chaotic. And the fact that she not allows me, but encourages me to go out and have fun and do these things, like she's my best friend. So
that's awesome. Yeah. Yay. I mean, you wouldn't be here without the support of the people around you.
Exactly.
For sure.
Yeah, thanks to the community too.
Yeah, of course. All right, back to you.
All right, Logan Schneider versus Jacob Schmidt. Ruby Amethyst versus Ruby Sapphire. This is the top 8 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Seattle. Let's head down to our feature match. All right, here we go. We saw in Logan's interview the confidence against Ruby Sapphire, maybe even one of the reasons to bring a deck like Ruby Amethyst to the tournament. How do you feel like this matchup plays out, Etienne?
I mean, we've seen a lot over this weekend. Ruby Amethyst, if it knows its game plan going into this matchup, sees that Flynn, sees that one cost, maybe even sees a second Flynn, is just able to take such an early lead. And I think Logan is probably looking for that with this altar here.
Logan also altered a singular card, so keen to see what sort of hand he has going here.
You always feel a little extra nervous when your opponent alters just one or maybe no cards in hand. You're like, man, they probably have everything they need, and you just have to kind of play around that best you can.
Yeah, I just have to hope that they're sort of making a mistake on that end when they do keep the 7 or keep something like a 6. 6 is more reasonable. 7 is a massive outlier. There's almost no scenarios where you should keep 7 in Lorcana. All right, so have to assume that Logan has access to the Flynn Sisu line here. Ideally, a castle to back it up as well. See something like the library there. I do see the Flynn in hand. I do believe I see the Sisu as well. So that is the opener. Ruby Amethyst wants against Ruby Sapphire. It's going to be Jacob Schmidt on the play. We see a Queen here, a card that recently hasn't seen a lot of play. Very interesting. Okay, we're going to have to get used to that. So it looks like the ink is on the bottom of the screen here.
Yeah, the Queen of Hearts, a very strong rush character into those aggro matchups, being able to challenge those 1/1s that quest for 2.
And funny enough, it's actually pretty good against Flynn as well, because assuming there's no Sisu follow-up, it can actually blank that Flynn trigger for a while. Looks like it's going to be a Chicha, so assuming there's going to be a turn 3 followed with the Quill, Chicha Quill value is just absolutely crazy. I also see the 3-cost uninkable Sisu in Jacob's hand, which is going to be quite good with those ice blocks in terms of getting rid of this Flynn here.
Yeah.
So Logan does have the ideal opener for Ruby Amethyst, but it looks like Jacob Schmidt might have a pretty good answer on the side of Ruby Sapphire here.
I do love these games where both players see the cards they want, and we get a really exciting back and forth between the two.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to play against Ruby Sapphire's Ruby Amethyst and not answer that Chicha as soon as possible. It just accrues so much value so quickly, especially if you see that turn 3 Quill.
Something a lot of people sleep on with this Chicha is the support. With locations mattering so much in this metagame, cards like Queen's Castle and the Library, being able to use Chicha and support a Maui to take out those locations comes up more than you would think.
Yeah, Chicha is a 2-cost. It also blanks the Flynn on the turn it comes down. It's quite good. You know, much opposed to its counterpart in the form of something like Tipo. It could have been the turn 2 play here. And inks the Quill. And is going to go ahead and, ice block Sisu.
Interesting play, choosing not to get the draw off Chicha, preferring the Hiram in hand.
Yeah, for
next turn.
Which makes sense, right? I do think that the Sisu coming down, get rid of the Flynn is probably the correct play. But I was wondering if we would still keep the Fishbone Quill as well. But Hiram's going to draw us a bunch of cards, and I know why. It's because we have all uninkables pretty much outside of the Hiram. You don't want to ink that Hiram.
You are really putting yourself on drawing into an inkable card here to get that Hiram down on the pivotal turn 4, though.
Yeah, so this is actually a very risky play out of Jacob. So what you could have done is ink the Hiram, play the Fishbone Quill, activate the Fishbone Quill, draw a card off the Chicha. But then you could be in a little bit of trouble if Logan on the next turn does something like Brawl your Chicha or something like that.
And we see an inkable card. Perfect.
I wonder if you play the hero. Yeah, I think this is correct. Yeah, I think you play the Fishbone Quill, you ink off of that, you get the draw off of Chicha, and you just say, because it's actually not that big of a rush to get the value out of the hero. You're always going to have access to that.
Yeah, especially now that you've answered that Flynn Rider, you're not as pressured by the Sisu Flynn package. You could kind of take your time a little here.
Very strong opener here from Jacob. Logan definitely in a tough spot. Assuming we're going to see a turn 4 library here out of Logan. Probably, I assume, might sing. I mean, has an option to sing Friends on the other side with Sisu here. Could also quest. You know, but if he was going to sing Friends on the other side, definitely should have done that prior to inking.
Yeah, you might just draw something that you'd rather ink instead.
You do want as much information as possible before you commit to that ink. That being said, Flynn, not a great card at this moment in the game. Potentially.
Using the library, moving the Sisu over. In case it gets banished, you will draw a card. And then also getting you that passive lore every turn.
So it looks like Jacob Smith is going to have a turn 4 or turn 5 Hiram here, which is going to be immediately answered. Or not immediately answered, because actually, since Jacob is on the play, we're going to go to Logan's next turn. It's going to be a turn 5. Logan does not have access to that Madame Medusa yet, so we're going to get 2 instances of value out of this Hiram, which is very, very significant. And also, we're just turbo drawing off of the Chicha while inking a bunch of cards in our hand. Jacob's in a great spot.
Yeah, being able to play around that Sisu's strength on Logan's side by using Fishbone Quill to empty out your hand faster than expected is just a really heads-up play as well.
And there can be no debate. Ruby Sapphire is a better mid and especially late-game control deck than Ruby Amethyst. And if this game goes late, it is going to be in favor of Jacob. Logan not pressing too much of an advantage right now. Only sitting at 2 lore, the board at parity.
Elsa Fifth Spirit here coming down, exerting that Chicha, which usually never turns sideways, and being able also to clear the little Sisu. This Elsa Fifth Spirit having a lot of value in the Ruby Amethyst deck as of late.
Has a backup Chicha, though, and we're going to be able to banish another item with this Hiram. And we'll lose access to our ice blocks, which are relevant. Greatstone Dragon off the top, a card that has made its way into the Ruby Sapphire list, mostly for the prevalence of Green Steel, which has surged in popularity since the Disney Lorcana Challenge there in Las Vegas. And there goes our ice block. We're going to draw 2 more cards. Likely, I can only assume, deploy Chicha off the back of this and go Fishbone Quill as well.
Pick up a Brawl here. Interesting answer to that Elsa Fifth Spirit.
Brawl and a 3-cost Sisu. I would assume that 3-cost Sisu is actually going to be the ink here off of the Fishbone Quill if we do end up playing out that Chicha. It's not doing much on this board, and it's probably not going to do much for a bit.
I think actually the ice block may have chosen the Elsa. I suppose not. We see the Chicha draw picking up the other Brawl.
Yeah. And that makes sense. That 3-cost Sisu is not going to do much on this board, considering we've gotten rid of both of our ice blocks. We're not getting those back until we slam a Tamatoa here. 8-cost Sisu in hand.
See the Greatstone Dragon come down, being able to get those characters from the discard into Jacob's Inkwell, starting next turn as it enters play exerted.
If Jacob is able to keep this draw engine online, not going to keep the Hiram. Surely that's going to be gone this turn. But we'll have access to that Chicha. With the draw engine plus the Greystone Dragon, turning those characters into ink, I have to imagine that Jacob is very, very, very far ahead right now. Doesn't have a lot of cards in hand.
Medusa coming down, able to banish either character. Most likely the Hiram. Yep, there he goes. And singing Friends to refill that hand.
Interesting sequence on the Friends.
All right, passing here, the library getting its lore every turn, getting that little extra value.
7 ink available. We find a Visions of the Future as well. I think that's definitely one of the cards we possibly wanted to pick up.
Probably looking for a Tamatoa with that Visions.
Jacob just needs card draw. He's so far ahead on ink. Got 2 nice items. Sisu could get deployed this turn.
The Great Stone Dragon able to trigger that Chicha to draw an additional card, get you more options. Great Stone Dragon, a tech card we've seen more in response to the Emerald Steel meta that's developed, but very strong in this matchup too.
Oh, look at this card draw engine with a double Chicha Quill. Visions of the future. Gonna dig 5 here. We're gonna pick a card out of the top. There's the Tamatoa. We see it in the 5.
We also see an interesting character, the Donald Duck. Detective Donald Duck. When he comes into play, he places the top card over your deck into your inkwell.
Wow, a double Chicha. That's pretty crazy. So Tamatoa was the pick. Ooh, and opting to hold on to that 8-cost Sisu rather than ink and draw the 2 cards. Logan's very incentivized not to be prep this board, so maybe those Chichas are safe.
The Chichas have already used their ability to draw from the inking of Brawl and the Great Stone, but I think holding it to see based on what Logan plays out.
Yeah, the Chicha Greatstone is not an interaction that I have actually encountered before. So used to getting the value off of the Fishbone Quill.
Yeah, and when you're able to get it basically for free with Great Stone Dragon, it's all the more cards to you.
Yeah, it's so good, actually. Is that a Queen's Castle in hand for Logan? That's got to be one of the scarier things that could be deployed onto this board. Because the more Logan deploys characters on this board, the more sort of beneficial it is for Jacob to play something like the 8-cost Sisu or play something that could be prepared if it comes off the top. But the diversity of threats in the form of locations is going to make this a lot harder for Jacob.
Yeah, we see that Queen's Castle come down. Definitely agree. Getting that 2 lore each turn.
2 lore and probably going to be threatening draws here pretty soon.
This Sisu, such a strong card, able to quest for 2, gain that strength, keep that Flynn Rider combo going in the early game.
All right, I think Logan considering the ink for this turn. Also, we're going to be moving characters to that library, to that Queen's Castle.
Like the idea of moving that Elsa over, as since it's evasive, it'll be very difficult for Jacob to respond to outside of playing that Floodborn Sisu in hand.
It looks like it's going to be an ink on the Maui. Free ink available, 2 Madame Snakes, 1 Madame Medusa. We see the 2 ink exerted. We're going to be moving both those characters, I imagine.
We could be playing a snake to pick up one of these cards. I'm not sure.
You pick up the Medusa,
which one.
I think.
Maybe the Elsa to remove one of those Chichas.
I think you would have... Is it Elsa or is it Medusa? I guess Elsa's a cheaper rate.
So we take the Elsa back into hand, able to answer that Chicha on the next turn, and unknowingly dodging that Floodborn Sisu in Jacob's hand.
Yeah, that is another benefit to picking up the Elsa. All right, what can Jacob find? Access to 9 ink here. Visions of the Future is the draw.
Tamatoa, a very strong card, but I think we have not seen a Popsicle yet. Adding back an Ice Block is good, but in my opinion, not as good as getting that simple draw.
Feels like if you Tamatoa here, you're actually in a really tough spot, because if we pass over to Logan's turn and Logan gains 3 lore off the locations, your quest for maybe 3 more is all the way up to 16, and there's 2 locations that you really can't deal with as a Ruby Sapphire player, that's a bad spot to be in.
Yeah, inking the Tamatoa instead, playing that Floodborn Sisu, banishing the 3-cost Sisu, and what could have been that Elsa had we not returned it to the hand.
And you're probably pretty happy right now you picked up the Elsa instead of the Madame Medusa. Great Stone Dragon, we're going to see...
Drawing 2 off these Chichas.
Could you have Great Stone before playing the Sisu there and gotten the double draw?
Yeah, maybe, but I think playing the Sisu does make a lot of sense.
Well, he drew Maleficent Dragon, so I wonder.
That is fair.
The dragon would be a lot more threatening on this board against locations.
Being able to take out that Queen's Castle in one challenge.
Yeah, well, potentially have access to support here.
Yep. The support coming up here. Chicha being able to support another copy of herself. Challenging into that Medusa and taking a pretty good trade. These locations here really showing their power into this matchup.
Yeah, Ruby Sapphire's a deck that has always struggled in locations, but there were times when the pendulum swung a bit. Ruby Sapphire teched a lot of cards for locations. Hercules, you know, location-specific removal. And I guess a lot of these other characters that could challenge early and stop you from getting snowballed by locations. But I do think that this is a metagame where a lot of these Ruby Sapphire lists have teched away from Ruby Amethyst.
And we have also seen Ruby Sapphire in the past play some locations themselves. Cards like Macduck Manor serving a similar role to the Queen's Castle without that card draw.
Yeah, that other Queen's Castle kind of feels like it's going to put him in a really tough spot. A really tough spot. You know, if we had
Madam M challenging that Chicha, definitely agree that support could have came up to give the Sisu 7 strength.
If it was available, it would feel a lot better to have a Maleficent on this board instead of a Sisu potentially.
Yeah, definitely for sure.
That 7 strength just so important.
We see 11 ink available to Jacob on his side. Lots of options for Ruby Sapphire to do a lot of things with that amount.
Yeah, it kind of feels like this is it. That Logan's probably going to pull it out here. Logan's gaining 5 lore, and there's pretty much nothing Jacob can do about it. I guess can play a Hiram, banish that item, find a Maui, but still going to be gaining 3 lore.
Maybe looking for something like a Hideaway or a Cusco if Jacob plays them.
I think it's Visions of the Future and Fish.
And Popsicle.
Popsicle, okay.
Tough decision here. You can get the draw one for Popsicle, or you can do Visions to look for your specific answer.
Probably looking for Maui with that amount of ink, I would assume. Oh, it's Scar.
Finds the Scar and the Hideaway, takes the Hideaway.
Yeah, doesn't have the ink for the Scar.
I think a really heads-up play from Logan to have Madam M Snake in the library over the Queen's Castle, because if your opponent has a card like Hideaway, they get a lot more value banishing the location of the Queen's Castle, as it has 2 lore, rather than the library, as it only has that
Chooses
one.
library over Queen's Castle. Talk to me about that. Why would you choose the library when the Queen's Castle's 2 lore per turn?
I think maybe Jacob's trying to avoid a scenario where the Madam M Snake is able to maybe see a Merlin Crab, trade with that Sisu, draw a card, and just get additional advantage there.
Yeah, but it's tough because Logan's now at 18 lore, right? He's going to quest with the snake, and then he's actually just a goat away from winning.
Yeah, definitely a difficult position these locations have put Jacob in. Logan thinking a bit here, maybe looking for that goat, as we mentioned.
Yep.
Brawling the Hiram, cutting off Jacob from any additional draws from that Hiram on the next turn.
2 Maleficent Dragons in hand for Jacob.
Maleficent Dragon, usually very strong. Not very good into a goat, though.
It's like 5 ink exerted. Is it going to be a Maui to trade with that Sisu? No, it's an Elsa.
Elsa and Snake going into that Sisu. And passing here, Jacob has to find a Maui or some way to remove one of these Queen's Castles.
Needs the Hideaway plus the Maui.
Draws into Hiram here, able to dig a little deeper for those cards.
Yeah, but going to be tight on resources.
Finds Tamatoa and Brawl.
That's going to be
And
it.
that's game, yep.
Going to go into a game 2 here. Logan takes it as Ruby Amethyst against Ruby Sapphire. Well, we saw the power of that. Ruby Amethyst is going to be favored into that matchup. Does look like this Ruby Sapphire list has some options to deal with the location. So, maybe in a better spot than some other lists that may have made it to our top 32 or top 64. Anyway, let's head down back to the feature match for game 2.
Yep, sounds good. Logan mentioned he was very confident in this matchup, and it does show in that game 1.
All right, so on to the hand sculpting phase. Remember, Logan kept a full 6 on the previous turn. Jacob had a great answer for it, but ultimately got a value. There's the crossbow that Jacob's talked about in his interview.
Yeah, able to really have a strong answer to those Sisus and Maleficent Dragons that are so common in the Ruby Sapphire deck. It makes you wonder, what would you be hitting with Fang Crossbow in this matchup?
All right, looks like it's potentially 2 back here for Logan. And I believe that was that Jacob on the play last game?
I believe Jacob was on the play last game, yeah.
Not the one that you want to lose as the Ruby Sapphire player. The play draw differential can be pretty significant just because of that curve. Flynn, Sisu, Queen's Castle. Very hard to deal with on the draw.
Yeah, Logan definitely looking for some of those pieces here, hoping to have a strong open into Jacob. I suppose that Fang Crossbow does come down on the same turn as that Sisu Emboldened Warrior, able to banish it without paying any ink. Maybe a way to slow down that Sisu Flynn combo.
Yeah, it seems more of like a kind of a corner case, or it's like a niche case. You wouldn't put it in your deck for that, but has the additional upside of hitting the higher cost characters later in the game. I guess there's an additional upside of being able to hit that small Sisu. All right, we're off.
Alrighty.
Will there be a turn 1 popsicle out of Jacob here?
See the
No,
faded
not.
ice block again. Deciding to keep it in the hand.
What's the idea behind keeping the ice block here?
I think I saw a fishbone quill, so maybe holding it for that. Maybe seeing that it doesn't have too much value currently without any Sisus, Medusas, or shift Sisus in sight. Inking that crossbow, probably not worth it in this matchup.
Interesting. Yeah, I figured you'd want to be ink efficient on the turn 1, because you could potentially temper yourself out on a later turn, not having enough ink to play that plus whatever additional removal you have.
It does make the Hiram a little more of a tricky spot, as
Yeah.
you're either going to have to play the ice block.
Yeah. Turn 4 Hiram is just not an option now, basically. I mean, you could play the ice block on turn 3, but it's not like Ruby Amethyst is going to interact with that item. Quill, probably the turn 3 play here out of Jacob. And there's the Flynn. Do you have the answer?
That Queen of Hearts able to contest just the Flynn Rider by himself, stopping that lore gain from at least a turn.
It's really the scary part is the follow-up Sisu. That's where the answer will be demanded. Which of the brawl is in hand for Jacob?
Yeah, lots of good cards in this hands. Debating between playing out the Fishbone Quill now or maybe the Brawl, saving Brawl for next turn. The issue being if you don't brawl this turn, then it's going to take your Hiram turn. We see the Fishbone Quill come down, deciding what to use for his additional ink.
Are we going to see that ice block inked? Potentially getting rid of the hideaway here, and that is going to be it.
Getting rid of the hideaway, playing that ice block here. Losing the hideaway is definitely risky, as any Queen's Castle or Library is definitely going to start putting Jacob in a tough position.
So no Sisu on the follow-up, so the play to hold back the brawl here is going to play out for Jacob. So it looks like it's Flynn, but then there's no follow-up Sisu, so the Queen of Hearts here is going to blank that. What kind of turn 3 are we going to see out of Logan?
Inking the Maui. I think I saw a crab at the end of the hand.
Yeah. Yep. Just get that 3-3 body on there.
A way to turn that Flynn Rider on, being able to get that lore if you have the most strength.
Oh, yeah, that's funny. I think the follow-up for Jacob here, he'd want to be looking for like something like a Grandma Tala.
Yeah, unfortunately, we see the Hirams there. Using the brawl on Flynn. No Hiram for this turn.
Wow, so I didn't spot that crab in the hand, but yeah, that really doesn't play out well for Jacob here. Interesting. Yeah, this looks like an extra card was drawn there. Kind of.
Yeah, I think one just fell off with it, and they're deciding which card was the top card of the deck.
Yeah. I think if the card hasn't been... Yeah, I don't know what the ruling is because, you know, theoretically they're exactly the same card at that point when the information's unknown.
Yeah. We see both Goat and a Rabbit in Logan's hand as a potential turn 4 play. We'll see the Goat into the Inkwell.
Yep, so there's the follow-up Rabbit. As well, we're going to draw that card.
And then we're going to pick up the Friends on the other side off the Rabbit, I think,
Yeah,
and then singing it with Crab.
Yeah, quite a good draw here. And we're going to see that Hiram start to go, but there is answered... You know, Logan has the answers to both Hirams here having access to the brawl. It's interesting if you brawl two Hirams back-to-back, you start to wonder, it's like, can you pivot to the more mid-range controlling game plan since you've disrupted so much of the draw engine of the Ruby Sapphire player?
Yeah, Brawl really showing itself as a super strong option in this format.
Is that Greystone Dragon not looking great right now?
Yeah, no characters in the Inkwell, or sorry, in the discard for Greystone Dragon to put into the Inkwell. Tough spot.
Inked another ice block as well there off the Fishbone Quill. Hiram's going to be answered most likely by a brawl in this turn. Jacob does have the follow-up Hiram. Yep.
Jacob really looking for those powerful top-end cards that Ruby Sapphire is known for, but these brawls cutting him off. Questing with the Rabbit and the Crab, using the Snake to return the Rabbit and draw an additional card. Really just keeping that hand advantage over Jacob here.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely the outlier of games, so the Ruby Amethyst deck can pivot to being the more controlling card advantage-based deck, but it happens. Especially when these Ruby Sapphire decks maybe don't have the best starts and they start to stumble a bit.
And we see the Scar come down here, challenging into that Merlin Crab, readying himself so that Snake cannot challenge him on the crackback.
That 5 ink here for Logan.
You got to feel pretty good if you're Logan here. Very in control, and we pick up a Queen's Castle off the top.
Well, Queen's Castle not going to be great into into a board with Scar on it.
Yeah. It is a good card to have for later on, though, once that Scar leaves the field.
Go ahead and draw with this Merlin. It's another brawl on the pickup here.
For that maybe third Hiram that Jacob will pick up. You're going to see it inked. You feel pretty safe considering you have that other brawl in your hand. And a simple quest with the Snake.
So while it feels good to be Logan and to be far ahead and for Jacob to be stumbling, there's still always the threat of extending the game against a Ruby Sapphire player.
So we see the Donald Duck come down, placing the top card of Jacob's deck into his Inkwell, putting him up to 8 ink, pivotal ink count for Ruby Sapphire.
Yep, but it's going to be a pass over to Logan here. I'm starting to wonder if Logan's going to potentially B-prep this board. Also has access to the brawl.
Inking the brawl here.
7 ink for Logan. Questing with both. I think if you played against Ruby Amethyst, you know this. You're like, I've seen this before. Yeah.
Yep, the Be Prepared coming down.
And when they just like slam quest with both characters and they have 7 ink, you're like, okay, just put it in the Discord already.
Picking up that draw off Merlin Rabbit, getting a Flynn Rider.
Jacob, I believe the last card in hand is a Hiram, right? So, yeah, that's one way. It's a Hiram and a Tamatoa, so it's going to be Tamatoa here.
We could get that draw engine started again. Not seeing a Popsicle is really unfortunate here.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, does Logan just have to run out to Be Prepared into the single Tamatoa right now? He doesn't. He's in a really bad... I mean, he just needs a way to deal with the Tamatoa ASAP. Because if that Tamatoa is able to start recurring items with the Hiram in hand, Jacob has found a way back into this game. I don't feel as bad to trade 1-for-1 on Be Prepared for Tamatoa, but if you're a Ruby Amethyst player and you're playing a 4-0 split on Madame Mazus at Tremaine, you don't have the B Kings because you have a more updated list. Interesting.
We see the castle come down.
Potentially considering the B prep on the next turn. So you're gonna have that Hiram come down. I just think that Jacob's about to get a ton of value here. Logan obviously doesn't know that the Hiram is the other card in hand. But this engine is about to start rolling.
We pick up a Scar here. Very good draw, able to challenge into that Queen's Castle with the Tamatoa. Just make sure that you get it away from that board when that Be Prepared comes down.
All right, so there goes the Queen's Castle. Scar also a interesting addition to the deck that is probably somewhat included for Ruby Amethyst because it can clear up characters and help clear the locations.
Yeah, just another way to board clear, but without being a song, to avoid that Ursula Deceiver, on top of being able to really handle the aggro matchup very strongly.
So up to 7 here for Logan. Gonna be a Merlin Rabbit. Also, this Tamatoa is going to live another turn. I see another B prep, or maybe I think that was just the B prep for in the hand.
I think he drew one off of the Rabbit Magic Broom combo. I think there's 2 currently in hand.
Yeah. This Tamatoa is going to be able to get rolling with this Flaversham here.
We're going to ink the goat there. That's our second goat into the inkwell.
It's actually a really good idea to prioritize. I mean, if you don't B-prep this turn, the last thing you want to do is Logan is deploy a bunch of characters to board because Scar, Tamatoa, you're B-prepping that board. Maybe you don't do it this turn, but you are definitely B-preparing that board because both those characters pretty much own everything in your deck.
Playing out the ice block here. Hopefully a target for the Hiram.
Yep, that's exactly what it's going to be. Tamatoa's going to go ahead and get that back after. Jacob here needs to find gas off this Hiram draw because needs a way to refill after Logan hits this board with a Be Prepared.
Yeah, missing out on those popsicles is very brutal in this matchup.
All right, there's the Hiram. And it's another Hiram. So Tamatoa is going to quest, get that ice block back. Maybe 3 lore, up to 3.
Yep, having this Fang crossbow in play, not committing another character to the board, seeing that Be Prepared on the wall.
Yeah, Logan found another friends in the side. Has 2 Be Prepared in hand. Could really attrition Jacob out here potentially if Jacob plays the next Hiram, kind of blanks on the draw. Then Logan's just going to have way too much card advantage. It can sort of turn that card advantage into tempo. But Chicha in hand as well. So Chicha plus Hiram. Decent draw engine available to Jacob here on the crackback.
Playing that friends on the other side, keeping that hand very full into this match, wanting to keep those answers when we need them.
There's the popsicle.
A little late in the game, but we will take it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be enough here, at least to get this rolling. All right, draw 2.
Pick up 2 Queen of Hearts there. Not exactly what you want to see this late in the game.
And here's the Chicha. Gonna activate, get a trigger off of that. Queen of Hearts. Ooh. Draw a card. And there's the Donald Duck. So is Logan going to hit another Be Prepared here? Or play something like a Madame Medusa, which I think is more reasonable. Madame Medusa plus maybe a location backup?
Yep.
That would be quite disruptive.
I think we saw a library in the hand.
Yep, so Madame Medusa, your hero. Play a Queen's Castle or a library. Oh, he's going to hit the Chicha, so he hits the draw engine.
Yep. That Elsa putting in work again. I think at this point you've got to feel pretty strong if you're Logan. I think you've dealt with 3 of the usual 4 Hiram so far.
Yeah, I think that Ruby Amethyst is well queued up to be the control deck of this matchup right now. Ikasisu is the draw.
Does get a little value with the ice block on Elsa, but you're really looking for that card advantage here. Ooh, actually able to use the Fang crossbow and the ice block on Medusa to banish it with the Sisu as well.
All right. There it is. He's going to hit that Medusa.
Yeah, that Fang crossbow in combination with the 3-cost Sisu, able to hit characters that usually you wouldn't expect to. The Donald Duck coming down.
So did
I
he,
believe choosing not to place the top card of his deck into the Inkwell.
why?
Maybe trying to not put a Tamatoa. Maybe he's seen a lot of his early game that he's really hoping that the rest of his deck is a lot of his late game strong cards.
Well, huh? He hasn't put any. Well, he hasn't cast a Vision of the Future. That means every single card is equally likely and unlikely to be the same card in his deck at this point. It's completely random. That's an unusual choice.
Yeah, and we see the slew of locations coming down here, with Jacob only having 4 strength represented on the board. Even with the Shift Sisu, you would only get up to 8, only enough to clear 1 castle or 1 library.
And some Maleficent Dragon off the top.
Maleficent,
One of the better draws, but
yep, able to clear that Elsa, and on the next turn, challenge in and clear one of those castles. But is it too late?
yeah, it's pretty close to too late. 5 lore up to 14. Logan's going to have access to the Be Prepared, and I genuinely do think it is too late due to the context of Logan's hand here.
Yeah, missing those, not being able to keep those Hirams around for extra draws with all those brawls and Medusa has really dented Jacob's plan here.
There's the Be Prepared. I think that is the beginning of the end here. You see the power of Ruby Amethyst locations into Ruby Sapphire.
Do the rabbit get an extra draw here? Maybe looking to keep some extra answers, moving it to the library in case it gets banished.
I do believe Logan is at 14 here as well.
Representing game here.
And there's almost nothing that Logan,
Yep.
Jacob can do. That's it. Ruby Amethyst 2-0 in the first match of our top 8 into Ruby Sapphire. I mean, credit to Logan. Logan talked about this is the matchup I want to see. This is why I brought the deck, and showcases exactly what he talked about in his interview.
Yeah, you got to feel really strong if you're Logan. You sit down, you play against the match you're ready for, and you just get to see those locations and run away with it.
All right, our next matchup is Luke Goodwin versus Sean Keaton. Let's take a look at our bracket to see how they made their way to the top 8 here. And it is going to be Emerald Steel versus your favorite deck, Etienne, in the form of Amethyst Emerald. What do you think about this matchup?
I think this matchup is definitely tough on Amethyst Emerald. Emerald Steel having a lot of those answers to the cards that you're playing. But I don't think this is your standard Amethyst Emerald list. I think it's got a little spice in it, so we'll have to
Can't wait to see. But before we get
see
down
with
to
the
our,
interviews.
before we get down to our feature match table, let's hear from our players. We have an interview with them both.
Lumineers, I have here with me a well-known player in the community, Luke, who just won his top 16 match. You have earned a golden Mickey. You have earned an invite to championships. How are you feeling?
Excited, ecstatic. I'm so happy I can barely talk.
Yeah. Now, you've been to all 6 Disney Lorcana challenges, and you've made it to top 32 twice before. So how did you feel coming into today?
It's very stressful, very stressed. Like, it's the last chance, right? Outside of the last chance qualifiers, last DLC, I bubbled out in Vegas, so it's like a lot of pressure put on me. All my teammates are like, hey, look at me, we're amazing. We already have our like Mickeys and invites, so it feels good to join the club.
Yes, and you did with that Emerald Steel deck.
Yeah.
Now, what was the decision in choosing to play that deck in the current meta?
Well, I've been playing a lot of Doc aggressive decks recently, having a lot of fun beating up on red-blue with it, but I can't beat green steel. So I tried Amber Steel. Shout out to Wochuk, was trying one of his lists, very fun. But then my teammate Sailor was like, well, you can't beat red-blue. And so he beat me like 10 games in a row, basically. And I was like, fine, I'll play green steel. And then I just copied my buddy Banable's list, card for card. He bubbled out. He lost his win and didn't get there. But like, it was great. Like the few changes from Zan's list last month are like good against the mirror, adding the babooms. And then the one of Doc, because the card's amazing. People are sleeping on it hard.
Yeah, I love that card. Such a great card. Another card that did a lot of work today was that Tinkerbell. Can you talk about that moment when Tink came down?
Yeah, like I didn't have a 1-drop in game 2. I'm on the draw, but I have a Morph, and then I play an Ursula. He starts with a Smee into Lawrence, and then Pete's me the turn after I play Ursula. It's like, oh, this is terrible, but he quested with both his characters. And so I just shifted down Tinkerbell, put damage on everything. Lawrence has like damage on it, has no power. The Smee had 2 damage already from questing, just instantly went out, challenged into the Lawrence, and then shot down the Pete. There's no characters in play, and I have an active Ursula and a Tinkerbell, and it was basically over at that point.
Amazing. Well, congratulations again. Congrats on the invite. We'll see you at Disneyland in January.
Yeah. Super happy.
Yeah, and we're excited to hand you a golden Mickey later today.
Can't wait. Thank you very much.
All right, back to you. Hello, Lumineers. I am here with Sean, who just won his Mickey match. You have earned yourself not just an invitation to the championships, but a golden Mickey. How are you feeling right now after that last match?
Yeah, pretty surreal. During the match, I don't even know what I'm like, just focused. I don't even know what I'm playing for anymore. And then towards the end, I was just thinking, don't mess up, because I think I got it. So, yeah.
And you did get it. But we went to game 3. That first game, how were you feeling going into game 2?
Yeah, game 1, I got crushed. Like, I think I scooped when I had no cards in hand and only 4 ink. So, then going into games 2, I knew it was on the play, so it was much better. Then game 3, I guess it was karma because he bricked. So, and that's just how the game goes. Yeah.
Yeah. And you were telling me earlier that one of the reasons why you got into Disney Lorcana is because you have a little one at home. How do you think that your wife and son are going to react to being able to go to Disneyland now with you?
Yeah, he's about to turn 3, so hopefully he remembers when we take him to Disney in January.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing you there. Congratulations on this win. And how are you feeling about your next matchup?
I don't even know what the next matchup is, but I'm top 8, so I'm just gonna play some Lorcana. Yeah.
Play some Lorcana. Have fun. And we're gonna go back to you.
All right, Luke Goodwin versus Sean Keaton, top 8 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Seattle. Let's head down to our feature match. We're going to be skipping game 1, which Luke won, and heading straight to game 2. All right, so Sean going to be on the play here, and Sean is going to be our Emerald Amethyst player. You were talking to me about some spice, Etienne. Do you want to go into a little bit more detail?
Yeah, so I saw that Sean was playing a almost Beauty and the Beast package. There's the Bell, I believe, Accomplished Mystic, which when it's played can move up to 3 damage from chosen character to chosen opposing character. That card has seen some play in and out of Emerald Amethyst lists. But more interesting, we see the Beast Relentless, the Emerald Legendary from Rise of the Floodborn, who's able to ready himself whenever damage is dealt to an opposing character. And then to tie that package together, I believe it's Mystical Rose here. It's a 2-cost item. It's able to banish it and give Beast +2 lore. Tons of value with that Beast Relentless being able to ready itself continuously. And if you have a character named Bell in play, you can move up to 3 damage counters as well.
This is a combo that I have not seen play out before, so I'm keen to see Sean try and execute it. It is made it all the way to top 8, so clearly there's something to it. The Bell is going to be the ink there for Sean.
Unfortunately, no 1-cost character to pair with that turn 1.
Luke did send back 5 cards.
So we see the Baboon go into Inkwell, the Diablo coming down to take a look at this hand here. We see a beautiful enchanted Ursula from Ursula's Return. Lots of 2-cost characters.
So Etienne, now I get the chance to ask you, what is this Emerald Steel player looking for on the opener?
Well, I would be looking for a Diablo, which we have here, but also Diablo Shift and Action. And we see here we have Prince Sean, the Ursula that sings twice, and a Sudden Chill, a strong trio of cards.
So Ursula Deceiver going to come down for Sean Keaton and grab that Sudden Chill.
Yep, you've got to feel a little bad about seeing 2 Sudden Chill, but you do have the 2 Ursula Deceiver.
Yep, you see 2 Sudden Chill, as well as you see the Prince John in combination with, yes, because Diablo knows he's going to go ahead and ink that Sudden Chill, but it's in combination with the Ursula Singer, which is going to come down on 3.
Interesting play here, not playing out a morph for that 2 ink. Maybe wanting to keep it as ink for the next turn for that Ursula.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't have too many inkables in hand, just has the Morph and the Ursula and the Hypnotize.
Yeah, without having access to that Sudden Chill, it takes a lot longer to get value from your Prince John.
All right, so turn 3 here for Sean. Does play out the... Okay, interesting. Plays out the Ursula.
Trying to see the knowledge of what that extra draw was, maybe hoping it was an additional song that Luke couldn't get out of his hand.
Yeah, so Luke, maybe Sean didn't have a good turn 2 outside of the Ursula. Luke, openly played around that by inking the Sudden Chill. Going to be a Cove off the top for Luke here.
If you're Luke, do you think you play out the Prince John to set up for the Hypnotize next turn, or play out the Ursula in hopes of drawing into another song? We see the Prince John come out.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the Prince John. Just want to start accruing that value as soon as possible.
And as we mentioned before, we see the beautiful Beast Relentless on here, the enchanted version, able to really just get a lot of lore by readying itself every time a character is damaged. Typically, you see this card in a steel deck, able to take advantage of the steel direct damage, but in the Amethyst build, it seems we have cards like Pinocchio and Anna able to exert those characters that usually wouldn't.
Yeah, very interesting. We've had some wild decks in our top 64 and top 32 of the Lorcana Challenge here in Seattle. Previously, we got to see that location deck, but now this Amethyst Emerald deck on a build that I've never seen before makes it all the way to top 8.
Yep, you and I both.
All right, so another Ursula Singer is the draw. Turn 4 here, gonna set up another Prince John. So Sean knows what Luke is setting up for, by the way. Has seen the Hypnotize. Now he's going for a Hypnotize. You discard 1, I draw 3 kind of setup. A very slow opening out of Luke, but can Sean do anything to disrupt that, or is Luke just going to get that effective 3 for 1?
So Sean actually does have a card that does answer this board. The Anna, I believe I don't remember the version name, but when she comes into play, your opponent must exert one of their ready characters. So Luke has to exert one of his Prince Johns here.
Yeah, and Luke has a similar response to I would playing against that. And these Ursulas are going to go into that Prince John, removing it. And that play that Luke has been sort of slowly setting up for this whole time just gets dismantled. Usually Prince John, a character that cannot be interacted with because of Ward.
Yeah, this Anna is very strong into this Prince John. He probably knew that he was going to be playing into it a lot. These ward characters have been relevant the whole weekend.
And there's that Hypnotize. Not going to be a 3-for-1 here, just a 2-for-1.
Discarding the Rabbit, deciding to keep the Ursula legendary shift, knowing that your Ursulas will probably survive this Prince John.
I wonder how many other deck lists Anna showed up in this weekend.
I can't imagine very many, but
what would you say the chances that Sean has the only copies in the deck, like in the room of 2,000 players? I think it's actually possible.
it could be possible. And honestly, I love seeing those super fringe tech cards pop up, even at a top 8.
Yeah, it might win him this top 8 match. Because if that Hypnotizer drawn another card, that's serious value that Luke would have gotten here.
Luke now knowing about that Ana, potentially it came up in the first game, but playing these one-cost characters like Diablo to ensure that he always has a way to play around it.
All right, so the Shift Diablo's in hand, no action though.
Yeah, very slow open for an Emerald Steel deck here.
So potentially has access to shifting that Ursula here. Looks like that's going to be the play.
Sea Witch Queen here, able to on quest exert an opposing character.
He's going to target that Diablo.
Yeah, not able to choose the Prince John due to the ward, but able to make it so Prince John is the only character in play. So another Ana could potentially tap him down.
Ward really is such a powerful mechanic in Lorcana, especially on these cheap characters.
Yeah, definitely a reason, I'm sure, why we saw much more Lady Tremaines in the Ruby Amethyst deck. This Ana serving as a way for a deck that doesn't have Ruby access to interact with the Prince John.
All right, so another Morph is the pickup for Luke.
Not seeing another action for the Diablo with the other Morph in hand is also kind of tough here.
I wonder if Luke is going to go ahead and just run out the Diablo here. But it would just get... Does Sean have a way to deal with it? They're going to be Cove.
Interesting.
Deal with the Ana.
Moving the Prince John to Cove, able to challenge the Ana, still having an extra will. So the Sea Witch Queen would be the one who has to challenge it if Sean wants to banish that Prince John.
Interesting. Even as an Emerald Amethyst deck, Sean has seen no card draw yet. No, it's just another Shift Ursula.
Second Sea Witch Queen.
What a top deck here for Sean.
This Ursula not only able to exert a character on quest, also being able to quest for 3 and make it so that other characters can't exert to sing songs.
Yeah, what a good draw here out of Sean.
Yeah, this Emerald Steel deck known for not being able to have a lot of strength in challenging. So this 7 willpower really represents a lot here.
Looks like Pete was the pickup for Luke. And there we go. We're going to get our lore updated, I think, here soon. There we go. Up to 11. Threatening 6 more, up to 17.
It is interesting to see here. Usually when you have Ursula Sea Witch Queen, she's the one who wants to sing all the songs for herself, and she's able to. But by having 2 of them, neither is able to sing a song.
Interesting. Haven't encountered that interaction.
Luke taking some time to think how he combats these Ursulas.
Oh, double trades into 1. Yeah, just have to kind of slow the clock. Pete's going to come down, get moved.
You got to feel really good if you're Sean, having that Diablo trade itself for you, not getting really any advantage at all.
Yeah, just no way, I guess you could let Sean go up to 17 here. Not sure if Sean has access to the GOAT bounce package in this deck, but you know, getting up to 17, that is a dangerous place to be at against GOAT and bounce cards.
Questing for 3 and playing another interesting card, Peter Pan's Shadowfinder.
Yeah, kind of funny in the context of the Diablo trading. Peter Pan's Shadowfinder not nearly as good into a Diablo. It's been moved to the Cove. Oh, Saw a little fist bump here out of Luke as he finds the Tinkerbell and is able to trade this off. I mean, has to be the absolute best draw Luke could have had there. Perfect ink, perfect amount of strength on board to clear that Ursula. There's the goat.
Sean picking up a goat, having that evasive character that Tinkerbell cannot challenge into. It's a very interesting way to be at this lore total, but I think it might be there.
Yep.
And we see
There's
another
goat, and that's going to be it. It goes over to Sean. And we're going to be going to a game 3 here, Emerald Steel versus Amethyst Emerald. How do you feel about the play-draw differential of this matchup?
I think it matters quite a bit. If Emerald Steel is able to draw those really strong lines that we've been seeing this weekend, it puts Emerald Amethyst in a really tough spot. This is a different build, however. Maybe it has a better odd.
Well, I want to see that combo we were talking about. Let's head down to game 3, Luke Goodwin versus Sean Keaton, top 8. All right, so we saw 2 Ursula Sea Witch Kings on the board there at one time. All right, so Luke notably didn't have a very powerful opener during that game and also had the Prince John game plan, which he committed to, get disrupted as well.
The Diablo, looking at the hand here, we do have those 1-cost characters that we were missing last game in the Rafiki and the Clarabelle.
Yep, Sir Hiss as well. Potentially to deal with that Diablo.
It looks like a strong hand for going second for Emerald Amethyst.
It looks like we have the Shift Diablo in hand for Luke. I do not see the action yet. Okay, Rafiki is going to be the play.
Inking friends to play around the possible Ursula Deceiver on turn 2.
Yep.
Definitely like that.
Very smart. Ooh, he even did the rub on the table.
Draws the action, plays the Cove, puts Diablo at the Cove. Still not enough to get out of Sir Hiss range.
Yeah, Luke knew that he needed to draw the action there, so didn't have it in hand prior to that. Sudden Chill was the draw off the Diablo here.
Inking the Clarabelle, playing out that Sir Hiss, threatening that Diablo, and putting 3 damage on that hidden Cove.
Yeah, so while the Sir Hiss can deal with that Diablo, it's going to be a little late. Diablo's going to get a decent amount of value here.
You got to feel pretty lucky that you're Sean, not having Luke Goodwin see a Let the Storm Rage on to answer that Sir Hiss.
Yeah, it would have been really tough to come back from that. All right. Another Sudden Chills to pick up pretty good off the back of Prince John being deployed on the turn before.
Yep, 3 cards in Luke's hand, hoping to refill it with those Prince John draws.
One of which being the combo, some of the combo pieces you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, we see the Rose Lantern, not super applicable at this moment.
All right. Ursula Deceiver's going to snag one of those Sudden Chills.
Knowing the hand is so important here, that Tinkerbell doing a good bit of work last game, knowing that it's coming without a morph, makes it a lot more safe.
Yeah, we're very far off of 6 ink here for Luke, depending on how many cards he's able to draw. So Sir Hiss going to trade into the Diablo here.
Emerald Amethyst usually having a trouble with this matchup, but I think it looks pretty good so far.
Yeah, well, the Sudden Chill is going to be deployed here. It looks like a Pete is the pickup off the top. Going to be hard casting that Sudden Chill. Going to draw a card. It's going to be a morph. Oh my goodness.
The morph is strong, but knowing that it's coming on top of the Tinkerbell.
Yeah. That Tinkerbell will just dominate this board, though, once it comes down. Oh, we're only at 3 ink. I was going to say the Elsa comes.
We do have the Cloud Kicker to potentially bounce that morph back, and if he tries to play it out next turn, we have the Elsa to challenge it.
I think that's absolutely going to be the play. Very well executed by Sean here. Has the answer.
Yeah, putting that damage on Cove to set up for Kit. I really like that.
Hypnotize, kind of annoying, though.
Yeah, a very strong draw. I think you have to keep that Elsa.
Now you
Yep.
have to top deck an Inkable here. It's like we don't talk about Bruno and Pete in the hand for Luke. So Luke actually pretty close to just playing out that Elsa.
We need
sorry,
to
that
see ink
Tinkerbell.
here.
Yep.
And we do see it.
All right, so going to be getting rid of that morph. Just a Prince John on the field now. Questing with Ursula. Still have to feel like a Tinkerbell hitting this field is going to be a lot of pressure.
This Elsa also pretty strong if a Diablo is played again. It's able to challenge it while exerted and banish it and remain on the field.
All right, Diablo was the pickup. We're going to we don't talk about Bruno. Send that Elsa back to hand. It's going to be discarded. And a sudden chill is the pick. Oh, man, we're seeing the power of Prince John. Just such a frustrating card to deal with on the other side. Ursula, Deceiver.
Almost hoping we could see that Ana again. So strong last time when the Prince John is alone on the board.
Do you just ink this Ursula as Sean?
I mean, I think at 5 ink, you're in a difficult position. You're playing these cards like the Beast that cost 6, and you don't want to be keeping cards in hand against Emerald Steel.
Yeah. I think you ink it over playing it. Yep, and
Yeah.
that's going to be it. So getting up to 6 there. We know Tinkerbell likely to be the play here unless we draw another discard spell, but it's not. It's just two
Another Tinkerbell.
Yeah, how is Sean going to deal with 2 Tinkerbells?
Tinkerbell, one of the strongest cards against Emerald Amethyst, able to clear those merfolks and similar cards without ever needing to challenge them.
What's the top deck here for Sean? A 2 cost.
That Mystical Rose, not seeing a Bell or Beast here.
And this kind of starting to look like the beginning of the end here for Sean. Starting to quest with that Prince John now.
I think you're really looking for something like a rabbit to just start drawing your advantage back into this game.
I was wondering if you're looking at the Shift Ursula as well. All right, back over to Luke. It's going to be the 3-cost Singer Ursula. Diablo. Yep. Diablo and Singer Ursula are it, and we're going to start questing, getting into the red zone there for Luke. And Sean has a lot of pressure. This top deck is very important. So we have 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 sitting at 11. Not necessarily game quite yet, but effectively.
Emerald Steel not having a way traditionally to gain
There we
anything.
go.
That's the match there.
Everyone knows it's locked. So Luke Goodwin, our Emerald Steel player, will take it. And Sean and Keaton will be knocked out of the top 8. But credit to Sean for taking an Emerald Amethyst list that nobody was expecting. One of our least represented decks in the metagame. And I'm sure that his list was even less representative than the other Emerald Amethyst list that showed up. I mean, that's a build that I have never seen.
Yeah, me neither. And I'm a fan of the deck, but I definitely have to try it now.
All right. Our next matchup is going to be Caesar versus Michael. Let's take a look at our bracket and see how they made it here to the top 8. Actually, before that, we have something pretty special. Etienne, what do we have?
All right. We get to talk about a brand new card coming in, Azurite Sea.
Let's take a look.
All right, so we have a 2-cost uninkable action called Twin Fire. We've got the 2 twins from the Peter Pan movie. So what it says deal 2 damage to chosen character. Then you may choose and discard a card to deal 2 damage to another chosen character. So on surface level, it works similar to a Baboom. You're able to play it and deal that 2. But in matchups where it matters, you're able to extend even further, discarding a card and choosing another character for that 2 damage.
I think this is the best card we've seen all weekend. This is like you mentioned, it could be called a Baboon, but more like a Fire the Cannons, where you now have the modality of having a 1 card serve as 2 Fire the Cannons. You eat the opportunity cost of having to discard the other card. But if you've ever played against aggro, and you've got these sort of silver bullet Fire the Cannons for the merfolks that might come down, or the Maleficent 1-drops, or, the off chance that you run into hyper aggro. Now you have one card that kind of does it all, right? It's an inefficient fire the cannons later in the game, but you don't actually have to sort of resolve the rest of the text. And I feel like if you're playing something like Sapphire Steel as well, you have the ink to sort of eat that cost in order to get the trade-off of it, being more broadly applicable in more scenarios. So I think this card is actually the best card we've seen all weekend.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think I also love its application when decks are able to play multiple bases for their shift. Like we saw a lot where there was maybe a Diablo and a Morph threatening that Diablo off the top. This card is able to answer both of them by only sacrificing one card in your hand.
Yeah, I think this card is really, really good. And it's very innocuous being at common as well, because you could have put this at legendary and I would have said, that makes sense.
I also really love it with a standout card we've seen all weekend, Doc, the 7 Dwarf. You're able to discard your hand a little faster and play Doc to replenish much quicker.
All right, well, with that, let's take a look at our bracket. Caesar and Michael. Actually, we're down here. There we are. Now we're at the bracket. So we have Caesar versus Michael here. Emerald Steel versus Ruby Amethyst. I think this is a matchup that, honestly, pretty hard for Ruby Amethyst. Ruby Amethyst players that came to this tournament, they showed up ready to face Emerald Steel. We've seen that. We've seen that reflected in the deck building. So while it's maybe not a favored matchup, most of these Ruby Amethyst decks, especially the ones that made the top 8, are teched for this matchup specifically.
Yeah, we've got to see if those tech cards come up.
Absolutely. So before we head down to the match, we actually have an interview with both players. So let's go ahead and hear what they have to say.
We are here with Caesar, who just won a Golden Mickey with a win in the top 16. Congratulations, Caesar. And how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Yeah. Still feels unreal, honestly. Yeah.
Are we planning to see you in January at Disneyland?
I hope so. My wife is pregnant and baby's due around that time, so we'll see.
We will see. Well, I want to talk about your deck today. You're on Green Steel, and you said that you've been a Sapphire player, Sapphire Ruby, Sapphire Steel for a real long time, but you switched to Green Steel just a couple weeks ago. What was your decision in making that change?
Honestly, took Blue Red in Vegas. I think my last 2 losses, once I started getting to the top tables, well, they weren't losses, but they're splits to Green Steel. And there was just one game against one of them that just felt unwinnable. Obviously, it still is, but I just feel like just thinking about it more, the deck being able to see, especially in the 2-game format, what you're playing against, and you can start planning around then, and then your opponent's not knowing, it's just like a big thing. And then obviously, it just has some blowout hands. So, I mean, the deck's good. So, I mean, obviously inspired from Zan in Vegas, just 2 cards different, but yeah.
Yeah, and you've been to other challenge events, but you've maybe bubbled out. This is your first time making a day 2. Now you're here with the invite, the Golden Mickey, and you have some tough games ahead of you, though, to make it to championship. How are you feeling about these next matchups?
Obviously relieved. I mean, most people say, the Golden Mickey's the goal, but yeah, I mean, I'm already here, so might as well, try to shoot for the top. So, but still relieved. Obviously, still going to be some nerve-wracking games, but yeah.
Yeah. Now, I know you have a few people that you wanted to thank for supporting you in your journey.
Yeah. So I just want to give a couple of shout outs and thank my wife and kids for dealing with this nonsense hobby that I do and traveling without her while she's pregnant. Obviously, my family, my mom, my dad, everybody. And then my local store and all the people that support me, all the people I play with, and everyone that believes in me. Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations. Thanks for chatting with me, and good luck in the rest of your matches today.
Thank you, guys.
We're going to go back to the booth. Hello, Lumineers. I am here with Michael, who just earned himself a Golden Mickey. How are you feeling right now?
Pretty good.
Yeah, you should. Now, you just beat a match against a really interesting Amber Steel aggro build. How did you feel about that matchup?
Yeah, I wasn't really sure what to expect going in. Both games were pretty close. Game 2 especially, I was on the back foot. I was on the draw. I was the higher seed, so kind of had the advantage in Game 1. But yeah, my opponent played really well. If they had drawn a blue down the stretch, I would have lost that game. We would have been going to a Game 3. So, relieved to get through it.
Yes. Now, you were telling me before that you were at the challenge in Atlanta, and this is your second time. You didn't make day 2 then. This time you've made day 2 and earned your invite to the championships and now that Golden Mickey. How are you feeling about today, just and your progress that you've made since that first tournament?
Yeah, it's exciting. Didn't have a lot of expectations. I'm from Atlanta originally, so that's why I made the trip to go visit some family. I happen to live here now, so, might as well drive 20 minutes and play. So definitely exceeding my expectations.
Yes. And have you always been a Ruby Amethyst player?
No.
No, okay. Well, then what made you decide for this tournament and in the current meta to go with Ruby Amethyst as your deck this weekend?
Honestly, I didn't practice very much, but a buddy of mine from Atlanta, who you all know very well, Kendall Burdett, stayed at my place for this weekend. He's like the Ruby Purple guy. So, we played some games on Friday night, picked his brain a little bit, and, here we are.
Here we are. Well, congratulations. We hope to see you at Disneyland in January, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and we'll go back to you.
Didn't practice very much and makes it to the top 8 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge. I gotta say, Kendall is not a bad person to have stay at your house if you're looking to prepare for one of these tournaments, especially if you're looking to play something like Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah, some pretty good free training there, if I say so.
Yeah, so it's going to be Emerald Steel versus Ruby Amethyst. We kind of talked about the dynamic of the matchup a little bit. How do you feel about this matchup in the context of those tech cards we've seen show up into these Ruby Amethyst lists?
So I'm really excited to see, one, if Finders Keepers is in this deck list, and two, if it pops up, because a lot of the time we've been seeing Finders Keepers this weekend has been in matchups that haven't been Emerald Steel.
Yeah.
And I think that card is very clearly curated for that matchup, but I'm curious to see its impact in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a card that every time we've seen it show up, we're like, okay, I mean, it's there for Emerald Steel, but now it's playing against Ruby Sapphire, and it looks pretty bad. So, I mean, if you're putting in a card that has that sort of impact in your other matchups, what I would consider to be, when we've seen it, at least somewhat of a negative impact, it looks like it's not been the most impactful card, it's got to be really good against Emerald Steel. This is also something that I was told about prior to this tournament. It's like, oh, here's the secret sauce of Ruby Amethyst. Yet every Ruby Amethyst we've seen has been on it. In regards to Emerald Steel, so Zan obviously popularized this deck, winning the Lorcana Challenge in Vegas, and our player Caesar here mentioned he was about 2 cards off. How do you feel about that list right now? People are expecting it. People are teched for it. Do you think it still has that same oomph that it had in Vegas?
Definitely. I think a lot of the time when there is that very strong deck from a last event, there comes the 2 types of players. The first that copy it card for card and expect to play the same. But then I also have the other group of players who take that list and go, okay, people are going to be expecting this time. What are we changing it? What do we fix? Where do we maybe shift it? We've heard cards like Doc being able to refill in the mirror. We've heard cards like Cricky being able to get that extra strength to those characters. I think there's a lot of different ways that you could change that list up for this metagame.
Yeah, and it does seem like a lot of players ended up quite similar to Zan's list. I think it speaks to just how powerful that originating list was. And I know a few players did play it into the Vegas challenge. And I remember that deck was not even our top 5 or top 6 most played decks. And it just dominated in day 2 and obviously won the tournament. So the re-rise of Emerald Steel, something that I know a lot of us thought was going to somewhat, it was going to maybe take a little time on the bench with the errata of Bucky, but no, it's right back here. Anyway, let's get down to our feature match. We're going straight to game 2. This is Caesar Acuna versus Michael Major, Emerald Steel versus Ruby Amethyst.
All right, let's get started.
All right, so it looks like Michael is up a game. Definitely where you want to be. So probably Caesar going to be on the play here. Emerald Steel versus Ruby Amethyst. I do think it is significant in terms of wanting to be on the play as Ruby Amethyst. It's just one more turn faster you get to brawl, one more turn faster that you get to Madame Medusa to hit that beast. Very, very important.
Yeah, those interactions matter a lot here. We see these opening hands, the players deciding where they want to go with them.
All right, so as the Emerald Steel player, Etienne, what are you looking for?
I think it's tough. I think out of the major Emerald cards we're looking for, I think I want to see that 1-cost Diablo. I want to know what I'm working with. And then I almost think I'd want to go for a Prince John angle. Really make sure that they don't have the answer, and I can repeatedly get value off of discarding their cards.
Yeah, Ruby Amethyst really doesn't have an answer to Prince John. That's one of the tough parts is, you can Madame Medusa, honestly, later in the game. It doesn't really have a way to answer well the the Prince John into something like a Ursula Singer when you've also hedged it with something like a Diablo and a Shift Diablo, because it only has so many brawls that it can dish out. And now you have an Ursula threatening to double sing a song, and you have a Diablo accruing value on your turn, drawing cards every time you draw a card. So I feel like that kind of like triple threat is really tough for Ruby Amethyst to deal with. It gets a little bit easier as you progress to the mid game, and you have other tools outside of Brawl. Brawl being like one of the most inefficient sort of removal pieces that we have in Lorcana, but just as a must-use because Diablo's so powerful. As you get to the mid-game, you have access to Madame Medusa and board clears like Be Prepared. So the game gets a lot better for Ruby Amethyst if you can kind of get past that turn 5, Ink 6 area.
Yeah, you only have 4 brawls for their 8 strong targets, but later in the game, you're really just trying to get there and maybe outpace them with those locations.
Notably, no turn 1 play here for Caesar. We're going to see Inca Chernabogs and Player Chernabogs here from Michael. Back over to Caesar. Turn 2, we do see that Ursula Deceiver in hand. One's going to be inked, and I would assume we're going to see another Ursula off the back of it. Is there a song in hand for Michael? No, there is not.
There is a Be Prepared.
Oh, there is a Be Prepared. That's what's hiding behind there. You're absolutely correct. Looks like it's potentially going to be an ink on the Beast Tragic Hero. Ursula is going to come down and snag that Be Prepared.
Yeah, I think keeping the second Ursula definitely makes sense in hands where you see 3, maybe even 4 songs sometimes, and you know you really kick yourself if you ink the other one.
Yeah, I mean, Ruby Amethyst has the agency to ink something like Friends on the Other Side if it draws it after the hand sculpting phase, but if you do pick up a Be Prepared, you pretty much know that card's cooked to get hit by an Ursula Deceiver.
Yeah, definitely. We see the Chernabogs followers here drawing another card, deciding what to do with more of your options.
Yeah, it looks like a 2-drop Cusco in the list here. So Inca Chernabogs play the Cusco.
A card that has come back to Ruby Amethyst after leaving it for a bit of time recently.
Quite good in the mirror. I think it's actually probably pretty decent versus Emerald Steel as well.
Yeah, being able to draw a card off of any removal they might want to play.
All right, and there's that Prince John on turn 3 here for Caesar.
Yep, definitely agree here. You avoid anything like Brawl that you would have incurred on a Diablo or a Double Sing Ursula.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the turn 4 is for Caesar, because if it is something like an Ursula Singer, it's going to be promptly answered by a Brawl here. And we are curving into Sisu. Looks like Let the Storm Range on, Hypnotize in hand for Caesar. And there's that Hypnotize. Oh, is another Hypnotize off the top.
Deciding on the discard here, going for that Maui.
Ooh, interesting. That means that's got to mean he's going to play actually a Queen's Castle on this next turn for turn 4.
Yep, holding on to that Brawl, I think, is also pretty sensible. Emerald Steel has a lot of threats that you want to make sure you have that answer to when it comes up.
Yeah, getting caught with a Diablo hitting the field prior to something like an ink, your Ink 6 turn, you have access to Madame Medusa. Really, really rough. Caesar thinking about that ink for the turn. Looks like it's going to be a Beast Tragic Hero. Pass back over to Michael Majors. Michael, we're going to see a Queen's Castle here. Does draw the song as well. Going to go ahead and sing it. What a great top deck. Looks like it's a rabbit on the pickup.
And a fox.
Yep, so it's going to be Queen's Castle. Going to go for the ink. It's actually going to be playing out a rabbit. Draw that card, and there it is. There's the card for the matchup one we've been talking about the entire weekend. This is the tech card. I can't wait to see it against Emerald Steel.
Yeah, really just getting that handful, trying not to let your hand be discarded.
Yeah, Finders Keepers as we head into Ink 5 turn for Michael. This is why the card's in the deck.
Discarding the fox off that Hypnotize. Caesar drawing 2 cards, one from the Hypnotize, one from the Prince John. Playing out the Morph, getting up a Shift ready for next turn. If you're Michael here, do you Brawl this Morph for fear of a Beast or Tinkerbell? Or do you think you hold it for a bigger threat?
So Tinkerbell, I think, is not threatening. Beast is a bit more threatening, but I think on turn 5, I'd rather play Finders Keepers. You can shift the Beast on turn 5. Good for you. I'm going into my Ink 6 turn, and I'm going to hit you with a Madame Medusa. So I don't think I'm brawling this morph. And also, if he morphs Diablo, I think I'm fine trading with the Diablo after it's been morphed, because we kind of trade even on cards at that point.
Yeah, definitely agree. Ruby Amethyst, you're wanting to keep all those answers in your hand, keeping a nice full hand. And without a deck that's playing Whole New World, you're never at risk, really, of losing it all in one go.
Are we going to see the Finders Keepers here? So Flynn going to be the ink. Oh, looks like it's going to be a Queen's Castle. Going to flip the script, start applying pressure. Queen's Castle, the move of Merlin to that castle. And Caesar's not going to have a way to answer this.
What's the thought on not questing with the Sisu here, you think?
I'm wondering if it's something in regards to like a shift line. Maybe that Tinkerbell.
Yeah, maybe not wanting to lose the rabbit in the Queen's Castle too fast.
Tinkerbell on a shift here would trade pretty well to the board. Finders Keeper is still in hand. With a brawl. How is Caesar going to deal with this location? Emerald Steel, notably, has always been pretty weak to locations like this, if you can create enough room and create enough tempo to get them. It's going to be an Ana.
Ana here choosing the discard, holding that Finders Keepers.
Ooh, that sudden chill is the best possible draw for Caesar because it's going to get rid of this Finders Keepers off the Sing and draw him more cards. Oof. I think Michael is going to get punished for this play potentially because he's going to have to discard his last card, which is a Finders Keepers. Now you're off of 6 ink. If you top deck the Mana Medusa, you can't do anything with it, which can be devastating. That being said, you are drawing 2 cards off the Queen's Castle, so you could find Inkable plus Mana Medusa. That is a bit of a silver lining here.
Even if they clear this rabbit, you are still drawing up to 2 cards, 1 for turn and 1 for rabbit. I think it's a very heads-up play to move that rabbit there.
You have to think that Michael did want to resolve that Finders Keepers and was expecting, maximum 1 discard here out of Caesar.
It is a tough gamble, holding on to that draw 3, waiting for the best possible moment to use it against a discard deck.
Yeah, but who knows? Maybe this Queen's Castle just runs away with the game here. But we are so far off of Be Prepared. There's the Diablo on the shift. Caesar starting to take hold of this game again. It's actually going to be a Sing, it looks like, on the friends on the other side, hitting that rabbit. He's going to draw a card.
Didn't get to see what it was there.
Nope,
I think it was Ruby.
But there's another... Yeah, probably going to pass here. Another sudden chill in hand for what it's worth, but not gonna exert that, Prince John. All right, so draws a card. It's actually a rabbit, and so another Finders Keepers. Are you playing the rabbit and moving it again?
There's definitely a tough situation to be in here. Emerald Steel still not able to answer that Queen's Castle. 4 characters on board and not 7 strength.
Yeah, drawing cards not looking great in the face of Diablo, so I think you have to play the Merlin Rabbit. And I don't think you're at the stage of the game where you can potentially not draw off the Rabbit too.
Yeah, we see the Tremaine here, a card that's popped up into a lot of Ruby Amethyst deck lists.
Tremaine is really, really bad here. But whatever card you would have kept probably would have gotten eaten anyway off of a discard, I guess.
Moving both characters that have on banish effects into the Queen's Castle. Being able to get your advantage either from Castle or from some other means if they manage to clear them.
Yeah, Queen's Castle, really the only thing keeping Michael in this game at this point. This Emerald Steel deck just has no efficient way to deal with it.
Caesar deciding here what to do with his hand. Lots of cards drawn off of the Prince John and the Diablo shift here. Only 1 card in hand. We see the Sudden Chill come down, discarding that Lady Tremaine and drawing a card off the Prince John.
Yeah, it's going to be Strength off the top. All right, a Cove. We're going to move everything. So we're going to attack for 3, 6. And it would be 7 if we want to exert.
It's really tough as well because even if you clear the Queen's Castle, Ruby Amethyst has plenty of characters that are able to crack back and answer those cards like Prince John, cards like Maui.
Yeah, so we are going to clear the Queen's Castle. So Kuzco and Rabbit on the field with the Sisu, 1 damage counter. We're at 6 ink. We're going to be passing over to Michael here. Diablo's going to trigger, draw Caesar, another card.
What are you hoping to draw here if you're Michael?
I think if Caesar commits much more to this board after this, you're getting close to be prepared range. But that's obviously 2 draws. That's Inkable plus be prepared. Looks like Caesar does have the backup Diablo as well. And the 1 cost.
Take a look at that non-existent hand.
Yeah, that's exactly what you like to see.
Almost rubbing it in.
Best case scenario, seeing nothing off the Diablo. Madam Snake.
Not a terrible draw here. Merlin Rabbit is able to take out that Prince John and then be returned with Snake, potentially drawing another card, but giving Diablo, yeah.
Yeah, it's just going to be tough because Caesar's just going to be matching in terms of card advantage. All right, going to hit the Prince John.
Clearing the Cove with Sisu and Kuzco.
I think your hand is forced. You need to find more options.
Yeah, definitely agree. Rabbit picks up a card. Playing the Rabbit. Draw another card.
You've got to take the opponent to the late game. And that's not great. I mean, the Elsa.
The Elsa will answer this Diablo next turn.
Assuming you can keep 2 cards in hand, which, I mean, it seems likely, but it's not guaranteed whatsoever.
Picking up that Sudden Chill off the draw for turn from Caesar.
Yeah, it does need 2 discard here, though. Elsa could be a nice answer to this Diablo. It's a little late, but it's something.
Sudden Chill no longer allowing Caesar to draw a card as a Prince John has been banished.
All right, Caesar just contemplating this turn. Kind of seeing the resilience of Ruby Amethyst here. You know, despite what looks to be a good draw out of Emerald Steel.
We see the 3-cost Ursula come down.
Yeah, that's one of the scarier ones.
We do know Caesar has both, I believe, a Sudden Chill and a Let the Storm Rage on. Both super powerful cards to sing with that Ursula.
Yeah, especially that Let the Storm Rage on. All right, looks like another shift Diablo here. Going to discard that we don't talk about. Bruno. Set up for a double trigger here on the next turn. I just feel like there's times like this when I play against Emerald Steel, I'm just like, why am I playing Ruby Amethyst? This deck draws more cards than me.
It's almost unfortunate that Ruby Amethyst draws so many cards.
Yeah, leaving 2 Diablos on the field. At least one will be answered by the Elsa, and the Elsa has a follow-up answer on the next turn. If Caesar's not able to deal with it, could deal with both Diablos, theoretically.
Elsa also able to tap down that Ursula, exerting it for something like Madam M Snake to banish it.
You're right. That's actually really, really good. I totally forgot about that, but that's critical. 2 cards here drawn for Caesar.
That Elsa Fifth Spirit showing time and time again how strong it is of a new card in the Ruby Amethyst deck.
And just like you said, taps down the Ursula, clears the Diablo, decides to go for the enchanted one.
I should have kept that one around.
Madam M Snake trades with the Ursula, and now the board has started to swing in the favor of Ruby Amethyst. Caesar still has a ton of cards in hand, but it feels like Michael has room now. Ooh, nice Chernobog's followers as well.
Yeah,
nice draw.
Empty out your hand there, not letting the discard cards have any value. Ruby Amethyst, I feel, has taken this game back a little bit here.
Yeah, I think absolutely. Caesar's got a full grip, but Michael has access to a lot of card draw on his own turn, right? So he's got his draw for turn, he's got access to Kuzco, Merlin, plus the Chernobog's followers. There's the Pete.
Pete potentially stopping a Finders Keepers off the top.
Nap also friends on the other side, which would be a nice top deck here from Michael.
We will have the possibility to see 2 cards thanks to the Chernobog's followers. And probably doing that after Elsa banishes that Diablo, assuming it quests.
Assuming it quests. Do you quest at the Diablo, or do you wait for some sort? I think that does Caesar have access to removal yet? So let the Storm Rage on the Chernobog's followers.
Really wishing you had a card that was able to deal 3 here.
Yeah, let's turn to the Raging Fire. All right, the Muses. Talked about inspiration from Zan's list in Las Vegas, and we saw there is the strength of Raging Fire as well. I think that's absolutely critical here. Going to take out that Elsa, going to clear the way for the Diablo. What a back and forth game. If we had an advantage bar, I feel like it would be every turn just bouncing back and forth.
And the Muses just returned a card to hand for Caesar. I don't think I caught which one.
Ana.
It's the Ana. Super good value there.
All right, Michael questing. Potentially, could you have like a follow Queen's Castle here? That would be nasty. No, it's actually just
Playing a
Sisu.
3-cost Sisu. This Sisu having a lot of advantage, having so much strength due to Caesar's large hand that it is not interactable with the Muses.
And Michael's committed. He's locked in. He's locked into being the aggressor of this matchup now.
14 lore representing 7 on board. Caesar has to answer a lot of this.
The ball is in Caesar's court to answer the board presented by Michael and to stop him from closing this game out.
And then cards like Merlin Rabbit and Cusco are so good in this matchup because while you're forced to answer them and they're drawing cards, Diablo will not be drawing for them as it is on your turn.
There's the Ana.
Ana popularized from Zan's list, but really has just so much versatility in this deck, able to discard or banish larger characters.
Let the Storm Rage on here. Should trigger draw. There we go. Another Muses is picked up. Gonna
Adding that
return the
Ana
Ana.
back.
Yeah, Ana goes back. Still threatening 4 lore here for Michael.
Playing the Pete, stopping Michael from playing any actions on his next turn.
Oh, it's just going to be a 3 lore on the quest here.
Would put Michael 217. Even something that's usually good like Castle is not that strong into these Petes here with 3 strength apiece.
Big top deck moment for Michael. Still, he's got a long game ahead of him. And at any moment, if we get up that 16, 17 range for Michael, Caesar's going to need 2 to 3 turns to close out this game. Michael could just top deck a goat at any given point. So I think Michael's still quite favored onto this board, even though Caesar's kind of swung it back. All right, back over to Michael. We drew off the rabbit, now we draw for turn. Looks like a Brawl plus an Amethyst card.
An Amethyst card, yeah. Maybe a Followers? The Brawl, unable to be played because of Pete last turn. Really unfortunate. Would have been a perfect answer to that Diablo. I think it's a Snake.
I mean, if it's a Snake, you would just quest, bounce the Sisu back, play the Sisu again, right?
Yeah, really difficult for Emerald Steel to respond to that.
Ooh, are they both songs?
Or maybe another
Both
Finders
actions?
Keepers.
All right. Caesar has to clear these characters, but has there's a, now we're going to see for itself.
It is the Finders Keepers.
Wow, our tech card getting blanked by Pete. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being in Michael's place? You're this close to winning. You're at 17 or 16 here, and then you draw action off the Pete.
Yep, the referee comes down, stops you from playing those actions.
Oh, man.
I think you have to discard the Brawl here. Yep, hoping to keep that Finders Keepers, hoping to draw into something like Goat to get you over to that 20 threshold.
Is Caesar going to find the additional discard here? Doesn't have it in hand now. I see a Beast Tragic Hero. I see a Muses.
Yeah, I don't think he has the extra discard.
So notably, Caesar will be able to answer characters on board here. Cusco will draw a card.
2 cards in hand means that Caesar's at 3 strength, able to trade with the Pete's.
You gotta hope that Finder's Keeper is gonna find something like a goat. Yep, so double trades. Now, while Caesar's ahead in card advantage, ahead on board, Michael is so close to 20 lore, and it's gonna take Caesar quite a few turns to win this game. It's just the way Emerald Steel works. And when with a deck like Ruby Amethyst that has access to that kind of like instant speed lore gain, it's a tall order.
Little bit of math issues on that Sisu. Got it cleared up here. That Diablo almost able to perfectly counter that Finder's Keepers by drawing the 3 that you just drew without having to pay 5 ink for it.
Yeah, I totally kind of blanked on the additional downside of this Diablo still existing. Is it a Be Prepared?
That was a Be Prepared.
That's the best draw. Not even close.
Oh my goodness.
Not even close. It is the best top deck possible. Michael is still in this game. 17 lore to 3. We're heading back over to Caesar.
Michael holding that Finder's Keepers is the only card. If it stays in hand and is able to resolve, it's such a strong play.
Hypnotize.
Oh my gosh.
And Caesar, did Caesar draw off that hypnotize?
Oh my god, the Medusa for the beast.
Yep. That's what you got to find. We don't talk about Bruno. That thing's gone.
This back and forth now with the Diablo's gone is so fast paced.
It's tough. It's going to take Caesar like 5-6 turns to win this game. And all Michael has to do is find like a goat plus a bounce. And I don't know. Michael just has a lot of room. It's going to be a Cusco. That Cusco's very threatening. That's honestly one of the better characters in the deck.
Yeah.
Can't remove it. Can't let it quest.
We see an Enchanted Tink come down, only doing 1 to that Cusco. If it sticks around, it is able to get Michael to that 18 lore, threatening a goat.
All right. What was that?
I think it was a fox.
All right, get a quest for 1 here, up to 18. We're going to Fox, bounce it back, replay it, and now we're threatening game at 18. Over to you, Caesar. Do you have the removal? Can you get rid of this? So critical to actually...
Edge of my seat here.
Can Caesar find a way back into this game? There's 3. Strength of a Raging Fire.
Does clear the Cusco on this board, but lets Michael draw a card.
Oh, did that... I mean, that means...
Lucifer coming down, discarding the card of Flynn Rider.
Oh, that's... I like that. I like that, that sequencing there. That was really nice by Caesar. But, oh, here's a Maui.
Drawing a Maui.
That's actually... It's fine, he gets rid of the tank, but you'd rather any character that quests here.
It's still pretty decent as Diablo and Lucifer will have to challenge into that Fox to prevent game next turn.
And it kind of feels like Caesar's just holding on here, and Michael is live to top deck anything. What's it going to be?
Any character with lore.
It's
a snake to bounce the Maui.
Yep,
Replay Maui.
And it's just an Ursula.
And that is game.
Yeah, 2-0 for Michael Majors. Ruby Amethyst taking it over Emerald Steel. Very interesting. How'd you feel about our tech cards there?
Well, they got discarded. But it seemed, outside of the Pete stopping it and having it discarded, it seemed as if at any point that Finder's Keepers came off the draw there, it would have been curtains even faster.
Yeah, that was my favorite match, like you said, edge of our seat the whole time. Well, our Ruby Amethyst takes it in the form of Michael Majors over Cesar Acuna, and we're going to progress to our semifinals here at the Seattle Disney Lorcana Challenge. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
See you there.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Seattle, Washington. We are so close to that final game. Moving on to the top 4 here. We've had a very exciting day with some of these matchups. There's a lot of people outside of the venue watching on the big screen. You know, the people playing out the games. It's pretty exciting and pretty entertaining. Sam, how are you feeling today with everything wrapping up? You know, things almost coming to a close.
Today has been absolutely amazing. This weekend has been absolutely amazing. Seeing people so happy to play Lorcana has been such a gift. I am so thankful for anyone who showed up to the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Seattle, Washington, and thankful for you guys at home. Thank you so much for watching, and it's been amazing. And for this last time casting with Brandon, we're going to be casting the top 4.
Yeah, we're going to be casting the top 4, and these players have had to come a long way to get here. I think we can take a second to look at the brackets and see how far these players have come. So we're going to start with the brackets here. Let's take a look. We're going to start with the Cinderella bracket here. Luke Goodwin and Sean Keaton making it to the quarterfinals, both Emerald decks, an Emerald Steel and an Amethyst Emerald deck, making it here to the quarters.
And in the Elsa bracket here, we have Logan Schneider and Jacob Schmidt with a Ruby Amethyst versus Ruby Sapphire matchup.
After that, we're moving on to the Rapunzel bracket, and we have Caesar and Michael with the Emerald Steel and Ruby Amethyst matchup. Very interesting one there. Finally, moving on to the Maleficent bracket, we've got Jonathan Ball and Sean Young on Ruby Amethyst and Amber Steel. Now moving on to the semi-finals here, we can take a look at what we have to expect in these next couple of matches. Luke versus Logan and Emerald Steel versus Ruby Amethyst. This will be the first match that we get to see. And then we'll have Michael and Sean with another Ruby Amethyst and an Amber Steel matchup. So 2 Ruby Amethyst potentials could make it into the finals. We have Emerald Steel. We know that Syed won Vegas with Emerald Steel. There were 4 Emerald Steel in the semifinals for Vegas, so might see another one in the finals. Or Sean could come in with this Amber Steel deck. You know, some people were down on the deck with Ruby Sapphire being so popular and people expecting Emerald Steel to be popular as well. But Sean has shown people that, you know, don't hate on the deck. We can do well with it.
That's right. And there's no more Ruby Sapphire left in the top 4, so he must be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, must be feeling pretty good. That's a not great matchup for Amber Steel, so definitely doesn't have to worry about any of those. But I'm very excited to get into these matches soon. Before we get into these matches, we do have something interesting, though. We all know that Rebecca's done a great job this weekend interviewing some people. We have a very special guest that she has interviewing, one of the artists that is here, Kendall. So I'm eager to see what she has to show us there with this interview.
Well, hello, Illumineers. I have a very special guest with me here today. I have Kendall Hill. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, man. It feels so good to be back at another DLC.
Yeah, this is your second time now. How has this experience been compared to Las Vegas the last time you were here?
It's a lot colder. Seattle's way colder, but it's just as much fun.
Yeah, lots of fun. And I know you're meeting a lot of fans. And I know that we are getting geared up for the next Disney Lorcana set, Azurite Sea. We're about 3 weeks away. And our team has a preview card that you actually had the pleasure of drawing.
Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. My cards are kind of a big deal.
And one might say it's legendary even. Would you say that?
Yeah, you might say it's kind of special.
Really?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Okay, so I do happen to know that this is a Floodborn card, and I wanted to ask you about that because I know a lot of people have questions about what makes a character Floodborn. And so I wanted to know, what is it like taking a character that we know and making them Floodborn, and what does that mean, and what do you bring to that Floodborn character as an artist?
Yeah, so Floodborn is something, totally unique to Lorcana, but it's also almost like a golden ticket to like using your imagination on the Disney characters. Like, what else could this character be if you just threw magic at it and it went whichever way, So getting to design something as Floodborn is like just getting to open up Pandora's box and like see what pops out in your imagination.
Yeah. Was there anything in particular about this character that you were really excited to bring that Floodborn essence to?
Oh man, just It's such a fun, unique, and iconic character, and I can't believe that I got to work on it. Something that I always watched like as a kid, and being able to take my own spin on it and like throw some magic in there and throw like a couple like design additives here and there. It's just a blast.
Oh man, it sounds like you have a lot of pride in this card.
Yeah, a whole lot. Yeah.
All right, well, based on what you're telling me, I just can't wait to see this card.
All right, guys. So they had some interesting stuff they were saying there about a new card reveal for
A new card, you
Azurite
say?
C. Yeah, I think they were dropping some hints on what we might get to reveal. So Sam, what do you think about this new card?
Well, I think he might rock.
He might rock.
Yeah.
So anyway,
A little bit of Pride Rock, maybe.
I'm actually hearing from the booth, that the players are ready to play this match. So if you guys want to see the card reveal, you're going to have to wait until this match is over. I'm excited to get into this next match. Let's see what's happening. All right, we've got Luke Goodwin and Logan Schneider here in the top 4. One thing that I want to say is I know Luke has been trying super hard to get to this spot. He's placed 18th in Atlanta, just shy of getting a invitation to nationals, and placed 31st in Toronto. He's been to a couple DLCs, so him making it this far, getting his invite, and also earning a Golden Mickey, I know he's excited for that. He'll be playing Emerald Steel while Logan is playing Amethyst Ruby. And we'll see what both of these players have opening up. Logan being the 33rd seed means that he is going to get to go first. We're going to start with inking a Sisu and passing over to Luke without a 1-drop.
And not having a 1-drop is not ideal, but it's not the worst in this matchup. Keeping cards in your hand for later on when when Luke might have a card that discards them is never too bad. So we are a little bit sad to see the 1-drop Diablo, because that might mean a shift Diablo in our future here.
Yeah, I do see that shift Diablo in hand with an action. So next turn, Luke could shift it if he wants to. Luke's just taking the time to memorize Logan's hand, being able to know what your opponent's next couple moves is can be very important. Knowing how to plan around some of those cards. We saw that Logan has the Brawl in hand for the Diablo. I don't think we have a Hidden Cove in hand for Luke to get around that, but Luke can be prepared for it. We're going to pass on over to Luke. Logan inking another card and not playing anything.
Yeah. As Luke, we did get a peek at the hand last turn, and we did see that the only 2-cost character was that Madam Mim. So we did kind of expect this if we're Luke, but we are still happy to see it. Happy to have less pressure on the board. Now, do we think Luke is going to shift this Diablo here, knowing that there's a Brawl in hand? I think the answer is probably no here.
Yeah, there's something definitely to be said about going ahead and shifting the card and forcing the card out of your opponent's hand, forcing them to use it. One thing that I'm noticing with Logan here is, it might seem like not playing any cards the first couple turns of the game is a bad thing, but in this matchup specifically where Emerald Steel, one of their avenues of disrupting you is discarding your hand, ensuring that you can't get your ink all the way up so that you can play the more expensive cards in your deck. It's not actually the most terrible thing for Logan here, that since he's not inking a card and playing a card every turn, that means that only one card is exiting his hand every turn, and then of course you're drawing a card for turn, so we're staying pretty net positive here. It's going to make it extra hard for Luke to lean into that discard package if he wants to, and I think it's going to be vital for Logan in this matchup specifically to get up to 7 ink so that when we start drawing those Be Prepareds, I'm going to take a look at the deck list real quick. We're not running any big Sisus, so the most expensive card in his deck is going to be Prepared. You just want to ensure that you can play some of those high uninkable cost cards like Lady Tremaine and Madame Medusa as well. So we're going to see Luke not shift the Diablo and instead play an Ursula Deceiver, get another look at Logan's hand, not finding a song to discard, but being able to see what Logan drew and what he's working with.
So now he does know that there is a Merlin Rabbit sitting there. That was not there last turn, but now we do have access to that information. He's definitely thinking here about whether or not he wants to just end his turn on this or shift to get the draw and force the Brawl. See, one thing forcing the Brawl does is it forces, of course, the action out of hand, but it also makes it so Logan doesn't get to play Sisu this turn, which isn't bad because Sisu does have a lot of strength. It has 2 lore. And 4 willpower is nothing to scoff at, especially for the stat lines of Emerald characters not being that high.
Right, most of these Emerald characters that we see being played in Emerald Steel decks have relatively low strength, so that extra willpower is going to be helpful, and Sisu gets an extra strength for every card in the opponent's hand, so Luke has quite a few cards in hand, which means that Sisu is going to be particularly strong. Also, being a 2-lore quester means that Logan can quest with Sisu and ensure that you can get decent value out of it. We're going to see Luke go ahead and shift Diablo by discarding a Sudden Chill and then singing Let the Storm Rage on with that Diablo, putting 2 damage on the Sisu and drawing a card. We do find a Strength of a Raging Fire. We haven't spent any ink this turn or inked, so if we wanted to get rid of the Sisu this turn, we could ink a card, play Strength of a Raging Fire for its cost of 3 ink just to banish the Sisu.
If we go for that play, we do lose out on 2 cards in our hand. It's not the worst, and it does force the Brawl next turn, so we're looking at a few free turns for us. But it looks like we're going to set up this Ursula for the turn after this. We do have the strength, like you said, and that'll be very good with this Ursula to deal 2 damage to the Sisu and also 2 to another character that may or may not enter the board as well.
This is one of the things that Emerald Steel excels at, in my opinion, is presenting multiple threats to board. We have the Diablo, we have the Ursula Deceiver of All, and now Logan's put in a position where you really want to get rid of both of these, but if we're going to play Brawl this turn, we can only Brawl one of them, and so you kind of have to wonder, is it more valuable to Brawl this Diablo, ensuring that Luke doesn't draw extra cards off of the card, or is it better to Brawl this Ursula, wondering if Luke has any songs in hand that Ursula could double sing on the next turn?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting looking at the game state from Logan's side, because his hand is basically fully known at this point. Luke has seen it twice. He's probably memorized every single card in it, save for maybe the 2 draws that he's missed. But, you know, I think even the Queen's Castle is a new card into his Inkwell, and that could give away that he might have drawn a second one. So Luke having perfect information here while Logan does not is a very interesting position for Logan to be in. It looks like we're using 3 ink here, and that could be for the Brawl, which is what we probably assume is going to happen here to take out that Diablo. Definitely a card you want to get rid of if you're playing Ruby Amethyst.
I think one of the things Logan might be wondering here is if, you know, the Diablo is an obvious threat. We don't want Luke to continue to draw cards off of Diablo as we draw cards. But also, if this Ursula is seeing something like a Sudden Chill, you know, we could force us to discard 2 cards at once. And we've talked about how important in this matchup for Ruby Amethyst it is to keep cards in your hand so you can ink up to 7. So it looks like we are going to use this Brawl on the Ursula Deceiver of All, banishing that, leaving the Diablo in play, and then we're going to go ahead and quest with the Sisu, gaining 2 lore, and we'll probably pass the turn on that.
So Logan prioritizing the Ursula over the Diablo here, probably because he has that Elsa in hand for next turn to go ahead and rush in, take out the Diablo. And at that point, maybe this Elsa can even trade for a second Diablo, so that makes sense. So we're going to see a Hypnotize off the top of the deck for Luke here.
See Luke playing this Hypnotize, forcing Logan to discard a card from hand, and Luke gets to draw a card as well.
We're going to see a Be Prepared discarded here. Probably doesn't want to get hit too hard by another Ursula Deceiver, so choosing to discard a song card is an easy discard because it lets you have less songs in hand, which means you're just inherently not going to lose a card to that card.
It's also uninkable. You know, it's not a card you can get rid of. We're a couple turns off of 7 ink, so you don't want that card sitting in your hand. Totally makes sense for Logan to discard there, and we are going to use a Strength of a Raging Fire to banish this Sisu, singing that with Diablo, getting Diablo exerted so that we can draw cards on Logan's turn when he draws cards. Luke trying to decide what we ink for this turn. I think we don't talk about Bruno that he's considering putting into the Inkwell right now. Maybe looking to get this beast in play on the next turn.
Luke definitely using his perfect information here on the hand to make a meticulous decision on what he wants to ink, making sure that everything he inks is not something he wants for the rest of the game. It's very important here to, when you're in these top 4 scenarios, to really think about your plays and, make the right choice.
We're going to see Logan inking the Queen's Castle, playing that Elsa 5th Spirit that you mentioned a couple turns earlier, Sam, doing exactly what we thought it would. Elsa has rush and evasive, so being able to challenge that Diablo as soon as it enters play can also exert a character when Elsa enters play, but of course the target here is Diablo. Luke did draw Diablo on Logan's turn. We might see another one redeployed, but we also have that Beast Tragic Hero in hand, which is another draw engine for this deck. If Beast is left undamaged at the start of your turn, you get to draw an extra card. If he is damaged, then he gains extra strength, 4 extra strength to be exact, on your turn.
So it looks like we're eyeing up a Hidden Cove or a Diablo to ink here. I see our 2 lines of play are probably, ink Strength of a Raging Fire and play this Diablo in the Hidden Cove, move, the Diablo to the Cove. That's exactly 5 ink. It looks like we're going to do not that play. We're going to ink the Hidden Cove, say we don't need that, and we're going to go ahead and just play the Beast.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision here because since Logan was able to go first in this game, that means on next turn, Logan could get up to 6 ink. We know that Logan doesn't have anything like a Madame Medusa in hand, but we know that Logan's definitely playing Madame Medusa, and so playing out the Beast is susceptible to being banished by Madame Medusa. If we have kept the Hidden Cove, we could potentially move Beast into that, taking it out of range. But then, of course, we know that Ruby players are usually also playing Maui. Logan's playing 3 of them. Maui's a Rush Reckless character that can deal 6 damage, which is exactly enough to take out the Cove. I think Luke is deciding that Cove is not going to serve us very well at this point in the game, putting that into the Inkwell, and we're just going to try to establish this Beast and see if it sticks.
Both of these players are very experienced in this matchup. Having had played it probably multiple times this weekend already, I'm sure they're very used to the lines of play and the maybe mannerisms of opponents that have, had similar things. So I definitely trust their judgment on this one. Let's see. Oh, and we do see that Madame Medusa here. So this could come as a surprise to Luke next turn on his Beast if the Medusa stays in hand, but if I'm remembering correctly, I don't think we had any discard cards currently, and we're only seeing 2 new cards, so this may not be, he may not be able to discard all the cards in his hand this turn.
Yeah, we'll see what Luke draws at the start of the turn. We get another Diablo and a Baboom, so no ways to discard that Madame Medusa out of the hand, but potentially ways that we can get rid of some of these characters in play. We're going to start by inking a Baboom, playing 2 Diablos with our 6 ink, and then just questing for 1 with Ursula and passing the turn.
Diablo Devoted Herald, definitely a card you do not want to see in 2s when you're Logan here. We drew a Sisu for turn, so that's probably hitting the Inkwell here. We're probably going to keep the Fox and the Library for later. Go ahead and take care of that Beast.
Madame Medusa being played, banishing a character with 3 strength or less. Beast having only 3 strength, and we're going to use Elsa and Rabbit to banish the Ursula Deceiver, excuse me.
That Ursula Deceiver probably got in 3 lore before it was banished, so very, very good card there. Oh, and it looks like we have drawn a Morph for turn, and we are going to see at least 2 new cards before our draw for turn here, so the likelihood of us seeing a shift line is pretty high. This Morph could be very game-changing here.
Yeah, when we look at Luke's deck list, he is playing 4 Beast Tragic Heroes and 2 Tinkerbell Giant Fairies as the shift lines. We, of course, have Diablos as well to shift, but definitely need to be on the lookout for any of those characters that could shift onto Morph in the next turn. Logan's going to start by playing a Madame M. Fox, bouncing the Rabbit to draw a card. Fortunately, Madame M. Fox won't be able to rush into any characters because both Diablos are evasive, which means they can only be challenged by evasive characters. And of course, every card that Logan draws, Luke gets to draw 2 of them. So Luke just got an extra 2 cards off of that rabbit being bounced. That's 4 cards that Luke has drawn before the start of his turn here.
Yeah, definitely a very scary situation for Logan. Staring down 2 Diablo Devoted Heralds when you're playing Ruby Amethyst is definitely not the spot you want to be in. A lot of your advantage when you play this deck comes from drawing additional cards, and Diablo is not not a card you want to see when you have a lot of cards that say draw. So it looks like our players are talking about if we can move something to the library here, or maybe Logan is thinking which character we want to move to the library. Which of these characters is more studious?
Logan taking time to think about this before he passes the turn. You know, these players have high stakes here, being in the top 4. They want to have plenty of time to make sure they're not making any misplays. It could cost them a spot in the finals. Logan is going to decide to move the Metagame Fox to the library before passing it back over to Luke, who's going to draw a card for turn. And we ended our turn with 0 cards in hand and starting our turn with 5 cards in hand.
Seems good to me.
We did find some shift characters with 2 Beast Tragic Heroes that we could shift out for 3 onto this morph if we wanted to. Also finding the likes of Muses, and I think we don't talk about Bruno, another removal card. If I let the Storm Rage on, we're going to sing that, deal 2 damage to Madame Medusa, and draw a card.
Now we have seen a lot of players using the Muses to their advantage this weekend. Very powerful card that whenever you play a character, you get to return something to hand with 2 or less strength, and that can be anywhere on the board, which is a pretty fun application of that card. Now, in this particular matchup, maybe it's not so good. It might be a card that finds its way to the Inkwell. Maybe it's a card that we use mostly for its ward ability to maybe prevent our opponent from banishing it with an effect that chooses.
Looks like Luke is going to play this Sudden Chill for 2 ink, forcing Logan to discard one of the 2 cards out of hand, either a Rabbit or the Queen's Castle. Logan doing a little bit of math, trying to make sure he doesn't discard the wrong card at this point. Deciding to discard the Rabbit, likely because these Diablos on board. You know, Rabbit can be an extremely good card for card advantage. Every time it enters and leaves play, you get to draw a card. But when Diablo's on the other side of the field, especially 2 of them, you're also giving your opponent cards. You're actually giving your opponent more cards than you are. So we see how much of an advantage that gives a player just from this turn. Luke having multiple options after the last turn with no cards in hand. We're going to ink the Muses this turn.
It looks like we're eyeing up this We Don't Talk About Bruno. And Madame Mim is going to be returned to the hand with the effect of We Don't Talk About Bruno, which it returns a character to hand and then discards a card randomly. So it looks like we rolled a die here to achieve a random result, and it chose the Queen's Castle. So that's the card that Logan decided to keep off of the discarded for Sudden Chill. So I'm sure he is not happy to see that one go.
As we go back to Logan here, we use the Diablo to challenge the library, putting 2 damage on it. You know, we've talked all weekend about how difficult some of these locations can be to answer for Emerald Steel players if these Amethyst players can gain some board control. But as Logan starts and draws his card for turn, Luke is going to draw 2.
And it looks like that Merlin Crab is going to go right back to hand, even though he was just played by the effect of Madame Mim Fox. And it looks like it's going to make its way to the Inkwell as well.
It looks like we had a little bit of technical difficulties there with the camera, so we're coming back to the booth real quickly, but I think things are getting figured out, and we should be back here in just a minute. Luke's looking to set himself up pretty good here, so I'm hearing that I think we're pretty good now, so I think we can go back to... Okay,
and we're good to go. All right, so we figured it out. There is now So we're back to where we were, and there's a beast on the board. There's a lot of cards in hand. Okay, so it looks like we've moved forward just a little bit. And the library. Okay, so Diablo's going to take out the library here. We're going to Sudden Chill. Logan's going to discard a card, discarding the Madame Mim Fox. So it looks like right now this is not a very favorable position for Logan at all. He has no cards in hand that I can see, and his opponent has, well, enough for both of them if they want. So,
yeah, Luke certainly has plenty of options to work with here, and a pretty scary board at that. 3 of your draw engines in play with the Prince John, the Beast, and Diablo. Again, just highlighting how great Diablo is, and that every time Logan draws cards, Luke gets to draw cards as well. You can see Logan playing Prince on the other side, digging for some answers. Luke drawing along with Logan.
We're going to see 2 Mauis in hand. Unfortunately, Maui is not evasive, unless you have his fish hook. So we will not be able to challenge that Diablo with these Mauis.
Luke has drawn so many cards at this point in the game that I think he's counting his deck to make sure that we're not getting too close to decking out, which you can lose a game of Lorcana if you don't have any cards left in your deck that you can draw when you need to draw for turn.
Suffering from success.
Luke having many, many options here in his hand and lots of ink to work with.
Let's see, we have 7. I don't think we've inked yet for turn on Luke's side. When you have this many cards in hand, it can be very hard to decide what to ink, what not to ink. Do I ink? Do I need these cards? Should I keep a card? So I totally understand Luke, going through his options here, making sure that he's got the right play before he commits his cards to the board in a meaningful way.
I do like seeing this Pete being played as well. Essentially keeps Logan from playing any actions on his turn coming next, so Luke can go pretty wide on this board without fear of a Be Prepared being played or Logan finding a Prince on the other side to dig for any answers. Keeps his characters relatively safe.
And if we're Logan here, we're definitely looking for a Be Prepared, or if he plays it, we're also looking for a Sisu. But looking at the deck list right now, it looks like he is not playing any copies of the Sisu, the 8-cost shift that banishes all characters with 2 strength or less. That'd be pretty good here to neutralize the board state, but it looks like we do not have access to that.
Yeah, this is why we see how powerful Pete can play, especially at this point in the game where you're trying to build up your threatening board, ensure that you can basically get another turn out of these cards. Because Ruby Amethyst players like to rely on cards like Be Prepared, and Be Prepared would be a great answer to this board right now, given all of the threats that are there between the Diablo, the Beast, and the Prince John. The more threatening a shift character that could come down, like Tinkerbell, another Beast, or Diablo.
Looks like our players are discussing something just between them, maybe about the amount of ink exerted right now. Or maybe they're just making dinner plans.
They definitely could be. Luke has so many cards in hand. I think you reach a point where there's a little bit of decision fatigue. There's so many possibilities, so many play lines that you could go through here. Could take a little bit of time to figure out what the most optimal play line is in this situation.
Yeah, so far this turn, because it's been a second here since we played the Pete. I think we've just played the Pete. And I think at one point we were singing Let the Storm Rage On. But I think now it's back in hand. Maybe that's what we're discussing. Maybe we're discussing that we didn't actually want to do that. And we're doing something else now.
Yeah, I think Luke's considering singing that song, potentially banishing the Magic Broom, Luminary Keeper, that if it comes back to Logan's turn, you could use, when you play a character, you can banish the Magic Broom and draw an extra card. Luke plays Let the Storm Rage On to the Magic Broom, then just denying Logan that option to dig a little deeper.
Yeah, as much as as much as Luke has been liking Logan drawing cards, I think he's done with it now. I think he's ready to move on.
You think Luke has enough cards? You think he's happy?
All right, so going up in lore here would definitely be advantageous for Luke. Just trying to close the game out before Logan can see a... Before Logan has an out. Because right now we have Pete active. We're blowing the whistle. We're saying no more actions. Stop doing all that. And but that's only for one turn, so...
Yeah, and unless Luke has another Pete in hand, you know, Logan really needs to find something like a Be Prepared. We mentioned that he's not playing the 8-cost Sisu, so Be Prepared is the only board wipe available to him. But even if we do find that, I mean, Luke has so many cards in his hand that he should just be able to redeploy more threats, especially with the amount of ink. You know, we should be pretty free to ink a card this turn based on the amount of resources we have in hand. So I think Luke is setting up for a pretty dangerous turn. If we can afford to quest with some of these characters and build up lore, it does make them a little bit vulnerable. But again, we just have other we have other options that we can play from our hand for this. So looks like Luke's just figuring this out. This is why these matches are untimed, because we are in a very high stakes situation here.
So I think right now I see off to the right here, I see 2 cards left in Logan's hand and I do see that in Luke's hand here that we do have a Sudden Chill at the front, and I know I saw an Anna Diplomatic Queen at the back of the hand. So if we had wanted to, we could definitely also get rid of the cards in hand as well. So it looks like I'm noticing now Logan, I think, is talking to someone off to his right, maybe a judge, came over to clear some rules confusion. You know, Lorcana is an easy game to learn, but when you really get into it, you know, there are some complicated rulings and, you know, situations that players can find themselves in.
Especially at this point in the tournament, being in the top 4, you know, both of these players are playing for their spot in the finals where they could potentially become champions at DLC Seattle. You want to make sure that all the players are playing to as close to the rules as possible, making sure that everybody's playing fairly, ensuring that we have a good and fair winner here.
So it looks like Logan is fanning out his discard. Both players nodding at one another. Yep, it looks like we are waiting here for some kind of answer from a judge. All right, so for Logan, how do we get back into this game? Because right now we're pretty much on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, if we're Logan here, like we mentioned earlier, Be Prepared is one of the, I mean, really, I feel like is the only way to even potentially get back into this game at this point. So Luke, having played the Pete games referee here, makes it so that Logan can't play any actions on his next turn, including Be Prepared, which means Logan's going to essentially get a free turn here to play a couple characters, quest or sing with these characters if he wants to, without worrying about it Be Prepared being played. You know, where Luke could deploy a couple characters onto the board with the remaining ink and use those to quest on the next turn. The unfortunate thing for Logan is that even if we do find a Be Prepared on the turn after that, or find one that's in hand, then when we play it, it is going to banish all characters. It will wipe the board, but I mean, Luke has to be holding, you know, 10 or 15 cards in hand at this point, so he's going to have plenty of other characters that he can play after that. A lot of them likely the same. I know there's some Beasts, maybe some Diablos in there, and Logan's going to have to find another Be Prepared or another way to answer those with like Madame Medusa, Lady Tremaine, things like that. But it does look like Luke is going to go ahead and sing Let the Storm Rage On with Diablo, banishing the Magic Broom, drawing a card. And we're exerting 3 ink here, maybe playing, yep, looks like we're going to play Hypnotize, force Logan to discard one of the cards of the 2 out of his hand. Luke's going to draw 2 cards, one of them from the Hypnotize and the other from Prince John because of the discarded card. And Prince John's ability that lets him draw a card. I think Luke is eyeing up a Sudden Chill as well, forcing Logan to discard that final card in hand. We're going to sing that with Morph, then draw a card off of Prince John.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and ink this Ursula. So we had not inked yet for turn. Makes sense. We have a lot of cards in hand here. And we're going to go ahead and use Prince John, an excellent singer, to sing Strength of a Raging Fire, which is going to leave us with 2 ready ink here. Now, we could commit another character. Seems pretty good here as we are, as we do have this Pete protecting us from something like Be Prepared, as we talked about. And I think I did see another Pete Games referee in Luke's hand, maybe for the follow-up here.
Yeah, and that could be detrimental in this game. I think we have 8 lore on board currently for Luke, knowing that Logan couldn't, even if he had drawn to Be Prepared, couldn't play it this last turn, means that we've insulated our characters to quest on this next turn, or we know that they will still be around to quest on this next turn. That would push us up to 16 lore, I believe. And then if we had another Pete that we could play after that, then, and we see Logan playing it now, then that means that if Logan finds to Be Prepared next turn, there's nothing they can do either. So this could be checkmate for Logan here.
We're going to play Diablo to look at our opponent's hand.
Not much to look at for that. Luke's going to pass, play a rabbit, draw a card, see what we find, but I think this is it for Logan. We see the smile. I think knowing what's happening, passing it back over to Luke, and Luke has plenty of characters to quest with to take game 1 in this best of 3 for the top 4.
We see a classic matchup, Emerald Steel versus Ruby Amethyst. Good game from both players there. I think the Emerald Steel really took over. I mean, it was a long game, a long section in the middle there that where nothing happened, but they really took over when they emptied the hand and they were removing the characters every turn. So
yeah, I mean, we saw Emerald Steel do what Emerald Steel does best, and it's not a particularly easy deck to pilot. Luke did a great job at. If we think about early in the game, we played the turn 1 Diablo, looking at Logan's hand, knowing that we saw the brawl, and then instead of shifting that Diablo on turn 2 with the Ursula, we decided to wait a turn, shift the Diablo on turn 3 while playing the Ursula Deceiver of All, putting Logan in a really difficult spot, and from there just sort of snowballing off of the advantages that we could gain from the likes of Diablo and Beast, Ursula, Prince John as well. So great showcase there for Luke with Emerald Steel, but that's only game 1. There's at least 1 more game to go, potentially 2. So let's have a look and see if Logan can come back and take a second game.
Let's take a look. All right, so we are going to see Logan going first in this game 2. Now, Logan definitely, he missed his turn 1 character last game. And while that probably wasn't the end of the world, and he missed his turn 2 as well. While that probably wasn't the end of the world, like we said, it is nice to have him. So we're probably looking for a Chernobog's Followers here, maybe a Magic Broom. He plays a total of 7 between the 2 of them. So likelihood is he will probably see one, especially since he didn't see one last game.
Yeah, those are some pretty good numbers, and also they are characters that replace themselves, which I think is extremely important in this matchup. You want to be sure that you have enough cards in hand going into turns 5, 6, and 7 so that you can get to 7 ink, so that you can actually play those Be Prepareds from hand since they're uninkable. I didn't catch what Luke finished with his altar, but I believe he kept a Morph, a Cove. I think we had the Shift Diablo in hand as well. Seeing a fun character in there, Doc. I think Luke is only playing 1 of those. We've seen Doc plenty this weekend. A little bit of a flex card, I think, in the Emerald Steel deck, but one that can allow Luke to draw some extra cards. He finds himself low on cards in his hand. Luke, of course, not having the 1-drop Diablo, is just going to ink and pass the turn back to Logan. I do see the Flynn Rider in Logan's hand, which could be particularly good. If we can get the Flynn Rider out, keep it around, and keep a character with more strength than your opponent's on board, that Flynn Rider can gain 3 lore at the start of your turn. I think Logan does have the Flynn Rider and then the 3-cost Sisu in hand as well, so could follow that up on the next turn. We do see that Sisu in the back of Logan's hand.
So we do see a morph as well in Luke's hand, which will, at least for one turn, hold off this Flynn Rider if Logan chooses to play it. Now, I wonder if Logan will choose to banish his Magic Broom this turn.
I think that's what we're thinking here. We have the Madamim Snake at the front of the hand too. And we could play the Madamim Snake, bounce the Broom, not being able to banish it because it has to be bounced. But it's not the worst thing to put a card back in our hand for the reasons I mentioned earlier. You know, you have to constantly be concerned about Emerald Seal's discard and how aggressive that can be. So we are going to decide to play the Madamim Snake, which when you play Madamim Snake, you have to choose one of your characters to put back in your hand, or else Madamim Snake is banished. So we're going to choose our Magic Broom. Could use it as ink for the next turn. Could use it as a filter card to play and then play another character just to banish and draw.
We do see a morph lined up for this turn. We see a Hidden Cove in the back there. Behind the Hidden Cove, I think that might be a foil card, maybe a Diablo. So that is not a 2-cost card. So looks like we're going to be going with this morph here. Morph, a very powerful card, allowing us to play the Beast Tragic Hero on curve on turn 3. Giving us that extra draw every turn.
That can be an especially strong play against Ruby decks too, because Beast having 3 strength means that something like Brawl isn't going to take care of it. And so if you can get Beast Tragic Hero out as early as turn 3, you're basically guaranteed 2 or 3 card draws off of it if you don't quest with it and keep it undamaged, because Ruby just doesn't have any cards to interact with it that early. You could, as early as turn 5, play an Elsa 5th Spirit just to damage it, but it's a very, very inefficient way to get damage on the Beast. We are going to see the Sisu being played by Logan on turn 3, and we will see that Beast shifted on turn 3 from Logan here. Very strong start for him.
Very good from Logan's part here, playing a lot of characters that have more than 2 willpower, making it very hard for Luke to get those easy snipes with a card like Let the Storm Rage on, or even a Strength of a Raging Fire, or a Fire of the Cannons Baboom, something along those lines.
Like this play from Logan here too. We're going to play Queen's Castle, which is putting Luke in an interesting situation where Queen's Castle having 2 lore on it means that Logan's going to gain 2 lore at the start of his turn as long as the Queen's Castle is in play. And so it really incentivizes Luke to need to challenge and banish this location. But of course, Beast Tragic Hero, you don't want to be exerting Beast so that it can be challenged and damaged, because you want to keep Beast undamaged so you can draw an extra card at the start of your turn.
And you definitely don't want to exert any characters while you have this many cards in your hand versus a Sisu. That Sisu right now has 8 strength. So in order for it to not have enough strength to take out the Beast, Luke would have to empty 4 cards out of his hand, which actually, even then, that would not be enough. He would have to empty 5 cards out of his hands here.
And he can only get up to 4 ink this turn,
Yeah.
so I definitely don't think that's happening. I mean, I get, like, if he really wanted to, he could play the stock. He could play the dock, discard his hand, and then draw 2 cards, and that would do it. But
I don't think we'll see Luke doing that this
I
time.
have a feeling Luke is not going to go with that play line here.
So it sounds like this Queen's Castle here is going to go uncontested, but the Beast will be singing. We don't talk about Bruno. I almost said along came Bruno.
Along came Bruno. It's okay. We don't like to talk about him anyway. So we're gonna roll for a random card to be discarded out of Logan's hand after that Sisu was sent back to hand. Sam bringing up a good point about why you want that Sisu off of the board when Beast is exerted, because we certainly don't want the Beast banished. There is a silver lining here, though. If Logan does challenge and damage the Beast, then the Beast will have enough strength to challenge and banish the Queen's Castle in return. So unless Logan has a way to banish the Beast on the next turn, I did see a Madam Fox, but we need at least 1 extra strength. 1 extra strength. 1 extra damage to put on the Beast to banish it there. Luke's going to decide to play this Diablo from hand.
The dice definitely on Luke's side here with that roll of a 3 that sniped the Maui out of Logan's hands. I bet Logan is a little bit sad right now that Maui was, because I'm sure he would love it right here to just play for 5 ink. I mean, he's going to 5 right now. He's at 4. And use all 5 of those ink to play that Maui. Maui with rush, 6 strength, 5 willpower. You know, those are some really good stats to beat up on a Beast Tragic hero that your opponent has left exerted for you.
Yeah, definitely might have been one of the best, the best card to discard out of Logan's hand in this specific scenario. Just so that your beast at least survives until the next turn. Passing back to Logan, have a couple options for our turn 4. We have a Merlin Rabbit in here, Merlin Goat. We could bounce a card with Fox or try to replay our Sisu and establish some board presence.
And like you've been saying, Brandon, Emerald Steel doing a great job of presenting multiple threats to Logan here. We have both a Beast Tragic hero, drawing us an extra card every turn, and a Diablo Devoted Herald, which even worse for us, will draw whenever we draw. So for the Ruby Amethyst deck, that's just a nightmare. So
yeah, and I think we see Logan understanding that here, deciding to play the Rabbit on this turn while the Diablo is readied, so that we can get the card draw off of it without giving Luke an extra card here, getting us closer. We did draw a Be Prepared off of that. So we're 2 turns out from that, but if we can avoid an Ursula Deceiver.
An interesting scenario Logan is presented with. He could have his Madam Mim Snake challenge the Beast Tragic hero, which would take away the draw, and it looks like he will be doing that. But now the Beast Tragic hero, his hidden second ability that not many people remember, is that when he has damage at the start of your turn, instead of drawing, he'll be gaining 4 strength. And guess what? 4 strength is a perfect amount of strength to have when you're challenging the Queen's Castle.
I think I have to mention something for good sportsmanship here. I think Luke just pointed out that Logan had an extra ink return that he could move the Rabbit to the Queen's Castle if he wanted to. Might just be because he knew he was going to take the Queen's Castle out here with the Beast, but
that's true. That's true. At this point in the tournament, saying stuff like that is a very kind thing to do from Luke's end.
Luke is going to play Hypnotize after banishing the Queen's Castle, forcing Logan to discard a card and drawing a card for himself. We're going to see Logan discard that Sisu. Figuring out how we want to exert Diablo here. I think we're looking at let the Storm Rage on, or if we want to sing that or just quest. Oh no, we're going to sudden chill. Force Logan to discard another card. I think Logan's really holding on to this Be Prepared here, hoping that Luke doesn't sniff it out. If we can last 2 more turns, then we might be able to actually play it.
We're looking at Luke's hand right now. We do have 1 more Hypnotize. Well, of course, we have the Morph and the Let the Storm Rage on as well, but the 1 Hypnotize won't be enough to take out this Be Prepared next turn. If Logan does just ink and then just pass here, which is honestly a real play for Logan to go for.
It would put Logan in an interesting scenario, though, even if we do play the Hypnotize, because we're going to draw a card for turn here, going up to 3 cards. We need to ink a card so that we can go up to 6. And then we have to hold on to this Madame Medusa as another inkable card. If Luke decides to play a Hypnotize, we're forced to discard a card. If we discard our inkable Madame M. Fox, then that means we're required to draw an inkable card on the next turn, just so that we can ink up to 7. But we are going to play this Madame M. Fox, bouncing the Rabbit, drawing a card, ensuring that we can put some extra cards in our hand so that we have that inkable card for Be Prepared. Luke is going to get a draw off of Diablo for that, and then we're going to use Madame M. Fox to banish the Beast Tragic hero and send it back over to Luke.
And from the top of our deck, we do find 2 copies of Ursula Deceiver.
I hate seeing that for Logan. Luke finding the Ursula Deceiver, knowing exactly what to expect as Logan is going into 7 ink, playing the Ursula Deceiver just to check if we have a Be Prepared. And of course, Logan does. So Logan's going to discard that, and then we're going to force another discard through Hypnotize. You can tell that Luke has played against Ruby plenty enough times to know to sniff out those be prepareds.
We do see in Luke's hand that he has a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. Probably not going to come up in this matchup, but that is a good finisher for this deck. And looks like the Elsa is going to save us from this Diablo that has been terrorizing us.
Yeah, at least now without a Diablo in play, Logan can draw cards without fear of giving Luke extra cards as well. And Elsa does have the benefit of being evasive, so doesn't have to worry about Luke challenging anything into it.
Looks like we're eyeing up 3 ink here. Maybe not, but that could signal that we want to use this Let the Storm Rage on. It seems weird, though, because it doesn't quite take this Elsa out. It does bring it to 1 damage remaining. Maybe that's to finish it off with Tinkerbell next turn, but who knows what Luke has planned here.
Yeah, there's a couple of things we could do here. Unfortunately, we can't see the Let the Storm Rage on. If we could deal 2 damage, ink a card, play Tinkerbell, but might be setting up for a Tinkerbell play soon, putting 2 damage on the Elsa. We could also, we don't talk about Bruno the Elsa, back to the hand, forcing a discard. We're going to ink an Ursula, play the Tinkerbell, dealing 1 damage to Elsa. Questing with both Ursula and Doc here. Start pushing our Lord just a little bit.
I like this play from Luke. It puts a lot of pressure on Logan to answer the Tinkerbell here. I mean, it's a 2 lore. For every turn that it stays on the board, it puts a lot of offensive pressure on any exerted character. Obviously not Elsa because she's evasive, but any exerted character that isn't evasive has a lot of pressure put on it when Tinkerbell's on the board. So it looks like Logan is drawn for turn and is thinking a bit about what he wants to do with his newly drawn card. I don't know if he has readied his Elsa and is already quested.
I don't think
Looks
he
like
has.
We're
Looks
going to
like
ready
he's-
that. Quest with that. Okay. And now we're going to think about what we want to do here.
I didn't catch what card he drew either. So I'm eager to know what Logan may be considering here. It's like a Maui. We are going to play the Maui. Rush and challenge that Ursula Deceiver, putting 1 damage on Maui.
Maui's definitely not a card you hate to see here if you're Logan. It puts just like Tinkerbell, it puts a pressure on any exerted character that Luke decides to now exert.
Yeah, I think Logan was considering playing this because Luke can still challenge Maui with the Tinkerbell, banish it, then deal 2 damage to the Elsa, banishing that. But Tinkerbell does get banished in the process, so maybe weighing the value of playing the Maui and it being banished by the Tinkerbell here and also losing your Elsa. Of course, we know that Luke has other answers that he could play as well. We are going to see him play the Muses.
So I wonder if Luke is going to go for a play here where he's going to return his own dock to his hand. I think that's a very interesting line that we haven't seen yet today with the Muses specifically. We did see it a lot with Madame Mim and Befuddle.
We certainly have. It's an interesting thing because Doc is not a card that we usually see being played in Emerald Steel lists. I think Luke is only playing a single copy of Doc as well, but it might be just for this combination available to you. The Muses is a very critical card in these Emerald Steel lists for various reasons, both being able to bounce your characters back to your hand and your opponent's characters when you play a song card, at least characters with 2 strength or less. But it might be a way just to recycle your docks so that if you don't have access to one of your draw engines like Prince John or Beast or Diablo, you at least have your dock that you can use to play and bounce, discarding your hand, drawing 2 cards, and keep yourself at least back in the game.
So Logan has drawn for turn here, and we are thinking about what we want to do with our new card. We're going to keep it in hand here. Maybe it is something that is not good at the moment. Maybe it's a Madame Medusa. I could see that, but because that is also a card we can't ink, so worth keeping at the very least. I mean, Luke probably has a way to discard it, but if he does, you know, it's kind of like a better have it scenario. Okay, looks like it's a Madame M. Fox. Fair enough.
Another fun thing about the Muses, you know, we can bounce this Ursula back to hand and reuse it to check what Logan has in hand if we wanted to, but we're going to go and play the dock. We're going to then use Strength of a Raging Fire to banish the Maui. It'll deal 4 damage because there's 4 characters on board. And then we're going to use the Muse's ability to bounce the dock back to hand, purely using the dock there to get us to that 4 character limit for Strength of the Raging Fire to banish the Maui.
A very cool way to use dock. Definitely a very cool way. We see we've drawn a Flynn here for turn, which is going to allow us to go Flynn, Mim, and then play the Flynn again if we want to. So we are going to be able to play our whole hand, have 2 characters on board.
You can play the Metamim Fox and banish this Muses here. The Fox will survive, only taking 2 damage. Logan deciding to ink the Flynn so that we don't give Luke a free discard from our hand.
Yeah, I guess playing the Flynn here, if we plan on challenging the Muses, which makes a lot of sense, is probably not worth it, as the Tinkerbell would swing in. It would banish the Metamim because, of course, in a challenge, banish it with your damage, and then it would use its Puny Pirate ability to do that 2 damage to the Flynn Rider and banish it as well.
Looks like Luke is going to play Diablo after banishing that Metamim Fox with the Ursula Deceiver. And then we're going to play another Muses that we found. Just Emerald Steel doing the same thing, being able to play threat after threat, thing that you have to deal with constantly. Logan with no ways to draw cards, only playing off the top of his deck. Not in a great spot.
He was definitely looking for a Merlin Rabbit or something like that before this turn, but now that Diablo is going to be in rotation, it's going to be difficult to come back into this game without giving Luke a little bit more cards in the process. So,
yeah, Luke doing a fantastic job of taking the control player's role in this game, just making sure that Logan doesn't have any advantage, any value at all. Every character that gets played is going to be banished, or any card in hand is going to be discarded. Ensuring that we can keep our wide board and slowly quest up to 20. I say slowly, we just push all the way up to 14 for Luke.
Well, we have at least one more turn here. We only have 5 represented on board. We're going to go ahead and play Anna, and with her ability, you can pay 2 extra ink and choose one of 3 abilities, and the ability that he chooses is discard a card. And it looks like Luke is going to take this match, I should say, 2-0.
Yeah, Luke is going to take game 2, earning his way to the finals.
Yeah, congratulations, Luke. We will see you soon.
Yeah, congratulations to both players for making it this far in the tournament. You know, making it to the semifinals definitely is not an easy feat. Both players showing us how to play their decks really well. I think, honestly, Luke just found the cards they needed to find and did what Emerald Steel does best, playing threat after threat, using your control tools through your steel and discard packages to ensure that Ruby Amethyst player just can never catch up, utilizing those Peats early in game 1 to insulate yourself against something like a Be Prepared or any comeback cards that Ruby Amethyst has. So definitely some elite play here by Luke and Logan.
Yeah, great games from the both of them.
So with that being said, we are going to move into the next semifinal match. I believe that we're going to be coming in on game 2. So we're going to push into that, and then we'll take a look at it then.
So with this game 2, it looks like Sean has won game 1, and we see that up at the top right here. And we're going to be going right into game 2 here, where Michael Majors is likely going to be choosing to go first. Let's see what happens. It looks like Michael has kept a Brawl in his mulligan. That makes sense. A Crab and a Kuzco as well. Kuzco and Crab make a lot of sense in this matchup to keep because, you know, the Crab just has a great stat line for the steel actions and songs, and the Kuzco is not a card that Sean is going to be looking to remove from the board. It's kind of, you know, I mean, sure, he'll take it, but it's not great for him. He gets to draw a card at the very least, so
No, I mean, Ruby Amethyst does a fantastic job at playing characters like Cusco, like Chernobog's followers and Magic Broom that, can replace themselves either when banished or, after questing, banishing themselves or playing a character. So it looks like Michael is going to be going first, inking a Flynn Rider, not having a 1-drop to play and passing it on to Sean.
So Sean here is definitely looking for a 1-drop in his Steel Song strategy. Steel Song is a deck that definitely wants to play on curve here, looking to play out singers every single turn or shift lines to, really get their powerful songs out early. And that's kind of how this deck is designed to win. It wants to play its songs, its powerful songs, before their opponent has a chance to set up and kind of overwhelm them with that advantage.
Yeah, I think that's why we see Michael inking something like the Flynn Rider, because that Flynn Rider is very likely not going to survive after the turn he's played, especially when you see we didn't know the Cinderella was going to be played, but you can sort of expect that opening out of a Steel Song player. We do have a pretty aggressive hand, though, for Sean with a Daisy Duck and a Queen. We're going to go ahead and ink this Queen here. Looks like we're going to sing Let the Storm Rage On, banishing that Cusco. Sean's going to draw a card from Let the Storm Rage On. Michael's going to draw a card because Cusco is banished.
Now we do see a Mr. Shmee coming out from Sean here. Very nice for him because it looks like Michael had a Brawl lined up for this turn, and now his plans might have to change here. Looks like we're going to go with the Merlin. The Merlin Crab is coming down. Merlin Crab has a very solid stat line, like we said. The 3/3 is a difficult stat line for Sean to deal with on both an offensive and a defensive. So let's see what he does to respond here. We're going to have play a Gaston.
Gaston, very interesting card in Amber Steel, one picking up in popularity. Typically we see in this 3-cost slot an Aerial Spectacular Singer, which we do see in Sean's hand, but we play this Gaston because we could potentially on turn 4 play an Aerial Spectacular Singer, look at the top 4 cards in our deck, draw one of those cards, and then immediately sing it with Gaston that's already in play. Also, Gaston has slightly better stats than Aerial does, so can better survive a challenge or avoid a brawl. Michael playing a Merlin Rabbit for his turn, drawing a card when it enters play. Going back to Sean here, drawing a 5-cost Queen. I think we're going to start with this Aerial Spectacular Singer here. See if we can find any songs.
Sean has this Gaston in play with Singer 5, giving access to any song in his deck. So any song that he finds here is live if we want to use it. Now, something like Whole New World is not super ideal here. We do have a lot of cards in our hand as well, so we're not exactly getting a lot out of it if we a Whole New World here, but maybe that is something we will choose to do. I don't actually see a Whole New World in Sean's hand.
No, we don't have a Whole New World yet, but we did find an Along Came Zeus there from the Aerial. So if we wanted to, we could sing with Gaston to play Along Came Zeus and banish this rabbit, dealing 5 damage through this song. It would give Michael another draw, but it would keep Michael from being able to bounce the rabbit with, say, a Madam M Fox or a Madam M Snake to draw another card and potentially play the rabbit later to continue to draw. It looks like that's what we're going to do. Banishing this rabbit here, singing with Gaston before we move on with our turn. Still haven't inked for the turn, so we could ink and play this Daisy Duck in hand if we wanted to. I think we have a Lawrence and a Queen in hand. We're going to go ahead and quest out with Cinderella and the Mr. Smee, pushing our lore lead. I think Sean understands that in this Amber Steel matchup versus Ruby Amethyst has better cards in the late game than you do. We have Be Prepared's, Lady Tremaines, Madame Medusa's, potentially some Sisu's. You want to try to end this game sooner rather than later, especially when we can't find a Whole New World to disrupt their hand. Michael holding 2 Be Prepared's. I think Sean would be happy to send both of those to the discard.
So Maui is going to go right into that Cinderella here. Maybe Michael is thinking about a potential Cinderella shift on the following turn here. I would be a little bit scared here if I was Michael of maybe the Rapunzel coming down on turn 4 to heal this 2 damage. but maybe he's predicting that that is not the case because it did not come down last turn. So let's see what Sean decides to do. It looks like he's eyeing up this queen to put into his inkwell, and that will give him exactly 4 ink to play the Daisy Duck and the Lawrence that are in his hand. That'll give him 4 lore represented on board for the next turn. Very powerful. Let's see. So maybe we play this Daisy as well. Maybe we're thinking we hold back a bit since we haven't seen Whole New World yet, so we might want a few, or we might want to keep a few cards just in case there is a sweeper in our future.
Yeah, Sean's going to have to walk a tightrope here because Michael, going into his next turn, can ink up to 7, which isn't quite enough for Be Prepared, but the next turn definitely could play it. Michael has plenty of cards in hands to do it, and Sean has not been able to find much of his draw. He is playing 4 Rapunzel, Gifted with Healings, playing 4 Whole New Worlds, and just can't find anything to give him a little more gas. If he puts too many characters out onto the board, doesn't get a big enough lead, then that's just prime time for Michael to play one of these Be Prepared, swipe the board, and start coming back with the game. We are going to see Madame Medusa being played by Michael after singing Friends on the Other Side with Maui here. We're going to choose the Gaston to banish with the Madame Medusa and then pass it back over to Sean, drawing a Let the Storm Rage on off the top. Could sing that with Ariel or Lawrence here to deal 2 damage to something and draw a card. We're not going to banish anything. We're going to first quest with Daisy. Michael's going to look at the top card of his deck. If it's a character, puts it in his hand. We see the Madame M Snake. Sean getting some information there before committing to any play this turn.
Now we do see 2 Be Prepareds in Michael's hand here. Those are potentially coming down next turn if we don't draw something here. Okay, we didn't draw anything huge here. The small queen does match with the big queen. However, we are inking to 5, which makes it almost unnecessary to shift. So maybe we ink the small queen. And if we do play this big queen here, we are... Okay, so looks like we're going to ink the small queen. We're going to quest with those. And we're just going to pass it back to Michael. Oh, okay. And right, Mr. Smee, no captain, so he is going to take his 3rd damage.
Yeah, now we're in a position where Michael can ink and play this Be Prepared. Sean only having 1 card in hand. Be very tempted to do so if we don't just outright have a way to banish the characters without playing Be Prepared right now. We are going to start by challenging this Daisy with the Maui. I did see a Lady Tremaine that was in hand, so we're going to challenge with the Madame Medusa. Might see the Lady Tremaine being played here. Yep. Michael's going to play Lady Tremaine, forcing Sean to banish one of his characters. And Lawrence is the only character to choose here, so that goes into the discard. And now the tables have turned a little bit. Michael, having the full board previously, now has nothing on board. Or sorry, Sean having the full board has nothing on board. Now Michael has a full board. We're going to see this queen being played that's been in the hand for a minute. Finding that Rapunzel a turn or two too late for Sean here. Michael's going to start off by questing with Lady Tremaine and Madame Medusa, gaining 3 lore. Do see a Finder's Keepers in Michael's hand. Could be a good turn to play this. Just get more cards into your hand while Sean's not presenting anything too crazy.
We can also see Michael go for a Queen's Castle here, just to put a lot of pressure on Sean, knowing that the best way for him to get back into this game is to draw a Whole New World.
Looks like Michael's going to decide to play Madame M Snake, bouncing the Lady Tremaine back to hand, and then replaying the Lady Tremaine, forcing Sean to banish a character on his side of the board. And of course, the Queen's the only character available. So that is going to be banished here. We see the value that the Madame M package can bring to a game like this, being able to reuse your Ruby characters that can be so punishing. Sean's going to play this Rapunzel onto an empty board past the turn. We go back over to Michael. We have a couple options in hand. We have that Queen's Castle sitting at the back. Be a pretty good play here. Also have an Elsa, the 5th Spirit. We could force this Rapunzel to be exerted if we wanted to. Could even potentially ink the Madam Fox, and I think play the Elsa and the Queen's Castle this turn if we wanted to.
Michael definitely considering all of his options here, just looking them over twice, 3 times, making sure that he is committing the absolute best card in his hand to the board in such a crucial scenario like top 4. We're so close to the finals here for both players. I'm sure they can just taste it. It is so close. And Sean having won game 1, you definitely don't want to make any mistakes in game 2 as Michael here.
Ruby Amethyst, I think, is typically looked at as a deck that's easy or consistent. You know, I've heard people reference it as a deck that you bring to a tournament to day 2 and not to win. But I think we're seeing Michael here just prove that that's not exactly the case. There's a lot of skill that comes in knowing how to use your resources in a Ruby Amethyst game, deciding to play this Elsa, the 5th Spirit, to exert the Rapunzel, challenging it with the Maui to banish it, then playing your Queen's Castle for turn. And it does look like that. I think Sean is conceding here. So I think Michael's going to take this game 2.
And Michael taking game 2. And that is moving on to game 3 here. Remember, Sean did win game 1. It wasn't on camera, so understand if we forgot, but
no, we didn't forget. We are going to a game 3. I'm very excited for a game 3 here in the semifinals. We know that an Emerald Steel deck is waiting in the finals here with Luke, so could still be a Ruby Amethyst, could be an Amber Steel deck that makes it to the finals. I'm very eager to see what happens, and honestly, I can't wait. I think we should get right into this game 3.
Yeah, let's see what we got. All right, and we have our players drawing up for game 3 here. Sean, having lost game 2 here, a close game 2, is probably choosing to go first now in game 3 as Steel Song.
And Sean has the ability to open a pretty aggressive opening if we want to, with the likes of Daisy and Mr. Smee. You could also find characters like Cinderella, Ballroom Sensation, and if we have a song, we could have that ready for a potential Chernobog's followers or Magic Broom that Michael might play on turn 1. Eager to see which direction he goes here, considering that we're playing into a matchup that we know is very aggressive. You know, I think part of Sean's downfall last game was simply just not finding the cards that he needed to refill his hand, and finding the Rapunzel too late, couldn't find a whole new world. So we're going to see Sean alter 5 cards away, drawing 5 new ones and shuffling his deck up. Getting ready to play here, and I think if we're Michael, we're just looking for ways to slow Sean down early in the game, gaining control of the board like we did on the last game. Playing around a whole new world as fast as we can.
I did see for Michael's altar here that he kept a copy of Maui Hero to All and a copy of Madam Fox. Very smart, I think, for Michael here. Amber Steel Song tends to leave a lot of their characters exerted. They tend to, obviously be singing a lot of songs. So having characters with Rush is a very valuable resource here.
I do see a Cinderella, Ballroom Sensation in Sean's hand, along with a 1-drop Queen. So we have options to play on this turn 1 if we want to. Sean taking his time to figure out what he wants to ink. One of the things I love about Disney Lorcana is the skill that comes into this game regarding the cards that you ink. As early as turn 1 can affect the outcome of this game. If you ink the wrong card and you need it later, could be your downfall. We are going to see Sean inking the 1-drop Queen to play a Cinderella, Ballroom Sensation. We do have some songs in hand that we can sing with it. Michael's not going to play anything out to the board, though.
Michael not presenting a character here that would be easy for Sean to sing Let the Storm Rage On. A very good play for Sean if he's able to do it. I mean, he gets to banish a character, he gets to draw a card, so anything with 2 willpower or less is probably inadvised into a Cinderella Ballroom Sensation if you can possibly help it.
We're going to see Sean ink and Mr. Smee and play an Ursula. Ursula Vanessa here, another strong singer card. Singer 4 with 4 willpower, so a little bit difficult to get rid of through challenging and steel removal, but can sing the likes of Along Came Zeus and all the other 3-cost songs that we know Steel likes to rely on. I see Strength of a Raging Fire in hand there for Sean. Just setting himself up to be able to answer anything that Michael plays. We see Michael playing a Flynn Rider here, which currently has the highest strength. If Flynn Rider still has the highest strength on board when it comes back to Michael's turn, he can gain 3 lore, but I imagine we might see this Ariel or Lawrence played this turn, which has equal or more strength than Flynn Rider.
I also imagine we'll see the Strength of a Raging Fire come down on this Flynn.
We're going to play Ariel here. Look at the top 4 cards of Sean's deck. If we find a song, we can reveal it and put it onto our hands. We find to let the Storm Rage on. I think this is a really great find because I think this is even better to sing on this Flynn Rider than Strength of a Raging Fire is currently. We get to deal 2 damage, banish the Flynn Rider, and draw a card. Draw into another Let the Storm Rage on that I'm sure we'll save for another character, and we'll go ahead and quest with the Ursula Vanessa here, pushing Sean up to 2 lore.
Now in Michael's hand, we are looking at a few uninkable cards here, 2 Rabbit and a Be Prepared, kind of making it awkward as to what he is going to ink here. He does have 4 cards at his disposal and 3 cards that are 3 cost or less. It looks like he is looking to ink a Sisu so he can brawl that Ariel. He says he does not want a Whole New World coming down next turn, which is totally reasonable.
We do have some very reactionary cards in Michael's hand with the 2 Mauis, Madam M Fox, and Be Prepared. We also have the Rabbit, so could set up for some interesting next couple turns. You know, could play a Rabbit on the next turn, draw a card, and a Maui after that, or Madam M Fox pull the Rabbit back. The interesting thing about this matchup, though, is you got to really toe the line between too many cards in hand and enough cards in hand because of that constant threat of a Whole New World being played. We have Sean playing Ariel here, again, searching for songs. We don't find a Whole New World on that one, though. We're going to ink a Strength of the Raging Fire, quest for 2, pass the turn back to Michael.
Michael, having drawn another copy of Madam M Fox here, he is going to ink the extra copy and play Merlin Rabbit to just gain him an extra card. Very simple play. We saw it in game 2 as well. Very good play.
So we come back to Sean. We do draw a Gaston, I believe, for turn. Setting ourselves up for an interesting scenario. We've only got 2 inkable cards with the Rapunzel and the Gaston. But we do have songs that we can sing. Can sing this Along Came Zeus to banish the Merlin Rabbit, ensuring that Michael can't bounce it with something like a Merlin Fox or Madam M Snake to gain even more advantage by drawing extra cards. Those cards can make the difference in a game like this. You know, we saw Michael using his answers through cards like Madame Medusa, Lady Tremaine here towards the middle and the late game. So denying Michael that extra card draw could be all the difference. We're going to see an interesting play here. Sean singing Let the Storm Rage On, dealing 2 damage to his own Ursula and drawing a card just so that we can play this Rapunzel, healing the Ursula for 2 and drawing 2 extra cards, drawing us 3 cards per turn. And we do find that Whole New World after doing so. We do have a lot of cards in hand, though, so we'll see if Sean wants to sing that this turn. We are going to sing Along Came Zeus, banishing that Rabbit, forcing Michael to draw a card here. We're not forcing, but Michael does draw a card here.
And it looks like we are thinking about which one we want to ink and which one to go to our discard. We're probably going to play this Cinderella, and we're going to sing A Whole New World, and we're going to put our hand to the discard.
Amber Steel doing what it does best, which is gaining value out of these songs, singing them for free, emptying your hand, and then singing A Whole New World to discard as few cards as possible, having a very big board, and then starting your turn with 7 fresh cards while disrupting your opponent's entire hand. Michael discarding all of those cards that he drew before, drawing a new set of 7. Do have a Maui in hand that we can play this turn, which looks like we are going to do after inking a Finder's Keepers, challenging this Ariel, ensuring that there's no 5-cost characters that can sing. I
definitely want to keep Sean on as little characters as possible here, trying to keep as little lore pressure off the board as possible, and taking out that Singer 5 is definitely valuable here for Michael. On the next turn, we can definitely follow up with the Maui again. If it lives, it will be able to challenge again. Looks like we're going to deal 2 damage to it with Let the Storm Rage on. That's going to draw us a card. It won't quite take out the Maui, but sometimes that card is just as valuable. And we're going to have our Cinderella challenge the Maui, taking out both.
I'm going to come back to Sean here with a set of 7 new cards from that whole new world last turn. Starting out with playing a queen. Considering what we're going to play next. Looking to ink this Ursula, maybe. Inking this Ursula to give us 5 ink to work with. Looks like we're going to play a queen. Queen has a very strong ability. When she quests, you can remove 4 strength from an opposing character and put an extra 4 strength on a chosen character of yours, making it so that you can make very efficient trades.
Now, taking out the Maui was critical for Sean this turn. It's going to help protect his cards that it can sing the whole new world for this next turn. It looks to me that there is no direct answer to this queen that Sean has presented. So the whole new world is probably getting sang, though Michael doesn't know that it's happening yet, so maybe he won't quite play around it.
Yeah, it's something you constantly have to be concerned of as a Ruby Amethyst player, partially because so much of your deck is revolved around drawing cards between your Chernobog's Followers, Finders Keepers, Merlin Rabbits, Magic Brooms. You don't want to draw too many cards where an Amber Steel player can take advantage of that, emptying their hand and then forcing you to discard them all. So I think Michael's going to want to play to the board here, needs to find a way to start doing some damage to these characters.
We do see an unfortunate 3 copies of Whole New World in Sean's hand. I originally thought it was only 2, but it is 3 copies of that card. And that is definitely a card that you only want to see one at a time.
Yeah, that's certainly something that Michael might be happy to see if Sean does eventually sing this, because once you see the 4 Whole New Worlds, at that point, you don't have to worry about them at all. You can start doing the things that Amethyst Ruby likes to do, which is drawing those cards, finding the removal pieces, those control pieces, and we are reaching the point in the game where we could see the flip by Michael. On this turn, he could ink up to 6. Then on the next turn, ink up to 7, and at that point, all of our Be Prepareds are online. Taking a look real quick at the deck list, and it does look like Michael is not playing any Sisus, so Be Prepared is our only board wipe, and against an Amber Steel deck specifically, they like to go wide. They like to put their hand out on the table before singing Whole New World. So we are going to ink a card, playing this Chernobog's Followers, and then passing. Or sorry, play Finders Keepers first, drawing 3 cards, and then inking a card and playing the Chernobog's Followers.
Looks like as Sean here, we're going to sing Bare Necessities. We're going to see what's going on in that hand before we choose to use our last Whole New World. Very smart play, I think, from Sean here. Basically analyzing the situation. Do I want to make you discard this hand, or can I just let you keep it? Because the Finders Keepers does definitely signal maybe a weaker hand, maybe a hand that I can just let you keep. So
yeah, and I mean, Sean, knowing that Michael is at 6 ink right now, potentially could be at 7, doing a great job of just checking to see, if we need to be scared of this Be Prepared next turn. Finding a Be Prepared, of course, discarding it from Bare Necessities, because there's multiple Be Prepareds in hand. Maybe we're forced to sing our Whole New World, which at this point I think we don't want to do until we have to, since we have all 3 of them in our hand. We don't want to reveal that we're stuck with all of those in our hand. Right now, Sean looking through Michael's discard, taking card counts, likely seeing how many of those Be Prepareds we've seen so far, how many of the removal options we've seen or that have been discarded. Be Prepared, of course, being an extremely strong song from set 1, banishing all characters when played. We can see how that would be to Michael's advantage here. Sean having 6 characters in play at the moment after playing this Mr. Smee to Michael's 1.
All right, so it looks like we are eyeing up maybe shifting our queen here. Yep, okay. And then we're probably still thinking if we want a whole new world here or just quest. So it looks like the last 3 cards in hand are those 3 whole new worlds. And yeah, we're going to sing.
Singing Whole New World, discarding our hand, discarding both players' hands, and each one drawing 7 cards. Michael discarding a 6-card hand there.
Now, we do see a Pete drawn from Sean's side. I think if we ink a card here, we'll definitely just be able to slap that Pete onto the board, and that is going to be very good for us as Sean turning off any Be Prepareds that might have come off the top of the deck here. Now, looking at Michael's hand, I actually don't see any, but if one comes off the top or off the Chernobog's followers, we're still safe.
Yeah, I didn't catch any Be Prepareds, but that Pete is the perfect card to find here after a Whole New World for the reasons you just said, Sam. Insulating this board against a board wipe through Be Prepared as an action. We know that Michael's not playing any Sisus, the 8-cost board wipe, so we're really only concerned about Be Prepared here, and we've built up such a big board from Sean that I believe we have enough lore on board that next turn Sean can quest out and take this, unless Michael can banish quite a few characters. We have 12 lore on board for Sean here, so we need to get that down to 7 at most, getting rid of 5 lore.
Michael definitely analyzing all of his options here, doing all the math with his Chernobog, and maybe looking at his hand to see what rush characters he might have, or a lady in red that he could play to banish maybe the Rapunzel. Does that change any of the math here? Because we are representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 lore from Sean here. That is more than enough to win the game when he is already at 12. It's definitely an uphill battle here.
Yeah, I think Sean is just doing some calculations in his head, figuring out, how much ink I have to work with and which characters I can work with here. Can I sequence together a play that gets rid of enough lore on board to survive one more turn? So all we need is one more turn and a board wipe to stay in this game, I believe. We have a Madam Fox in hand that we could use to play, bounce the Chernobog's followers, rush into something to deal 4 damage. Not sure that we have many other rush options in hand. I think we have a Maui in hand as well. I don't think we have any other mems to pick cards back up, though.
Looks like we're counting out a few ink here.
All of our removal options, like Lady Tremaine and Madame Medusa, cost 6 ink. Only effectively took out 1 character. We do have a Brawl there we could use to banish something like a Rapunzel that would be questing for 2. But of course, we're relatively low on ink. There's only so many cards we can play with 7 after we ink for turn. Michael doing all of the math that he can, making sure that we're not missing a play where we can save this game. We're going to quest with our Chernobog's followers and banish it just to draw an extra card, see if we can find anything useful. We find a Merlin Rabbit. That's not going to do it, so Michael's going to concede. Sean is going to take game 3 in this top 4. Going on to the finals. It's going to be an Emerald Steel versus Amber Steel finals here. An exciting thing. 2 steel decks, 2 song decks, notably. Some of the more powerful functions, not the right word, things in Lorcana that you can do. Thank you, mechanics that you can do. So exciting for that. Be sure that you guys stick around for the finals. But we did tease a card reveal.
We did
before these matches. So anybody that stuck around, you will be rewarded for that because we have something very interesting to show you guys.
And this is Simba, the Pride Protector. So Simba is a 5-cost character, uninkable, 4 strength, 4 willpower, and 2 lore. This is a Floodborn. He's a hero and a prince. We hear our fans in the back clapping for us. He is shift 3, which means you can pay 3 ink to play him on top of any character named Simba. And he has an ability to understand the balance. At the end of your turn, if this character is exerted, you may ready all of your other characters. So this is really cool. First of all, Kendall Hale, amazing job drawing this card. Like he said, he put every inch of magic into this card. You can see all these like amber signs on him, almost lighting up like his tattoos in the movie.
I think this is my favorite card of Azurite Sea so far. I am a huge Amber fan just in general. I love the art on this card for that reason. Having those amber lines, we've heard about how the artist implements some of the line work that is represented between some of the inks here on Simba, sort of like tattoos. I think this isn't the first time that we've seen a card in Lorcana where Simba sort of has line work like that on his body with sort of a tattoo-like thing. And I mean, look at how crazy Simba is in this picture, lunging at something in the water here, being the Pride Protector, a little bit of a more grown Simba here. And I think this ability is pretty strong as well. One of the things that Amber loves to do, we saw Sean in the last game do it so well, is sing songs. They like to use their characters, exert them, sing songs for free, gaining value out of that. And Simba, being a shift character, can interplay and exert himself either by questing, challenging, or singing as well. And so you can combo this with other Simba cards that are in steel or Simba cards that are already in amber to utilize his effect, playing the Simba, singing a whole new world with it. He costs 5, and at the very end of your turn, when Simba is exerted, you get to ready all those characters, essentially keeping them safe, protecting them. Very, very thematic here for the card. Definitely legendary worthy. And like I said, potentially my favorite card that we've seen coming out of Azurite Sea so far.
And one of the best things about shift characters in general is always, always, always when you see a new shift, what's the first thing you want to do? You want to find out, what can I shift this onto? And sometimes there isn't a great answer, but for Simba, oh my goodness, does he have some good cards.
He has so many cards, so many cheap cards. There's a really fun Pride Land stack that I've been playing with that plays the 1-cost Simba in steel that we got all the way back in set 1. I also think of the Bodyguard Simba that's in amber that costs 2. You can shift this on as well. And I know that the fans out there have been questioning, when is Simba going to get a Floodborn card? We have so many Simba cards. None of them are Floodborn, only Storyborn or Dreamborn. So I know that the fans at home are going to be happy to get their hands on this one.
It's a beautiful card. It's a great effect. I'm sure everyone is going to love playing with this card.
Absolutely. Well, with that, we have made it through the top 4, and we do have the finals coming up. Sam, it's been a great time working with you here. I'm excited to move on to the finals. I hope that the audience has enjoyed hearing from some of the game developers. I know I've enjoyed talking with you while here and casting alongside you. So any last words before we head off to the finals?
It's been a great time here on camera. It's been a great time casting with Brandon. And I just want to say thank you to everyone who watched this weekend and to everyone who's going to watch the finals. I know you all are. So we'll see you there.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to the finals of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Seattle. We've been leading up to this all weekend long, seeing players doing their best. We've got world-class players here working to get to this spot. We know we have Luke and Sean, Luke on Emerald Steel, Sean on Amber Steel. We've had an exciting time leading up to this moment. Brendan, awesome to be in the booth with you again. We've been passing each other up all day.
Yeah.
So excited to be casting alongside you. How has your Seattle event been this weekend?
It's been great. Had some great matches on stream. I mean, both the players that we're going to see in this finals had to battle through an almost 2,000 player pool here in Seattle to make it ultimately to the finals of this Disney Lorcana Challenge in Seattle. And it all comes down to this. We have Amber Steel versus Emerald Steel. And it feels like an ode back to Las Vegas with this Emerald Steel list. Very similar to Zan's list, but now back up against Amber Steel instead of the Emerald Steel mirror, which is what we saw in Vegas.
Yeah, there's a couple cool techs that Luke has in there, but I want to go back and look at the bracket of the top four to kind of go back and see how we got here. We just got done with Michael and Sean's match. Luke had to play against Ruby Amethyst here against Logan. It was a very tight match. Luke playing very beautifully, knowing how to toe that line, avoiding the be prepares, trying to discard Logan so that he can't get up to them, but then utilizing those Diablos, the Tragic Beast. We saw how he beautifully was able to present threats over and over, making it very difficult for Logan to choose which one needed to be banished at the time. Luke, of course, taking that away. And then last game we just saw with Sean and Michael, Amber Steel and Ruby Amethyst. We saw the power that can come with Amber Steel, especially when you're able to build a wide board, utilize your Peats exactly when you need to on turn 6. To insulate yourself against a Be Prepared, also using a Whole New World to discard some of those more dangerous Ruby cards out of Michael's hand. So Sean earning himself a spot here in the finals against Luke. So now here we are, Emerald Steel versus Amber Steel.
Yeah, both players had to dispatch of a Ruby Amethyst before getting to this finals, and now we have an all-steel finals here in Seattle. I have to wonder, will Emerald Steel take it in? Can it go back-to-back at these North American Disney Lorcana challenges?
It
I can't wait to see.
definitely can. You know, we've seen Emerald Steel win more than one of these challenges before.
Yeah.
I know it won in Chicago, it won in Vegas here with Zan. Just seems to be a deck that continues to come back. And, you know, when I start to think about the deck and all that it can do and the game plan of Amber Steel, it makes me wonder if it has a little bit of an edge, being able to play things like Ursula Deceivers and Peats to avoid Amber Steel from playing those songs. So I'm eager to see what this match looks like.
Let's get down to our feature match and check it out. All right, finals of the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Seattle. Luke Goodwin versus Sean. Sean on Amber Steel. Luke once again on that Emerald Steel.
We're going to watch these players go through their altering hands. I believe Luke will get to choose who goes first, being the higher seeded player. So be very surprised to see anything other than him going first. We immediately see a 1-drop Diablo in that hand. Don't see a Shift Diablo after it, but do see an Ursula Deceiver, a Prince John as well, with some discard cards available. We'll see what Luke decides to put back.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the strategy of the Amber Steel player here, like how much they prioritize having that early shift line to be able to sing a Whole New World. How important that is against something like Emerald Steel, and how important it is to have answers against that early curve. So Emerald Steel, particularly in the mirror, talked about some of those opening Diablo lines, you know, something like an Ursula Deceiver coming down in turn 2, turn 3, you got Ursula Singer, and you kind of set up this lock. I wonder how effective that is against a more song-heavy deck in the form of Steel songs like Sean is on.
Yeah, I mean, you really have to walk the tightrope here as Luke, being the Emerald Steel player, leaning on some of those songs, because Sean is playing a Queen Shift line, so we could see something as early as a turn 2 Whole New World being played. And also, if you lean too far on some of those discard abilities from Emerald Steel, and Sean does manage to play something like a Whole New World and refill the hand, it just sort of undoes everything that you've worked so hard to do. At the same time, though, you know, we can't just rely on cards like Diablo, being only a 2 strength, 2 willpower character, very vulnerable to a lot of the steel removal available in these Amber Steel decks as well.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at Sean's list, and does have the Queen Shift package, also has 2 Blues, no Piglets in the deck, which I think is actually going to probably be beneficial in this matchup, has 2 Gastons as well, and then 4 Along Came Zeus, a card that, you know, definitely makes its way into Steel Song, but a card I've seen people kind of flux on how many copies they have in their list. Could be good against some of the top-end threats that might be deployed here by Luke.
Yeah, I mean, when we think about Emerald Steel, one of the things that it can do really well is deploy multiple threats at a time, forcing the opponent to be stuck between a rock and a hard place, having to choose which one they value more. We have cards like Beast Tragic Hero, Diablo, Ursula Deceiver of All is a card that comes to mind for a matchup like this, being able to sing songs twice, gaining a ton of value out of those. Along Came Zeus is a card that can answer all of those if needed, but we are going to start this match with Luke inking a card, playing a one-cost Diablo, getting a good look at Sean's hand. Sean making sure to not have any songs in there in case we do see an Ursula Deceiver coming down on turn 2, but looking pretty decent with 2 aerials in hand, being able to search through your deck later on in the game for songs, probably Sean wanting to set up something like those Ursula Vanessas so that we can sing those songs when we find them.
So notably no one drop, no shift line as well available, but does have, ways to accrue card advantage. After that has the Smee likely on turn 2, and then something into those Ariels starting on turn 3. We're going to go ahead and ink our Queen here and pass back to Luke. We'll see what Luke has in store for us after deploying that turn 1 Diablo. That Ursula Deceiver not looking as good after seeing the hand with the Diablo.
I think we may have 2 or 3 Ursula Deceivers in hand as well. No Diablo shift line, no Hidden Cove either. No turn 2 Hidden Cove, shift into Diablo, move it there. Could be a pretty decent opening against a steel deck, but not one available to us here. I do see a Pete in hand though. Might be useful coming into a turn 3.
Yeah, this looks like a pretty weak opening hand from Luke. Definitely not what you want to see, and I think that's why we saw the sort of head shake from him when looking at Sean's hand here and seeing that there was no songs with all those Ursulas ready to go.
Gonna move on over to Sean. He's gonna draw a 1-drop Queen for turn. We have a couple 2-drop characters that we can play here. Ursula Vanessa being a Singer 4, or that Mr. Smee having 2 lore and a 3/3 body. Pretty decent stats just for a 2-cost card. Gonna ink this Queen, play out this Ursula. I think setting up for one of the 3 aerial spectacular singers I believe we have in our hand. Hopefully finding a card off of her and setting ourselves up to sing it with Ursula.
So Strength of a Raging Fire is the draw for Luke. Now 2 Strength of a Raging Fires accompanied by all of those Ursula Deceivers. So we're going to take another look at the hand here, but no song for the Ursula. So as Sean, you got to be feeling pretty good about this. Can kind of smell that Luke doesn't really have a particularly powerful hand. You're not getting that explosive start that you usually worry about when facing down an Emerald Steel player.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right. Not really seeing any of the scarier cards that we could be looking for, like a Shift Diablo or potentially a Morph coming down, threatening to shift something early. Also, missing on those Ursula Deceivers feels pretty good as well. Not getting any value out of those. We do draw a Strength of a Raging Fire for turn here for Sean. See if we can play something, and if he decides to use that to potentially banish this Diablo.
Have to imagine we're going to be playing out that Ariel on this turn. Could imagine that some of the better draws would be something like Strength of Raging Fire, allowing you to remove that Diablo, remove the, get rid of the shift threat, as well as draw an additional card. Don't really feel like I would want to expend my Strength of Raging Fire on that card quite yet. Maybe we could pick up a whole new world for some kind of later shift line or later game plan, but ultimately I feel like one of our better draws off this Ariel is going to be that Let the Storm Rage On.
Yeah, I definitely think that's the ideal card here. We do find 2 Along Came Zeus in that 4 cards at the top of the deck. We're going to take one of them, put the other 3 at the bottom of our deck. A little bit unfortunate knowing that you have one of those Along Came Zeus that you're probably not going to see again this game, but at least it's another answer we have in hand. Sean deciding not to sing it this turn, though, and passing it over to Luke.
Yeah, and I think that's correct. I really like Along Came Zeus in this matchup in particular. Kind of negates a lot of the scarier top-end threats that Luke could deploy onto this board to try to come back to, and especially when he stumbles in the early game, something like a Beast Tragic Hero going unanswered could bring Luke back. But having that clean response in the form of Along Came Zeus, Sean's got to be feeling pretty comfortable here.
We see Luke respecting the Along Came Zeus in hand, playing a Pete, ensuring that Sean isn't going to be able to play any actions on this turn if he finds any. Again, I just don't think that the board state for Luke is looking too great. One of the good things about Pete, though, is he is a 3-cost character. He also has 3 strength and 3 willpower, so can sing 3-cost songs. If we do find this aerial exerted on this turn, singing a song, or I guess we can't sing a song, but if we find a 3 willpower character exerted, Pete can trade into it pretty efficiently down the line.
Yeah, I don't even feel like Luke would really want to play a Pete in this situation if that wasn't the only play available to him in the hand. I think it just speaks to how clunky this opening hand has been for Luke here.
We are going to see Sean playing a Lawrence here. Very greatly statted body, being a 4/4 with 2 lore until damage is put on it. Then he loses that 4 strength and becomes a 0/4, but makes for very efficient trades. Also sets up very nicely for Rapunzel's. We can challenge him to something that can deal 3 strength back, then heal it back. We do have Rapunzel in hand. If Luke decides to exert any of his cards this turn, sets us up for playing that and drawing some extra cards.
Yeah, extrapolating from some of Sean's early plays makes me think he's taking a more controlling role in this matchup. Did opt to ink the Smee, also played the Ursula Singer on 2. So feels like he's trying to kind of try to stop Luke from having one of those explosive starts where he sort of locks him out of the game and develops those very pesky threats early on, and tries to extend it to that mid to late game where he can pull ahead in card advantage from things like Ariel or even big plays like a whole new world. Also drawing a lot of that removal, which makes these like Shift Diablo lines a lot less scary as we progress to the mid to late game.
I think it's definitely the direction you want to take against an Emerald Seal match here. Just because if you let them get away with some of those shift lines too quickly, if you let them gain control of the board, it can be very easy for you to just sort of lose everything in your hand, lose everything on the board as well, and then it doesn't take very long for them to build up a wide board, quest out and in the game pretty early. We've definitely seen that multiple times this weekend. We are going to see Luke play an Ursula Deceiver.
This is the 3rd time's a charm. It's not the 3rd Ursula, but it's the 3rd look at Sean's hand, and he finally does find a target here.
Luke's going to choose the Strength of a Raging Fire to discard instead of the Along Came Zeus. So that's 1 song out of Sean's hand. One song that Sean can't use to gain a little bit of control here in this match.
All right. So Luke deciding what to do here. Plays another Ursula. Obviously knows that he's going to be able to find this Along Came Zeus in the hand of Sean. Getting decent value out of those Ursulas after kind of seeing a lot of blanks in the hand to start off with. While not the opening line that Luke wants, at least getting something for his troubles with those Ursulas.
Also building up a relatively wide board with decently statted characters in that most of them have 3 willpower, so being able to answer this Lawrence here, singing Strength of a Raging Fire with Pete, means that even if we do draw into a song or 2 next turn, we need to draw into something like Along Came Zeus's or Strength of a Raging Fires and playing other cards along with it to even banish some of these characters. I don't think Sean is playing cards like Grab Your Swords either, so if Luke's able to build a wide board and get some value out of this, it could be looking good for him.
Yeah, so the problem with the board state right now on the side of Luke is he doesn't really have access to any card draw, and then if we look at Sean's side, has access to 2 Ariels as well as a Rapunzel. So a lot of ways for Sean, if he can kind of keep the board stable in a sense, to get back in this game and pull ahead in terms of drawing way more cards than Luke.
We're going to see Sean taking some time, thinking about his next plays. C3 ink being exerted here. Might see an aerial come down. Going to look at the top 4 cards of our deck. Try to find a song card that we can put into our hand. We do find a Whole New World.
It looks like a Whole New World is the only target there. Seeing Blue, Daisy Duck, and Pete as well, which will go to the bottom here.
If we wanted to, we could use this aerial already in play to sing a Whole New World, but as you mentioned, Brendan, Luke doesn't have great card draw options, and so you have to question if giving him a hand of 7 new cards is worth it for you, especially with another aerial in hand and Rapunzel for yourself.
Yeah, I can maybe utilize that Whole New World later after effectively drawing Luke a card with something like Daisy Duck, and then equalize that card advantage with something like a Whole New World, making Luke discard those cards on Sean's turn, kind of minimizing the parity in that card. Double Let the Storm Rage on here for Luke.
A little bit unfortunate in that we only have Pete that can sing this. We could also just pay for one with 3 ink, but None of the characters on Sean's side of the board have 2 willpower, so we're going to put 2 damage on an aerial after singing with Pete, drawing a card from the Let the Storm Rage On. Going to immediately exert 3 ink, play the other one on the aerial, banishing it to draw another card for turn. We see 2 Prince Seans being drawn there. Can't ink any of those or play them for this turn. We're going to go ahead and quest for 3 with our 3 Ursula Deceivers, pushing Luke up to 6 lore. At this point, I think might be a decent time to go ahead and wheel now that we could ink a card this turn, potentially play a card, but one thing that I like about these Amber Steel decks is with 2 singers on board, one of them you'd have to sing A Whole New World with, particularly the aerial. You could use the Ursula Vanessa to sing any cards that you drew into. Could also play this aerial spectacular, 3rd aerial spectacular singer out of hand first, try to find removal cards there before committing to A Whole New World.
Yep, Sean, despite being behind on board, is still in a pretty decent spot here.
I think Sean for a second was considering questing with Daisy here, seeing what Luke draws off of the top of the deck before committing to anything. We are going to challenge the Pete here with Ursula Vanessa, taking 3 damage so that we can play the Rapunzel, healing 3 damage off of Ursula Vanessa and drawing 3 cards.
Yeah. The Whole New World definitely doesn't really feel like it's in the books right now. I was going to note that Sean doesn't have many characters in the deck that can engage well with Luke's board. Outside of something like the Shift Queen, just in this Lawrence, of course, but doesn't have that like top-end Cinderella like we see in some other Steel Song lists.
Are going to see Sean singing Let the Storm Rage On to banish that Pete. After finding that from the Rapunzel, we're going to play a Cinderella Ballroom Sensation after inking a Cinderella and then passing the turn to Luke. Catching up a little bit on board here, building a wider board for Sean. Previously, Luke had the larger one, but Luke doesn't really have a particularly great hand here with a 1-cost Diablo and 2 Prince Seans, no discards in hand.
Yeah, all of Luke's characters on board and in hand only have 1 strength. So you have to wonder, Sean, is there a point where you can just start turning things sideways and Luke just can't do anything about it?
It's one of the places that I find Emerald Steel struggles a little bit is those areas and stats. Many of the characters in this deck only have 1 or 2 strength, so you're met with a wide board where there's a lot of willpower, or you're met with locations with a lot of willpower. If you're forced to challenge into those, it can be a real struggle. Luke is going to play this Diablo to get a peek at Sean's hand, see what Sean's working with. Likely taking note of the aerial in hand that could potentially find songs on the next turn, but not a lot that he can do about it. Decides to play the Prince John and pass.
Make sure to see how Sean turns the corner here. Because, while Luke is at 10 lore, has 6 characters on board, it does feel like there's going to be an inflection point when Sean sort of, rounds that corner and just starts questing himself.
Especially given his ability to find song cards in his deck with the likes of Ariel Spectacular Singer. Do find to Let the Storm Rage On off of that. We can use to banish a Diablo or put 2 damage on an Ursula and challenge if we wanted to thin Luke's board out here, but looks like we're gonna sing this with the Cinderella we played last turn.
All right, goes for the Ursula here.
Gonna draw another 5-cost Queen off of the top from the Let the Storm Rage On.
Yeah, that Queen, getting a Queen to his board would help a lot due to the support.
Yeah, Queen would definitely help in some of these trades, just ensuring that we're not taking much damage.
And I did misspeak. Queen technically doesn't have support. It just has a ability that's very similar to support.
Considering inking a Queen here, now that we have 2 in hand, putting us 3 ink available so that we can play out this Gaston card that I've seen increasing in popularity for these Amber Steel lists. Card that was released back in set 2, saw a little bit of testing and play back then, and then sort of exited the meta, but I find it's a pretty decent singer in these Amber Steel lists.
So I'm wondering now if Sean just starts trading with all the characters that have 1 strength and one quest for 1 lore, and starts questing with all the characters that quest for 2. Just to kind of, be somewhere in the middle of keeping I don't know, keeping Luke's board from getting out of control and keeping Luke from, effectively winning the game by just turning all these things sideways while also progressing his own win condition.
Yeah, because Sean's definitely set up.
Oh, no, he traded with he's bringing the Daisy Duck into this as well.
Knowing that Luke hasn't found much of a card draw engine here, we do have the Prince John, so if we draw a discard card that Luke can use, Sean does have cards at hand. We could maybe start getting that ball rolling, but it does make sense from Sean's angle, just reducing this board state so that we can get to a point where we can quest out for all of the lore on the board currently.
Does draw a Beast Tragic Hero, by the way. Doesn't have enough ink to play it. So Sean took a little bit of a hybrid route of what I talked about, where he technically did that, where he decided to trade with the 1 questing characters and quest with the 2 quest character, but he opted to not do it with the Daisy Duck because he knows that Luke's struggling on cards right now. And that Daisy Duck trigger actually would have drawn Luke the Beast Tragic Hero, and maybe the next card off the top of the deck would have been Inkable.
Inkable, yeah. Could have played the Beast. Looks like we're going to do a little bit of trading here with the Gaston, getting rid of the final Ursula Deceiver. We do have an Along Came Zeus in hand, though, from Sean, so if we do see this Beast being played next turn, Sean will have the answer for it.
Which feels like it really cements Sean's lead in this game right now.
Yeah, if Luke can't establish some card draw in some form here, definitely feels like this game doesn't have too much longer. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 9 lore on board for Sean right now. Only needs 2 or 3 turns of being able to quest with those to finish this game 1. Thinning down Luke's board here.
Yeah, it feels like if we try to think about Luke's outs, it's hard to think of something outside of Sean making the mistake of casting a whole new world.
Yeah, because even if we find something like Tinkerbell Giant Fury, we don't have the ink to play it for another 2 turns. Of course, there's those Along Came Zeuses that can just banish it as well if it's played. We know that if Luke plays the Beast this turn, it's not going to survive. There's just not a lot that Luke can do from this situation, I don't think.
All right, looks like we're going to go ahead and deploy that Queen here.
Just another 2 quester. Also, because of that ability, can make for very favorable trades or sing expensive songs like Whole New World if we wanted to. So we have plenty of options for that with 2 aerials on board. We are going to see a Pete drawn from the Daisy trigger, which will go to Luke's hand.
All right, so over to Luke here. Looks like he's counting up the lore, kind of knows that the writing is on the wall. And we're going to be soon going into a game 2 here.
Yeah, we have 11 lore on Sean's side of the board, so can't win on the next turn, but Luke's not playing any wide board removal like Grab Your Swords, so would need a lot of characters to challenge or a lot of removal songs to sing, and being low with cards in hand and low in ink, very likely not going to happen.
And Sean representing a 2-turn clock, questing for 11 on the next turn.
Going to see the the Pete being inked, play out the Beast Tragic Hero.
Yep, and we already know how this one's going to go with that Along Came Zeus in hand for Sean.
Yeah, it's all you can really do as Luke, though. Just pray or hope that he doesn't have anything to do anything with your Beast. Maybe draw an extra couple cards and crawl your way back into this game. But
important to note, this is the game with Luke on the play, so this bodes very well for Sean in the series. It's a big game to win. There's that Along Came Zeus, and we're going to see a concession of Luke, which I think is absolutely appropriate. It's a 2-turn clock. There's nowhere out of it.
Yeah, Luke knows that with the Beast gone, there's no way he's going to be able to draw the cards needed. There's 11 lore on board. I lost count of how many characters were on Sean's side of the board at that point. But, we can kind of see what happens in an Emerald Steel game where you can't really establish those powerful cards that it's known for, like the Diablos, and Sean was just able to run away with that one.
Yeah, very subpar and clunky draw out of Luke, which, I know Luke was on the play. That's one of the matches that you definitely want to win in this series. But you have to assume as Luke, as you go into game 2 and potentially game 3, that your opening hands are probably going to be better than the game 1 there.
Yeah, you hope so at least. So I'm interested to see if Luke can find those. We'll see if Sean can maybe take this away on a game 2. So let's get into it.
All right, game 2 here. Luke's potential championship title on the line. Sean could take it all in this game 2.
One quick thing to note about Luke as well is I know that Luke has been to quite a few Disney Lorcana challenges. He's been searching for that invite for a long time. Made it to 18th place in Atlanta. Made it to, I think, 32nd place in Toronto, or maybe it was Vegas. Getting so close to that invite. Found the invite here. I'm sure he's happy to have made it this far, grab his golden Mickey, but would just be the cherry on top to take it home.
Yeah, I think that's the goal of a lot of the players attending this final Lorcana challenge here in Seattle, is to try to qualify, with that top 16 to the Continentals. Everybody wants to keep playing. They all want to get their ticket to the sort of the next thing on the road for Lorcana competitive.
All right, we're going to see good sportsmanship, the fist bump as we go into the starting turns. Of course, Luke is going to be on the play here, having lost the last round. And I feel like if I'm Luke, I just want to find some of those strong openings that we were missing last game. Something like a shifting Diablo into Cove, or finding cards maybe like Ursula Deceiver that we can use to keep Sean's board under control, take Sean out of that controlling, or being able to be in that controlling position, getting value out of those songs with the singers available to him.
Yeah, Diablo's definitely a lot weaker versus opposing steel decks, especially steel songs, which has access to a lot of removal. So I think the explosive power can come from that turn 1 Diablo, turn 2 shift Diablo, obviously discard the action, play Ursula Deceiver, take the removal piece out of my opponent's hand, and then accrue that advantage over the next 2 to 3 turns. And from there, try to develop another sort of lock via something like a Prince John or maybe an Ursula Singer. So we do have the turn 1 Diablo here, so we're going to take a look at Sean's hand.
Do see an action through multiple actions here.
Yeah, 4.
Long came Zeus, set the Storm Rage on, Strength, and a Whole New World. Also have the Aerial in hand as well to potentially sing that Whole New World later, but more songs than Luke's going to be able to discard through an Ursula Deceiver over the next couple turns.
Yeah, probably, if he was going to do that line that I was talking about, would take the Let the Storm Rage on if he had the Shift Diablo line. Doesn't look like he does. Looks like he has 2 Ursula Singers in hand.
Also have the Cinderella Ballroom Sensation that Sean can play on the next turn, setting up for singing one of those songs if Luke doesn't have any removal that you could play after potentially shifting a Diablo. Luke just taking some time to study Sean's hand so that we can map out the next couple turns. There's no note-taking in Lorcana, so has to keep all of it to memory. We're going to pass it over to Sean. See if he decides to go with a Cinderella on turn 1 or that Daisy Duck.
Ariel is the draw for Sean here.
Going to ink a Strength here, playing the Cinderella.
So I think the Cinderella is the must play because even though you don't know that Luke doesn't have it, it insulates against that Shift Diablo, ideally. It's not as good if he is able to play the Ursula Deceiver and snag the Let the Storm Rage on, but you could turn to potentially play something like a Daisy Duck and then sing the Strength of a Raging Fire with the Cinderella. Neither of that would get around the Cove, though, which is going to be our turn 2 play out of Luke, but no Shift Diablo off the back of it.
I do love the Hidden Cove here, especially in these steel mirror matches, or steel matches, where if you move a character to the Hidden Cove, they get +1 strength and +1 willpower. It can really insulate against some of those songs, like Let the Storm Rage On. Let the Storm Rage On only dealing 2 damage. It's not going to banish the Diablo at this point anymore. Lorcana can be a game of math, a game of numbers, and just shifting stats around a little bit can mess up those numbers entirely.
Yeah, our players have spoken to the power of the Cove in the Emerald Steel Mirror match in particular, but I'm assuming it applies to a lot of the steel matchups. Because you're right, it does blank a lot of that removal. Like there's a few breakpoints in Lorcana, with 3 being the breakpoint for a lot of removal songs and 4 being the breakpoint for a lot of strength characters. A lot of characters will have 3 strength instead of 4, and a lot of removal, at least cheap removal at that, is going to do 2 damage and not 3.
Looking at Luke's hand here, he doesn't have anything great to play for turn 3. We do have a Let the Storm Rage on. We could pay for. We also have an Ana, but I feel like we want to save this Ana to utilize her to her full effect, being able to pay an extra 2 ink for a couple different options. Could play the Let the Storm Rage on onto the Cinderella, making sure that Sean can't sing songs for free.
Yeah, I was thinking we were going to see one of those Ursula singers come out, so we get rid of the Cinderella. Oh, actually, we're going to go ahead and just, yeah, play that out. That makes sense, because if you do play an Ursula singer here, we can see the turn 3, something like an Ariel, and then Sean could sing that Strength of a Raging Fire and get rid of that Ursula.
Gonna pass back to Sean here, drawing a Ursula, I think. We're going to put it into the inkwell. Looking like we might be playing an aerial here. Searching for some songs from the top of the deck. None we'll be able to sing with, but we're just looking for removal options here so that whatever Luke plays, we can answer. If we ever find a Shift Diablo or getting to the point where Luke can start playing some characters that might cause us trouble, like a singer Ursula.
Yeah, still so far looking like a subpar draw here for Luke. You know, having to exert 3 ink to play that Let the Storm Rage On. Never ideal. And there's our Ursula singer.
Gonna move the Ursula to the Hidden Cove, insulate against some of that removal.
Yep.
Pushing her 3 willpower to 4.
But Along Came Zeus will be able to answer that Ursula, which I have to assume we're going to see this turn.
I feel like you have to. I feel like most games where Ursula is able to double sing a song, you know, you greatly decrease your chances of winning if you let that happen to you. So we are going to see the Along Came Zeus being played, banishing the Ursula Deceiver of all here.
Yep, just threatens way too much value.
We have a blue and another aerial available to play here for Sean. I had to imagine we're going to play the aerial. Look for some more songs. Look at the top 4. If we can find anything. Do find A Whole New World.
I think that's not what we want to see here, actually. It seems like A Whole New World is just not a preferred card to play, especially on the draw as the Amber Steel player in this matchup.
No, it's definitely an odd card in an Emerald Steel matchup. You know, we don't see any of the more powerful draw engines like Prince Sean or the Shift Diablo in play right now for Luke. But you know, when you think of A Whole New World, you're discarding cards, you're drawing cards. 2 things that Emerald Steel, you know, wants you to do in general, can sort of give your opponent extra card advantage when you use it. You're going to see a Sudden Chill being inked here.
All right, up to 5 ink, so Anna's modal ability is going to be available for Luke here.
Might be considering challenging this aerial, using one of Anna's abilities to banish a damaged character for paying 2 extra ink.
Yep, looks like that's going to be exactly what's going to happen here.
Luke trying to keep Sean off of as many singers as possible here, understanding the value that comes from being able to play those cards for free,
draw.
essentially.
Big draw in the form of the Lawrence. I was going to mention that, you know, Sean also doesn't have a great way to deal with these locations outside of something like a Lawrence or a Queen.
I think Sean's considering singing. Probably let the Storm Rage on here with this aerial. Maybe banishing the Diablo on the Cove to draw a card, get some information before we commit to spending any ink on anything.
All right, looks like we're going to go ahead and get rid of that Diablo. Daisy Duck has not done much questing for Sean outside of that, you know, once the game was already locked up in game 1, he did quest with it. So has been using it as more of a character to trade with, which is very interesting. I think it's not saying it's not the correct play, but it does denote his strategy and what he's trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at Luke's deck list, there's quite a few songs and actions, actually, and locations that could potentially be hit, but definitely don't want to fuel Luke's hand, especially if you get the inclination that he doesn't have any of those, you know, the hand that he would enjoy to have.
Yeah, it can kind of, you know, you get the idea that if one of these draw engines is not... Oh, we do actually cast A Whole New World here, so Sean's hand likely also clunky is going to go ahead and draw the 7 new cards here.
All right, we're going to pass it back over to Luke here. Sean, after seeing A Whole New World, both players have 7 new cards in hand.
It's going to be a Pete into Morph here for Luke. Going to quest with the Ana as well on the Cove. It's interesting. We're going to be interested to see how much value Luke can get out of those 7 new cards that he drew off of that whole new world.
I really like the Pete play from Luke here too. You know, one of the stronger things that Amber Steel can do is after refilling their hand with 7 new cards, utilize those singers that they like to play out to the board before playing a whole new world. We have Cinderella and Ariel here, but Luke's saying with this Pete that, no, I'm not going to allow you to sing those songs or play any actions on me this turn. Give me an opportunity to play out some more characters, potentially build up a better board, and bring myself to a state where I can answer those.
Yeah, Pete's an absolute all-star against these Amber Steel song decks.
When we're looking at Sean's hand, he's flipping through. He has a whole new world, Strength of Raging Fire, and an Ariel, and outside of that, just a Gaston and I think a Queen. So, you know, a lot of characters, a lot of cards that could utilize songs as well. You know, essentially turning those off. I think Luke trying to decide here what we want to do with the rest of our turn. We're singing Strength of Raging Fire with Ana, banishing the Cinderella, and passing it over to Sean.
Interesting. So, talk to me about the targeting the Cinderella here. That Strength of Raging Fire.
It is interesting because knowing that Sean can't play any actions on the next turn, it makes me wonder if Luke was able to look at Sean's deck list very closely. About a Shift Cinderella coming into play. I don't believe Sean is playing the Shift Cinderella line, but we could have seen it shifted on this turn, going to 5 ink, you know, wanted to avoid sort of such a large character. I think Luke is only playing one Ana as well. That's one of the few outs to a big shift character like that, outside of maybe we don't talk about Bruno, so potentially playing around that.
Yeah, no Shift Cinderella in the list. And that play did telegraph that sort of line. Shift Cinderella would have been really good, to be fair.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, if there was a threat of it, that play makes sense, but yeah, I would have thought that the target probably would have been that Ariel.
That's exactly what I was wondering. You know, why the Cinderella instead of the Ariel there? Are going to pass it back to Luke. Sean just developing a Queen, which isn't the worst thing, you know, not being able to play any actions. You are setting up a character that can help you make some trades on the next turn, assuming it survives the turn, and Luke doesn't have the answers for it.
Prince John hits the field here for Luke. Potentially able to get a lot of value out of those discard cards. We see a Sudden Chill in hand. I think that Pete was potentially exerting to sing that Sudden Chill as well.
Also, ward characters in general just going to be very strong into an Amber Steel match. Sean only playing, I think, a couple Tinkerbells. They're the only thing that can deal some wide removal damage. I know they're not playing any...
I actually don't think that Sean's playing any Tinkerbells. The list I'm looking at is accurate.
Okay, so in that case, these ward characters are essentially untouchable if they stayed readied.
Yeah, they do look to be untouchable.
So we are going to see Luke seeing Sudden Chill, forcing Sean to discard a card, drawing a card when it's discarded because of Prince Sean's ability. Sean's going to discard that Gaston. This is where I think we can see Luke really taking over this game, you know, establishing a ward character that can't be interacted with, that helps you draw cards. Definitely a good spot to be in. Like we're going to sing Let the Storm Rage On with Pete here. Maybe wanting to hit this Daisy Duck.
Luke definitely starting to take over this game, but having to do it in somewhat of a surgical fashion, which we're not really used to out of Emerald Steel. Usually Emerald Steel tries to open up very explosive and then kind of create a lot of advantage in the early game that it can snowball into the mid to late game. But Luke, a pretty unimpressive start, and actually was looking a bit out of luck until that whole new world was cast.
See Luke inking an Ursula Deceiver. Of all here, using Let the Storm Rage On and Baboom to banish this Queen, ensuring that Sean can't use Queen's ability on the next turn to gain some good trades.
Yeah, to get rid of that Cove too, right?
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, there's really no way that Sean can deal with the Cove, and that Queen represents one of the only ways. That's why we see Luke go ahead and 2-for-1 himself with that removal. Kind of not a 2-for-1 because Let the Storm Rage On does draw an additional card, but that's just because that card is busted.
Very good card, always a 4 of, and most Steel song decks for sure. Both Luke and Sean, I believe, are playing 4 each.
Luke, 1 card in hand, winning on board. Sean, songs. And of course, a whole new world, which is not looking great right now.
No, he certainly, I mean, we see how Luke's been able to come back after being given 7 new cards. We do have a couple songs, and we have an aerial we can play as well to maybe look for more removal. Could use Baloo to sing, you know, a 3-cost removal song if we find it. We are going to start with this aerial. I think that's 2
a whiff.
Pete's.
Yeah, that's
oh
a
my
whiff.
goodness. I hate seeing 2 of those Pete's going to the bottom of the deck. See what I feel like could be a pretty strong card into this match for both players.
Yeah, if you have a losing board state like this, you might be forced into a position where you have to cast a whole new world, which is a very scary place to be, especially when you don't have access to any sort of board removal, AoE board removal in the form of grab your swords, right?
Yeah, and we're staring at a pretty scary board here with Luke having 2 morphs, you know, could be threatening a Tragic Beast, Tinkerbell, or Diablo on either of them, or both. We have plenty of ink for both of them if we have them. I think we might have a beast in hand. Yeah, there is a Tragic Beast in Luke's hand. I think Sean trying to decide what we want to do here, if we want to sing Whole New World or if we want to start singing some of these removal songs.
Yeah, really tough spot for Sean here. Definitely trying to pick the lesser of 2 evils. I think we're going to start it off with, 4 damage out of Strength of Raging Fire.
Banish the Ana here with that on the Hidden Cove. Exactly enough damage needed as she had +1 strength and willpower.
Yeah. I actually saw in another Emerald Steel matchup, the Muses get played and then watch the Emerald Steel players sort of recur that Ana back and forth. Play it over and over and again for the 5-cost ink.
I think Muses would be an incredible card for Luke to find here, just in general against Chamber Steel. So many of those characters have 2 strength or less, and sort of denying them from establishing singing characters with your Muses, but also being able to pull back your useful characters like Ana, even Ursula Deceiver. Of course, we know 3 of those are in the discard for Luke, I think.
Yeah, I think that if Sean had been able to stick that queen, we'd be looking at a very different game here. That Cove is just so hard to go up against when you have these characters that only have 2 strength. I mean, Smee, definitely a bit of an outlier, has 3 strength. That's nice. But how do we deal with this board right now? And then, of course, that Prince John is just threatening to get so much value over the course of this game.
Even if we do sing with this Along Came Zeus here, it makes one of our aerials vulnerable, and you just have to imagine that Luke is not going to let that sit there. Likely be banished. We do see a Tinkerbell drawn off the top and shifted.
Shift Tinkerbell is so strong, and you gotta start thinking. I think this is Luke's game to win. Is that Tinkerbell's going to trade with that blue? There's going to be a trigger going to target the Ariel, and now it's 3 characters on the side of Luke to 1 on Sean, 1 damage counter on all of Sean's characters. That Tinkerbell is just going to be a force to be reckoned with. We do have the answer in hand unless a Pete is deployed.
But we're going to move that Tinkerbell to the Hidden Cove.
It is not the answer. Talk about these breakpoints. 5 being another breakpoint, and 6. I remember there was there's been some characters in the past, vanilla characters have been played because 6 is just such a breakpoint sometimes. And, 6 willpower is just so much harder to deal with than 5. And we see, draws another. Along Came Zeus.
If we really wanted to this turn, we could sing an Along Came Zeus, put 5 damage on the Hidden Cove, finish it off with Mr. Smee, and then pay for the other one and banish the Tinkerbell, but not extremely efficient.
Is there any other play that is available for Sean, though? Sean is definitely in a losing position, so he needs to find the line that gives him the out to win, even if it's unlikely, so maybe he needs to take some risky plays here. Or we're going to be looking to split this game 1-1 and go to a 3rd match.
Yeah, I mean, for the championship, so Luke's has to fight everything he can to take this win. Same thing for Sean. Sean is just thinking of his options here. Do we want to take the risk of singing Whole New World? Maybe redeploying a board, but you're also giving Luke 7 cards. Do so.
Cove has just been the absolute all-star of this game. Completely warping the entire gameplay.
Looks like we're starting our 4 ink to play,
Yeah.
and along came Zeus here on the Tinkerbell.
Well, that's just going to give it 5 damage counters. So now we need to. The way this works is if we do get rid of the Cove, Tinkerbell will go away. So we'll check those damage counters. Trading the Smee. Interesting. So instead of getting rid of the Cove, goes for the 2-for-1 with the Smee plus Zeus. We're going to sing Along Came Zeus and get rid of that Pete. And there's a Beast, Tragic Hero, just a salt in the wound here. Pretty much nothing Sean can do. Sean's going to have to exert all of his ink, basically play a whole new world, and then, yeah, this game is going to be over.
Yeah, when you have to pay for a whole new world, it feels especially bad. Can't get any value out of those 7 cards that you just drew. Only having 1 ink left over after we inked that Strength of a Raging Fire.
3 Diablos in hand, 2 Morphs, 1 Tinkerbell, and 1 small Diablo for Luke.
No removal in Sean's hand either. Deal with any of this.
About time for Luke to turn the corner, start getting in the red zone with this questing.
Yeah, I think this is where we see Emerald Steel put its foot on the gas.
I think we'll see him play this Ursula Deceiver as well.
Start playing multiple characters on the board, questing with most of them.
Yep. Ursula Deceiver going to look at the hand. We see redundant bare necessities.
Discard one of those. Look, we'll get a draw off of the Prince John from that discard. Luke just studying Sean's hand. Again, trying to map out what his next turn might look like. Paying 3 ink to play a Diablo.
Yep, knows that the coast is clear. Plays a Morph off the back of it.
Setting up for another Tinkerbell shift line. Shift Tinkerbell, we can challenge with it to turn it into play. And here we are. In 1 turn, we went from 2 characters on a Cove to 4 characters.
Yeah, will we be exerting this beast to quest?
Luke presenting 8 lore on board total. Could quest with 4 of it right now, pushing him up to 8 lore.
Doesn't give him a 2-turn clock. Still 3-turn. All right, Luke. There's the draw off the Ursula. And now
Exciting.
questing
Is
with
going to
both.
quest.
So now we've hit that point.
Well,
I think.
maybe. I can't decide.
I do think he will end up questing.
I do too. I think you're putting your opponent, on a 2-turn clock here. I think at this point in the game, it doesn't matter as much if you get the draw off the beast. Your opponent's spinning the turn, challenging a Daisy Duck into your beast just to remove the draw. That's still probably pretty good for you.
Well, is it a 2-turn clock? So we go up to 8. We're representing 2, 4, 6, 7, and actually 8, 9. But Sean's going to go ahead and scoop it up. So we are going to go to a Game 3 for the finals of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Seattle. We have Amber Steel versus Emerald Steel. It's gonna,
Game 3 finals for the last DLC before Continentals. These players are having to fight for the championship. We sort of saw 2 different versions of a game. In the first game, Luke really not fine. I guess to be honest, Luke didn't have a great opening in the second game either.
He did not.
But
the Cove, though.
I was about to say, with the Cove, at least finding a better opening, sort of taking more control over the game, so we can see the power of Emerald Steel when it finds some of those pieces.
All right, let's get back down to the feature match table for Game 3. It all comes down to this: Luke Goodwin, Logan Schneider. Actually, it's Sean. Sorry, that was the previous. That was the previous card. Up here, playing for the finals: Amber Steel versus Emerald Steel. Who would take it again? Will it be Emerald Steel again? I think if Emerald Steel wins another one of these, we got to take a look at this this color combination.
Yeah, you're telling me
taking too many Disney Lorcana challenges down.
might be arguably the best color combination in Disney Lorcana across multiple sets too, you know, not just Shimmering Skies, but also Ursula's Return.
Yeah, I thought we got rid of Bucky. This deck was supposed to be long gone.
Yeah, that's what everyone said, and then came out to Vegas, and a couple players said, you guys had a lack of faith. Showed us what the works are. So when we look at Luke's hand here, we are missing that one-drop Diablo, but we do see an Ursula Deceiver, some discard options.
I think that Luke kept an Ursula Deceiver plus a Diablo here.
Gonna alter 5 for Luke. I think Sean's altering 4, shuffling up. Sean's gonna get to go first this game as he lost last game. Good for Sean to be on the play. You know, I think Amber Steel definitely in the place you want to be. I mean, most decks is where you want to be, but especially with Amber Steel, getting the initiative of being able to play your characters first, sing your songs first, try to keep Luke off of some of those stronger openings.
All right. The decks are cut. The players have altered their hands. We're going to see if Luke has a better opener than he's had these past few matches. You know, Sean's hand also matters, but it feels like Luke is the one, the Emerald Steel player is the one that has the ability to kind of just take this game away in an unfair opening hand, right? Amber Steel can have explosive starts, but it's really pales in comparison to Emerald Steel's ability to have that perfect opening draw and just close at the game real quick.
One thing that I'm noticing immediately in Luke's hand is, you know, we don't have the 1-cost Diablo. We also don't have a Hidden Cove, but we do have a Prince John. I think that ward is really going to come into play here against Amber Steel. We also have, you know, Sudden Chill. We had Ursula Deceiver. Could open like a turn 2 Ursula Deceiver, play a Prince John on turn 3, sing Sun Chill. So I said we didn't have the Hidden Cove. But
I was about to say that Luke's hand looks pretty bad once again. It just looks slow and kind of clunky, but Ursula Deceiver on 2, and now we have the access to the Hidden Cove as well to potentially play on turn 1 here. We saw how powerful that card can be, and here's the Exerted Ink in front of the Hypnotize. Oh, will play the Cove, will he not? Also have access to potentially something like a Morph. It does, and has the action as well, so it has access to the Shift Diablo.
Yeah, for this Morph sticks around, but for the Cinderella Ballroom Sensation,
it's going to be a turn late if you want to insulate it with the Ursula as well on turn 3, because you got to go turn 2 Morph and then turn 3 Ursula, snag the removal for the Diablo out of hand, then shift the Diablo. Hidden Cove to the front of the hand here for Luke.
Considering if we want to play this out now, really save it. It's like we are going to play the Hidden Cove and pass it to Sean.
Yeah, I kind of felt like it's soloed the last game, so...
Yeah, I think this is a good start for Luke here. We saw how powerful the Cove can be and just changing those numbers, making some of the removal for Sean subpar.
Sean never really finding access to that Shift Queen line. Kind of been a disappointment so far. Shift Queen would help a lot in getting rid of that Cove.
Like we don't have a character to play or card to play here on turn 2 for Sean. We're just going to quest Cinderella and pass the turn.
Yep, not what you want to see, as we see that Luke's hand is actually loaded here.
No, an extremely slow play or slow opening for Sean here.
So has the removal for the Diablo, but we're going to see Ursula clear the way and actually get rid of that Let the Storm Rage on. I can only imagine. Whole New World, not a very threatening card, especially at this stage of the game.
No, based on the last game, Whole New World.
The MVP for Luke.
Yeah. So Luke just taking time to study Sean's hand. Looking at something like a Baloo next turn. Maybe with a Rapunzel followed after.
Interesting. So, yeah. See the sequence of the Ursula Deceiver, Morph coming down on 3 and then potentially shifting out Diablo. You sequence it that way because if you play the Morph on 2 and then you try to shift the Diablo after playing the Ursula on 3, that could have actually been removed on the turn prior if Sean has the heads up of getting rid of the Morph. Perfect sequencing out of our Emerald Steel player here.
Move over to Sean's turn. He's looking. He has a couple of uninkable cards in hand, having drawn a second Whole New World.
Whole New World is
yikes,
devastating here.
Forced to ink a Rapunzel here.
I'm just gonna have
play
to
out a Baloo.
Play a Baloo, a 0/3.
Not very helpful in this scenario.
Yep, Bodyguard's gonna protect that 1/2, but I have a feeling Luke wasn't planning on challenging it anyway.
Yeah, I feel like you want a character with strength at this point, just to challenge the Cove.
Now it feels like the ball is in Luke's court, not to mention that Sean has 2 whole new worlds and a queen in hand. Doesn't even really have an inkable. So can't even reliably get up to 5. Could absolutely draw non-inkables and can't deal with this Ursula as well.
Yeah, nothing to play this turn except for the Cinderella here. But thinking about, we want to ink this queen, play the Cinderella. You know, we saw how definitely don't want to pay 5 ink to play these whole new worlds if you can help it. You want to sing it if you can, but something tells me that even if we do get to the point where this queen can be on board, it's not going to stick around long enough to sing.
Yeah, it feels like you're so all in on the queen, and then Luke's got the Ursula Singer deployed, can just kind of smell that, knows that your hand is very clunky, and just removes your entire board by double singing with that Ursula. Also, not to mention, if Sean ends up stumbling here, Luke has access to that Tinkerbell, which is going to really take over that board. Sean really hoping to not draw something like a oof, and now it starts.
Yeah, this is rough for Sean here. Playing the Prince John, having Ward, drawing a card when Sean discards a card. We're going to immediately double sing Sudden Chill, forcing Sean to discard 2 cards from hand.
Oh, and gets rid of the queen, so the whole new world has to top deck the inkable. Knows the whole new world is probably not gonna win him the game, but turn 5 queen definitely is not going to win him the game.
No.
So he's going to actually go to find the inkable, take the risk, play the whole new world. I don't think it's going to pan out, but the way it looks, the other line would definitely not pan out. This line probably won't pan out.
Yeah, I mean, Sean's only way back into this game is to finding an inkable, playing this whole new world, and hoping that we draw into a decent hand. Looks like Luke's going to spin an ink to move that Ursula Deceiver Ball to the Hidden Cove. Seeing the value that comes with singing songs twice. We do find the inkable here. We've got to play the whole new world.
And Luke just has a smile on his face, I'm sure, as Sean basically skips his turn to draw Luke 7 new cards.
Especially with an Ursula Deceiver here on board. And double sing any songs we find. We do have a Storm Rage on and a Sudden Chill that Ursula could sing. Fresh new hand of cards. We have some Diablos to even look at Sean's hand if we wanted to.
All right, it's back over to Luke. Definitely in a way better spot than if we had played the turn 5 queen by itself, but Sean's got a big hill to climb here, and Anna is the draw here for Luke.
By the looks of Sean's hand, too, don't have that many great characters. A lot of daisies.
Yep.
Ariel's one of the only singers in there.
The Storm Rage on drawing 2 more cards here for Luke. We're going to go ahead and sing as well. Sing the Sudden Chill.
Forcing Sean to discard a card. We're going to draw a card off of the discard because of Prince John.
Started to assemble that lock that Emerald Steel is very famous for at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Prince John is basically uninteractable for Sean here, not playing Tinkerbells or Grab Your Sword. So as long as Prince John is readied, that ward is going to keep Sean from being able to sing any song or target it with any songs. Just use that discard available to us to gain extra card advantage. We're going to play Diablo, get a look at Sean's hand here. Luke is probably pretty happy with what he sees. Knowing that Sean can't do much on the next turn, we could sing Strength of a Raging Fire with Baloo. Wanted to banish a single card if we can develop some characters. Outside of that, Ariel's really the only other singer we could look to as well. It'll be a long hill-up battle for Sean at this point. Luke having established some great threats here between the Prince John and the Ursula, and still has ink available to deploy some more. Could see another Ursula Deceiver of all being played.
And 33 ink. Are we going to play that? Nope, it's going to be another Ursula Singer. Very threatening. No way that Sean can deal with both of them, especially with one sitting at the Cove. And we're going to go ahead and move the other one to the Cove as well. So both 3/4s at this point. Talked about those critical break points for willpower just being so hard, these steel decks to deal with.
Especially scary. I mean, Sean needs to establish some characters on board here so we can start either singing songs or challenging and banishing Luke's board, but with those Ursulas being able to double sing removal options, it's very likely that a lot of those characters you develop are just going to be banished. We are going to start with 2 Daisy Ducks. 4 willpower makes it a little bit tougher to get rid of, but Daisy being only a 1-cost character isn't going to be able to sing any songs. Only having 1 strength means it's not going to be able to challenge for very much either. We are going to play the aerial, look at the top 4 cards of the deck, search for a song that we maybe can sing.
Funny because the Cove actually ended up protecting both those Ursulas as well. It's gonna be a whole new world. 3rd one for Sean. But yeah, the Cove did protect those Ursulas, and but since we deployed the 4th, we're gonna go ahead and sing. Get rid of one of them.
Luke asking if Sean wants to target the Diablo here. Sean says, no, I think I want to hit one of those Ursulas.
Well, the upside of having 2 is that you've got the backup one here.
Yep.
Really, we're going to see something like a Let the Storm Rage On get sung twice, but could it get? That's the ink for.
I think we're inking that for the turn.
Would have been nice to be able to sing that one and snag. Oof, sudden chill off the top.
Could see another double sing for sudden chill here. Discarding Sean's 3-card hand, I believe. And Muse is coming to play too. Muses would be a phenomenal card.
That's really, really good here because the follow-up to something like the Sudden Chill would be a whole new world out of Sean, but if he can't sing it, doesn't look nearly as good. We're going to go ahead and remove that singer for a whole new world.
Yeah, this is rough. We see Ursula, Deceiver of All, singing Let the Storm Rage On twice.
Bounce both characters back.
Banishing a character and bouncing both characters from the Muses trigger because the song was sung twice. All of those characters Sean just tried to play last turn back in the hand. And I think at this point, we've definitely established a lock for Luke.
Yep. So getting into that blue, it's going to be 2 lore here for Sean. But I feel like Luke is about to start turning everything 90 degrees and start closing out this game.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at the Muses, they have wards, so does Prince Sean. As long as the Ursula Deceiver stays on board, when Sean develops characters, if they have 2 or less strength, then we can double sing a song. Think still have a sudden chill in hand that we could potentially sing, and for every song that we sing per turn, Muses can bounce a character with 2 strength or less. So most of the impactful characters that Sean has to play right now are targets for Muses. So there's just no way Luke's going to allow those characters to stay in play and gain value.
Yeah, it's bringing me back to Vegas. I feel like we have assembled the lock here. Anything Sean plays is going to get removed or bounce back to hand. He's just going to make Sean discard cards and draw cards off the back of that. Got this engine going in the form Prince John uses. And to back it all up is a Cove, making everything hard to remove with the little bit of removal that might enter Sean's hand.
Poor Sean developing another Daisy and a Smee. The Smee can't be targeted by the Muses here, but Sean's going to need more than a Mr. Smee to come back from this game. I'll be surprised if the Daisy Duck is still on board when it goes back to Sean's turn. We have multiple songs that we can sing on Luke's end.
And it's a Hypnotize. So both songs, both cards probably going to be leaving Sean's hand this turn. And then Sean has no way back into this game. You can basically fully lock him out of the game.
Yeah, we're going to start by seeing a sudden chill here. Sean discards a card. Muses is going to trigger.
Gets rid of the Daisy Duck. It's just going to be a whole new world in hand here for Sean.
Oh,
and
we're
bounce his
actually
own Ursula. He's going to play his Ursula, snag the whole new world.
Oh, no. We're going to see another Prince Sean being played. Now when whole new world's discarded, Luke's going to draw 2 cards.
And Luke can taste the victory here.
Luke just setting up checkmate at this point.
It really does feel like this is a deck that does that.
Going to develop a morph with the last bit of our ink. Gives us an option to shift any Floodborn characters we have in hand or find later. Seeing Emerald Steel doing what it does best, locking your opponent out of the game. And then when you see this many characters on an Emerald Steel player's board, you know that they're close to victory. This is where they just start turning everything sideways and
start closing out this game. And Luke's going to quest for 5. So up to 9 here. Sorry, up to 12. Okay, I think we're just playing around with the lore thing.
All right, we're going to pass it over to Sean.
So at 8.
Yeah, counting up how much lore we have left.
It's going to be 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, plus something that we could shift onto the morph.
Means we probably don't win next turn, but...
Yeah, I would like to say big top deck for Sean, but I don't think there's anything gets him. And there's the hand.
There it is. Sean's going to give the handshake, meaning that Luke takes game 3. He is our winner for the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Seattle, the last one of the season before we move on to the big Continental Championship.
Emerald Steel back-to-back. Luke Goodwin going from 18th in Atlanta, 31st in Toronto, taking first here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Seattle.
Yeah, you can tell he's worked hard for it. I'm sure he's happy to bring that trophy back home, bring home all of the goodies that is going with him. So with that being said, we do have a ceremony, I believe, of all of the top players getting their Mickeys and Luke getting that trophy. So we want to show that to you guys real quick.
All right. Hello, Lumineers. Are we ready for an award ceremony? It's been a great couple of days, lots of exciting side events, and man, these featured games and these winners, I'm so excited to present them to you. But before we do that, we do have Steve Warner here with us, so let's bring on Steve.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to say thank you very much for coming to here to Seattle, our backyard for Ravensburger, and spending your days with us, playing Lorcana, having a great time, telling us your stories. It was really a special occasion for us, hearing everyone come up and saying how much fun they were having, how great of a time. And it was truly heartwarming to spend some time and play some games with everybody. So I wanted to thank all of you guys. I want to thank PPG and their judges, and we had some special helpers in the back making our life easy. And yeah, thank you very much, everyone.
All right. Well, after 2 long days, almost 2,000 players, are you ready for your top 8? All right. Coming in 8th place from Coachella Valley, California, Cesar Acuna. Cesar, come on up here. Welcome here.
Come up here.
Get your golden Mickey. Coming in 7th place today was Jonathan Ball. He had to catch his flight home, so he's not here. I know, but in 6th place today from Dallas, Texas, Sean Keaton.
Congratulations again. Thank you.
Congratulations.
You want to show off to the crowd?
Hey, there it is. And 5th place today, Jacob Schmidt.
Congratulations.
Congrats. There it is.
Oh, this way.
This way. All right, your 4th place player today from Dallas, Texas, Logan Schneider.
Congratulations. Up here. So you get your card, show it off, and...
You gotta show off that golden Mickey. In 3rd place, from Atlanta, Georgia, Michael Majors, who also had to catch his travels back home, not here. Oh, I know. All right. Now, in 2nd place, we have from San Gabriel, California, Sean Long.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. You want to show off your Mickey to everyone? Very good job.
And finally, we are very proud and excited to announce your Seattle Disney Lorcana Challenge champion from Lincoln, Nebraska, Luke Goodwin.
Congratulations.
Love the game, bro.
Awesome.
Congratulations.
So yeah, again, one giant thank you from us at Ravensburger. You guys have been truly amazing. Our competitors have been outstanding, and we can't wait for what's next to come. Thank you, everybody.
Well, Illumineers, after long 2 days, we finally have our champion. Luke, congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Ecstatic. Just
Ecstatic.
so much emotion that I feel if I let any out, I'll just like start crying and fall on the floor. So
Well, you had 3 incredible games. Game 1 went to your opponent. How did you feel going into that game 2?
well, definitely scared. Like my starting hand didn't have the Diablo shift, so I was a little worried about that. I was a little frustrated with I kept the 2 Ursulas and then drew a 3rd one in the first game. So in the next ones, I was like, well, I'm not keeping 2 this time. Even if I thought it would be good, it just didn't work out the way I hoped. But like things kind of just fell in my favor. I had like a pretty timely Pete, and then I'm pretty sure I just top decked to Tinkerbell, like the perfect spot to just like reset the game in my favor.
Yeah, and that Tinkerbell came in handy earlier today. Tinkerbell doing a lot of work. Also, the Muses putting in some work.
Oh yeah. Like Bannable was telling me, my teammate Derek was telling me that Muses was just like great at breaking the steel song in the mirror. And so I copied his list. So like big shout outs to Derek, great deck builder. Obviously Zan made the original thing. We just changed some things. I think he was also on another similar list too. So like obviously shout outs there. I forgot what the initial question was.
No, that's okay. So I know there's a lot of emotions going on right now for you. Like, can you talk about what this win really means to you?
If you want me to cry, maybe.
Well, whatever you want to share. I know it means a lot.
Well, getting top 32 a bunch and losing, and then it took a lot out of me. It was a lot of stress. But I'm super stoked to get here.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. Before we let you go and get that golden Mickey and that trophy and your entire playset of Shimmering Skies and Enchanted, is there anyone else that you would like to thank?
Well, obviously my lovely wife at home with my son, Annie and Theo, love you. Put up with me coming out here, traveled a lot doing the DLC season. Obviously my teammates, been testing with me, doing great. I already said once Derek, did great designing the deck. Sailor for beating me when I tried to play decks I shouldn't have been playing. You know, everyone on the team just like held together. It feels great to have a good community and everyone like the LGS back home, just hanging out with them. It feels great.
Well, congratulations, Luke, and thanks for sticking with us, everyone. It's been a wonderful day, and we'll see you next time.
Welcome back, Illumineers. It's awesome to see somebody like Luke Goodwin take the championship. You know he's a competitor. He's been working so hard to get to this point, talking about the valleys and bumps he's had to go through to get here, working hard, but he finally did it. So congrats to Luke on this championship.
Yeah, very impressive to rattle off 2 top 32s and then eventually take it home. And honestly, when it counts as well. Had to make that top 16 in Seattle and ended up winning the entire thing.
Yeah, did it. So now he has the Continentals invite. We've had a very long 2 days here in Seattle. We've also had a very long season of Disney Lorcana challenges. We want to shout out Ravensburger and thank the team, everybody that's involved in putting this stuff together. You know, I remember a year and a half ago, we were wondering if this stuff was even going to happen this soon, and it's all come together. We've had a fantastic time over the season, but you know, the season's not over. We do have the Continentals coming up for Europe in December. We have Continentals coming up for North America in January. I know there's going to be some last chance qualifiers at those, so I'm excited to see what happens there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been an incredible season. Like the Lorcana competitive scene ended up playing out and sort of coming to fruition in a way that was way better than we all anticipated. We have 2,000 player tournaments happening, what was every month for a while, culminating here in Seattle, and I can't wait to attend Continentals in the United States.
Disney Lorcana has taken the world by storm. So with that being said, we will see you soon.